The last young man walking on the road to ascend to immortality turned around with something in mind and saw the beautiful girl in the golden robe walking up with a mocking look on his face. "Girl, don't overestimate your capabilities. Are you trying to ascend the path to immortality on the 4th level of the Divine Bridge realm? Stop having sweet dreams and go back quickly." Hear what this young man said. Several other people walking in front turned their heads and looked at Su Wani, a female monk on the 4th floor of the Divine Bridge realm. Seeing that she actually wanted to take this road to immortality, everyone's faces showed expressions of ridicule. "Go back, this opportunity is not something you can fight for. That's right, if you don't have the strength to reach a super sect or a heaven-level sect, don't even think about competing for it. Little sister, go back quickly, lest the force up here is too strong and crushes your delicate body bones." Everyone tried to dissuade him with their words. The last person to speak was a female monk, who was in her early 20s, wearing a goose yellow robe, and she was very attractive. "Thank you for your kindness, I appreciate it." Su Wani's face was calm and she said with an indifferent expression. Her ancestral dragon blood boiled all over her body, and boundless confidence arose in her heart. Her delicate body moved slightly, and she suddenly quickened her pace, and walked forward quickly along the steps of the immortal road. This. Others were immediately shocked. Under the suppression of that powerful force, they struggled. Every step is extremely difficult. But the beauty in the golden robe in front of me was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. Su Wani quickly surpassed the last young man. She walked towards it with flying strides. "How can this be?" The young man stared and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He could only watch as Su Wani passed by him. He, a monk on the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm, found it so difficult to walk on the road to immortality. How could this beautiful girl on the 4th level of the Divine Bridge realm, who looked so delicate, walk so fast? Hiss. Others on the road to immortality took a breath of air. Then she watched Amelia Su step forward step by step, quickly passing several people. A young man was so angry that he suddenly stretched out his hand when Su Wani passed by, trying to catch Su Wani. "Humph!" Su Wani sneered. She quickly grabbed the young man's wrist and dragged him back. The young man suddenly became unstable and fell down the stone steps. He rolled 7 or 8 meters before he stopped. How can this woman be so strong? The others were shocked, and a question arose in their minds. Isn't this woman suppressed by that force? Amelia Su continued to move forward. She also felt the huge suppressive force, but she had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, and her body was far more powerful than the other 9 monks. Even if the pressure comes like a mountain, she can still withstand it well enough. Yi Yun kept observing Su Wani, seeing how easily she walked. A faint smile appeared on his face. The body transformed by the blood of the ancestral dragon is naturally unimaginably powerful. In the entire Songnan continent, no bloodline can compare. Although Su Wani's ancestral dragon bloodline is only 8%, her physique is far superior to that of her fellow monks. Like Yi Yun, who has reached 99%, he can directly use the body of the ancestral dragon to tear apart the solid void within the barrier. It can be seen that the body of the ancestral dragon is terrifying. However, Yi Yun doesn't need it most of the time. His various magical powers and techniques, coupled with various magical weapons, have made him invincible. The body of the ancestral dragon basically has no chance of appearing. Signed in for 100,000 years. The benefits Yi Yin gained far exceeded the standards of this world. Only when the chosen ones reach the top of the mountain can they be qualified to inherit the blood-exquisite immortal palace. Then, what's the next step? Yi Yun whispered to himself. He is now also full of interest in the person behind the scenes. At this moment, inside the vermilion coffin, the face of the original man in red robe was distorted, and he turned into a stunning woman again. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, and she looked faintly in a certain direction, with a knowing smile on her face. That girl had the blood of a dragon in her body, which made her feel very familiar. It would be the best if this little girl could finally obtain the inheritance of the blood-exquisite immortal palace. Although he was not found. But when she saw the human monks who had the same divine dragon bloodline, she still felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. "You bitch, get back here." That beautiful face was distorted again, and in an instant it turned into a ferocious image of a man. He bared his teeth and roared. "You can't get rid of this obsession of mine, so just give up on it." In his mind, the voice of a stunning woman rang out. "You stinky bitch, aren't you just relying on the immortal killing now? If not, I would have kicked you out long ago." The man in red robe said angrily. Under his robe, in the middle of his chest, there was a long bloody nail driven into it. This bloody nail exuded a terrifying aura and was nailed to the heart. Within tens of thousands of years, the man in red robe tried his best to remove this immortal nail. Snort. The stunning woman sneered and said, "Don't waste your efforts. Once this immortal killing nail is driven into the heart, not even a true god can escape. What's more, my obsession has become one with this immortal killing nail. You want to escape, don't even think about it in this life." Snort. The man in red robe snorted and stopped talking. This time, he pinned all his hopes on the second step of the plan. As long as there are human monks who inherit the complete inheritance of the blood-exquisite immortal palace, he is prepared to give up this body and seize the body of that monk. Suwani walked along the road to immortality step by step, and finally surpassed the proud-looking young man in white and walked in the front. The other 9 people looked at Suwani's back, annoyed and angry. But there is no way. However, the good news is that not only the first person to embark on the road to immortality is eligible, but all those who have embarked on the road to immortality are eligible. So walking fast doesn't matter. Walking into the mist-shrouded road to immortality, Suwani gradually felt stronger pressure. She was no longer walking as lightly as before. An hour later, Suwani's body was steaming with energy and blood, and she was sweating all over her body, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted. Through the fog, Suwani could already see the end of the mountain road. There are still hundreds of steps, and she can complete this section of the road to immortality. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The pressure on each step of these hundreds of steps was unimaginable. At this time, Suwani's joints began to creak. She gritted her silver teeth and walked for another hour, finally completing the journey to immortality. At the exit of Dengxian Road, a simple stone monument stands on the ground. Suwani looked at the stone tablet. One thought of the world of mortals will last forever. On the stone tablet, there are 2 lines of extremely ancient and vicissitudes of text engraved on it. Suwani took a breath and looked at these 8 words, feeling an indescribable touch in her heart. This is. In Yi Yun's mind, when he saw these 8 words, the expression on his face suddenly changed subtly. Yi Yun actually felt the smell of an old friend's handwriting on these 8 characters. But the words on the stone tablets are only half the same. The other half is different. For a moment, Yi Yun couldn't decide. After all, is this his old friend from 100,000 years ago? A beautiful silhouette suddenly appeared in Yi Yun's mind. 100,000 years ago. As the #1 master in the eternal realm of Shenlong continent, Yi Yun is a complete bully. Although he often does evil things, he has many close friends around him. The reason why there is such a romantic relationship. One is because Yi Yun is too handsome, and the other is that Yi Yun is too strong, so if he can't be soft, he will be hard. Third, Yi Yun is generous and righteous, and many girls like to get along with him. The words on the stone tablet in front of me are like the style of one of his confidant. But that's only half. At most, they are similar. After all, 100,000 years have passed. And they are already gone. Yi Yun sighed softly. After signing for 100,000 years, he had a mental breakdown several times in that mysterious and boring space, but the system forcibly cured him again. After 100,000 years of silence, he gained not only those massive magical skills and various resources, but most importantly, his Taoist heart will last forever. All the bad bullying habits he had in the past completely disappeared as his Taoist heart became stronger and inadvertently. It can be said, Yi Yun now is completely different from Yi Yun before. Suwani walked quietly to the stone tablet. For some reason, she felt a strange feeling in her spirit. She gently touched the words on the stone tablet with her hands, and the corners of her eyes were moist. What's wrong with me? Suwani smiled strangely and wiped 2 tears from the corners of her eyes. Suwani was a little surprised that a stone tablet could make her so emotional. She has been wandering around with her master since she was a child, and is used to seeing all kinds of dangers in the world. She has the most calm personality and a stable mentality. Normally, very few things could make her lose her composure. But unexpectedly, the 8 words on this stone tablet made Suwani feel a strange emotion inexplicably. Call. She took a long breath and slowly calmed down. Immediately, Suwani looked into the distance. There is a square in front. There is a blood-colored light ball in the center of the square, and a man in red is standing there. Behind the square is a huge blood-red palace. Could this be the blood-exquisite immortal palace? Suwani's mood agitated, she took steps towards the bloody ball of light. The man in red was a little shocked when he saw Suwani coming up first. He did not expect that this girl with the lowest level of cultivation would be the first to complete the road to immortality. It seems that the inheritance of the blood-exquisite immortal palace will most likely fall on this girl. But still need to wait for some time. The man in red made a hand seal, and a ray of light was injected into the blood-colored light ball. A blood-colored light wall immediately appeared in front of the square, blocking Suwani's way. Wait where you are, the man in red said softly. Oh. Suwani was stunned for a moment, then she obeyed the rules and stood where she was. At this moment, the young people on the road to immortality were sweating profusely and walking on the road to immortality with painful expressions. Although they are both at the 10th level of Shinqiao realm, their physical bodies have different strengths. Some people focus on mana or supernatural powers, but in this place, it seems a bit useless. But there were also people who were physically strong and walked up forcefully. How can it be possible for me to be a mere climber to immortality? The young man in white, who had been in the lead, walked to the stone monument, covered in sweat. He wiped the sweat from his face, and his eyes showed an arrogant look. He glanced around and found a beautiful girl in a golden robe standing quietly in front of a wall of red light in the square in the distance. Humph! The young man in white snorted coldly and walked towards the light wall. While walking, he stuffed a few pills into his mouth to regain his strength. I didn't expect you to be the first person to complete the road to immortality. You little girl, it's a bit extraordinary. The young man in white walked straight to Suwani's side, stood with his hands behind his back, stared at the blood-colored light wall, and said in a calm tone. Suwani remained silent, just turned her head and glanced at the young man in white. This young man in white is the strongest among the 9 people. The second one went to the road to immortality. The overall strength of the young man in white is much stronger than her. Suwani speculated that even if she used the dragon-defying art to achieve 5 times the combat power, the gap in realm would still prevent her from defeating this person. What's your physique? Why is it so easy to walk on the road to immortality? The young man in white looked at Suwani with interest, as if he wanted to see some clues. No comment. Suwani sneered. After being rejected, the young man in white smiled and did not continue talking. Although he was the second to complete the road to immortality, in fact, he was still filled with extremely strong self-confidence. The young man in white looked at the bloody palace on the other side of the bloody light wall and murmured to himself, this should be the blood exquisite. Immortal palace, the inheritance, is probably in here. After a while, he calmed down. The young man in white looked at the man in red in front of the bloody ball of light. He looked at him several times, but could not see his cultivation level. He could only sigh. He turned around again, walked to the entrance of the square, and looked down at the Dengxian road. At this time, several more young people slowly walked over. These guys are really haunting, but they don't have the ability to come up. The corners of the young man's mouth, raised in white, revealed a sneer. After watching the entrance for a while, he felt bored again. So, he turned around and walked to the bloody light wall, standing quietly and waiting. Another 2 or 3 hours passed. Finally, a young man in black came up. As soon as the young man reached the entrance, his body swayed, he was unsteady, and he sat down on the ground. It's too difficult. This road to immortality is simply too difficult. The young man in black breathed heavily and kept stuffing some pills into his mouth to restore his strength. On the way to immortality just now, a powerful forbidden force prevented him from using his magic power, so he could not open the storage ring. Along the way, he relied on his strong faith and strong physique to get ahead. Now his physical body has no strength at all. After taking a few pills, he regained some strength, then stood up and walked towards the light wall. Blood exquisite immortal palace. He walked up to the blood-colored light wall and glanced inside a few times, his eyes showing a scorching light. The man in red near the bloody light ball saw that several other people on the way to immortality had fallen into coma. With a wave of his sleeve, those people were enveloped in a bloody light, falling from the sky, and disappeared on the road to immortality. The bloody wall of light suddenly disappeared. The man in red put his hands behind his back and said slowly, "The 3 of you are finally qualified to enter the blood exquisite immortal palace, but in the end who will get the inheritance depends on your luck. Speaking of which..." The man in red pointed at the blood exquisite immortal palace and nodded slightly. Walk. Although the young man in black was weak, he was the first to stride towards the blood exquisite immortal palace. Idiot. The young man in white looked at the back of the young man in black, with a mocking smile on his lips. At the last moment, not whoever gets in first will qualify. He put his hands behind his back, stepped forward, and walked slowly towards the blood exquisite immortal palace. Suwani's last action. She has become accustomed to this method. In her heart, the inheritance of the blood exquisite immortal palace will most likely fall on her. After all, her physical body is the strongest, and she also has the blood of the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon bloodline is the most powerful of all time and is superior to all the bloodlines in the entire Shenlong continent. The young man in black was the first to enter the blood exquisite immortal palace. The young man in white is second, and Suwani is third. All three people went in one after another. The interior of this immortal palace is now very different from before. The original scarlet coffin disappeared to nowhere. The entire hall was filled with blood-red light, and a few dozen feet away, a small blood-red tower floated in the air. This small blood-colored tower does not seem to be made of any material, but is entirely made of red blood light. The entire dim hall was illuminated extremely brightly by this 1-foot-sized small tower, like daylight. Is this the final inheritance? Suwani stood in the main hall, looking at the small bloody tower blooming with blood, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. After going through a lot of hardships in the mortal world, I finally found the moment to accept the complete inheritance of the blood exquisite temple. At this time an illusory figure suddenly appeared in the small bloody tower. This figure is shrouded in a layer of blood, and its appearance cannot be seen clearly, but it can make people feel an unimaginably powerful aura. Do you want to accept the inheritance? The three young people's eyes lit up and they all became excited. The vague figure said calmly, I am the weapon spirit of the blood exquisite immortal palace, and I am about to put you to the final test. This test tests the strength of your soul. The higher the strength of your soul, the higher the strength, the more chances you have to gain inheritance. Senior. The young man in black stepped forward and said with a solemn expression, Come on, I am willing to be the first one to accept the test. Okay, then you will be the first. The vague bloody figure suddenly turned into a ray of light and penetrated into the mind of the young man in black. The young man in black's eyes suddenly widened, and blood began to flow from his pupils. He clenched his fists tightly and his veins popped out, as if he was enduring unimaginable pain. This inheritance can be so terrifying? The young man in white and Suwani next to him were stunned when they saw this scene. The young man in white seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Suwani casually and said with a smile, If you feel scared, you can walk out of the hall now and withdraw from this test. Suwani glanced at the young man in white with disdain. This guy is so arrogant. If she couldn't beat him, Suwani would really want to teach him a lesson. Ah! The young man in black suddenly screamed and fell to the ground unconscious. A red light flew out and appeared in midair again. The vague figure sighed and said, This chosen one has lost the qualification to inherit the blood exquisite immortal palace. After saying that, a bloody ray of light fell from the sky and enveloped the young man in black. In an instant, the young man in black disappeared. Senior, let me do it. There is no one more suitable than me. The young man in white took a step forward, clasping his hands into fists, full of arrogance. I hope you won't disappoint me. The vague figure said softly, turning into a bloody light again and entering the mind of the young man in white. The young man in white immediately clenched his fists, his muscles tensed up, and his eyes bulged out. At this moment, he actually felt an unimaginable pain. "Senior, what are you going to do?" After all, the young man in white is a disciple of a heaven-level sect, and his knowledge is far superior to that of the young man in black. At this time, he actually felt something was wrong. "Nothing, this is a test of your soul," the vague figure sneered. "No, you definitely have evil intentions. Are you trying to?" The young man in white shouted loudly, trying his best to drive the weapon spirit out, but it was already too late. Next moment, blood flowed from his eyes, his whole body trembled, and he immediately fainted. The blood light once again condensed into a chaotic figure in midair. "They are all a bunch of trash." The figure sighed and looked at Suwani, who had the worst cultivation level. This little girl. Although his level is low, his physique is the most amazing. She is the one he likes most among the three chosen ones. Therefore, he left Amelia Sue until the end. According to his judgment and calculation, even if this little girl cannot succeed, at least she will not fail too outrageously. There is a certain chance that his attempt to seize the body will be successful. This. Suwani saw that the young man in white and the young man in black fainted one after another, and then disappeared without a trace. Her heart also became cold. Especially what the young man in white said before he fell into coma made Suwani feel like she was facing a formidable enemy. She suddenly realized that the weapon spirit in front of her had evil intentions at all. Once that red light enters the body, it will definitely cause unimaginable damage to the body. Suwani regretted it. At this moment, she did not want to accept the inheritance. This inheritance is simply killing people. She turned around and wanted to leave. But her cultivation was simply not enough in front of that weapon spirit. Moreover, Suwani is in the blood-exquisite immortal palace. It can be said that everything is under the control of the other party. At this time, the chaotic blood shadow turned into a ray of light and was immediately projected into Suwani's mind. Alas! Suwani sighed and closed her eyes. She knew that she was doomed. This time. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from his mind, and then he saw a bloody light rising into the sky, and in mid-air, it transformed into the chaotic figure. There was a huge look of shock on this figure's face. He stared at the girl in front of him and asked loudly, "Who are you?" Suwani was a little confused and didn't know what the weapon spirit meant. "Call." A ray of white light suddenly shot out from between her eyebrows, condensing into a white figure in midair. "Oh my God, it's our ancestor." Looking at the familiar back, Suwani was so surprised at this moment that she almost fainted with happiness. It turned out that her ancestors had always been protecting her in her mind. Suwani's excited beautiful eyes immediately filled with crystal tears. She was so moved. This time, if she hadn't been protected by her ancestors, she would have been secretly harmed by this weapon spirit. Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and looked at the blurry figure calmly, with a calm and natural expression on his face, and a faint smile. His body is almost ethereal now, but it is emitting a sacred white light. But it just makes it impossible to see any cultivation. I am his ancestor. If you bully my disciples, have you ever asked me, my ancestor, if you agree? Yi Yun said with a smile. It turns out to be a soul left by the ancestors of the sect? The vague figure sneered in his heart. Call. He grabbed it with his big hand, and the little bloody tower immediately flew over and merged with his body. The next moment, he turned into an illusory image of a middle-aged man. Wearing a red robe, his face was pale and ferocious, and his whole body exuded endless blood, giving people the feeling of a demon king killed by a sea of blood. Your cultivation level. Yi Yan stared at the condensed body of the remaining soul in front of him, showing a slightly surprised expression. The red-robed man opposite him actually exuded the aura of the true God realm. True God realm? This really shocked Yi Yan. There are already top masters in the eternal realm on Shenlong continent. As for the true God realm monks, only 2 or 3 have been born in the past 100,000 years. In the ancient times, some true gods were born, but they were still rare existences. In the era when Yi Yan lived, there was no true God realm monk. The true God realm was already considered a legendary realm at that time. But what Yi Yan didn't expect was that in the secret realm of the red dust fairyland, there would be a soul exuding the aura of a powerful person in the true God realm. Although this soul is somewhat damaged, the aura of the true God realm released is indeed genuine. However, the true God realm aura he released was very weak. If it were an ordinary person, it would be absolutely difficult to feel it. Or some people can feel it, but they may not be able to recognize it. After all, none of the powerful men in the eternal realm have ever seen the true God realm. Yi Yan's interest was immediately piqued. He wanted to know who this broken soul was. The man in red robe looked at Yi Yan with an arrogant expression, and smiled coldly. It seems that you still have some background, and you can actually feel my breath. Are you in the true God realm? Yi Yan deliberately showed a look of shock. Yes, I am in the true divine realm. The man in red robe laughed proudly, his voice making the whole hall buzz. It's an honor for this junior member of your family to be chosen by me. You, the ancestor, will be waiting for your success in the future. The big man in red robe said with a sneer. Your thinking and logic are really weird. Wouldn't you feel uncomfortable if a grown man entered a woman's body? Yi Yan smiled lightly. The soul in the true God realm in front of me was already in disrepair, so I wanted to take Suwani away from her. And Suwani is the most physically powerful among all the monks. She has a high chance of being able to withstand the pressure of the power of the true God. Although that ray of soul seemed very weak to Yi Yan, in fact, even a monk in the life and death realm would find it difficult to accept this ray of soul from the true God realm. As for the strong men in the eternal realm, naturally, it is impossible to accept his seizure of the body, and this remaining soul can, at best, exert the power of an eternal monk. In Yi Yan's opinion, all this was worse than an ant. After all, he is already at the level of the divine sovereign realm, and his real divine sovereign realm is far superior to his opponent's by 1,000 times. I have been waiting for tens of thousands of years. Now that I have finally found a good container, I can only make do with it. The big man in red robe chuckled. Suwani next to her breathed a little uncomfortable, and she had goosebumps all over her body. She really couldn't imagine how disgusting she would feel if her body was taken away by this guy. You are just a broken, true God realm soul. Do you think you can be my opponent? Yi Yan put his hands behind his back, looking relaxed and at ease, with a faint smile on his face. The big man in red robe was stunned. Unexpectedly, the young man in white clothes in front of him would provoke him so much, and a ball of anger arose in his heart. The man in red robe said with a cruel smile, "You are just an ancestor of the sect. Even if your cultivation has reached the eternal realm, the ray of soul that resides in this girl's mind is far from my opponent. Speaking of which, he actually stretched out his hand and grabbed Yi Yun. Now within the blood-exquisite immortal palace, he is almost invincible. Not only can he display his own powerful cultivation, but he can also mobilize all the power of the blood-exquisite pagoda. Even the Eternal Realm monks cannot make any waves in front of him. Yi Yun just smiled. At this moment, he also released a trace of breath. What? Are you also in the true God realm? The man in red robe was shocked, and his outstretched hand suddenly stopped in mid-air. He never expected that the young man in white clothes in front of him was also a strong man in the true God realm. This is incredible. Judging from the strength of the other party's soul, it was actually stronger than his own. If he were to fight head-on, he might not be his opponent. If you are sensible, kneel down and tell me your origins, and I can spare your life. Yi Yun said calmly. Don't even think about it. I have the imperial weapon in my hand, so how can I be afraid of you, a mere Yuanshen in the true God realm? The man in red robe sneered, opened his arms, and buzzed. The blood energy around him began to violently turbulence. At this moment, in the bloody light, there seemed to be some large formation moving, making a loud rumbling sound, and a powerful force strangled Yi Yun. As for Su Wani, she didn't have any power to attack. After all, the man in red robe still wants to see Su Wani's body. He has been waiting for tens of thousands of years, and he will never let Su Wani make any mistakes. Listening to the huge rumbling noises all around, Su Wani's face changed slightly. At this moment, she looked at her ancestor with some worry. After all, this is just a wisp of the ancestor's soul. But this red-robed man took control of the entire blood-exquisite immortal palace, running a large formation, trying to kill the ancestors. The power of the formation was like a huge millstone, exuding unimaginable strangulation power. Even the strongest in the eternal realm will be strangled to death at this moment. However, when the power of this large formation fell in front of Yi Yun, it disappeared strangely. Yi Yun smiled indifferently. Can your rubbish blood-exquisite pagoda still increase the power of its attacks? What? The man in red robe was shocked, and at this moment, his body trembled slightly. How could this ray of true God realm soul be so powerful? He used the power of the exquisite blood pagoda formation and strangled him with all his strength, but the young man was not harmed at all. Such terrifying power strangled it and disappeared like a breeze. What kind of cultivation level does the other party have? Or does it mean that he has unimaginable defensive treasures on his body? When he thought that the other party actually had a treasure that could withstand the blood-exquisite pagoda, the red-robed man suddenly became excited, and his eyes also showed fanaticism. His exquisite blood pagoda is already an imperial weapon. Could it be said that the other party possesses a god-level defensive treasure? When I think of god-level, the man in red robe felt a little difficult to breathe. In his world, even a god-king would fight for a god-level magic weapon. Okay, then you can have a taste of the true power of this exquisite blood pagoda. The man in red robe roared angrily, his whole body glowed with bloody divine light. He threw himself into the void and disappeared. In the formation, there was an even more terrifying rumbling sound. Blood-red gusts of wind rolled up all around, and the gusts of wind were also mixed with countless thunder and earth fires. At this moment, it feels like the end of the world is coming. The man in red robe had a look of madness in his eyes. This time, his attack even covered Su Wani. In order to snatch this defensive-level artifact, he didn't even need the container he got. The young man in white across from him would definitely distract his energy in order to take care of Suwani, and it would be difficult to take care of him. He will definitely be completely strangled by his blood exquisite pagoda formation. It's boring. Yi Yun just smiled softly. Seeing the earth, water, fire, and wind rushing in all around him, his eyes suddenly became strange. Countless runes as tiny as stars floated and changed in his eyes, releasing unimaginable terrifying power. The surrounding space is like a dream. Those terrifying earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth fire suddenly melted away like snow in spring at this moment. There was no sign. When the man in red robe saw this scene, his eyes almost fell to the ground. What is going on? The blood exquisite pagoda is an imperial weapon? The guy opposite didn't even use any magic weapon. He relied on a weird pupil technique to easily destroy the power of the array in his imperial weapon. This is really scary. What kind of cultivation are you? The man in red robe looked at Yi Yun in shock, and his heart was filled with turmoil. The opponent is just a wisp of soul, and he can break through the large array attack of the blood exquisite pagoda so easily. He is definitely not only in the true god realm. Suwani saw the terrifying scene of rolling apocalyptic thunder and fire all around, suddenly disappeared like blue smoke. I couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The ancestor is really too strong, incredibly strong. A wisp of soul can easily neutralize the massive attack from the blood exquisite immortal palace. This method is so unbelievable. Yi Yun had his hands behind his back with a calm expression. Not too stupid. He smiled softly, releasing a breath of divine king realm from his body. What? Are you actually in the divine king realm? How can this be? On the Songnan continent, even the true god realm is pitifully rare. How can there be a divine lord realm? It is absolutely impossible for someone from the divine lord realm to be born in this world. Could it be that you are also from the divine land? The man in red robe shouted in shock. He was shaking all over now and no longer had any fighting spirit. He is just a fragment of the true soul in the realm of true gods, relying entirely on the power of the blood exquisite pagoda. I originally thought that I could easily suppress the wisp of true god realm soul on the opposite side that was comparable to an eternal realm monk. But I didn't expect that the other party's soul had actually reached the realm of the divine lord. In the divine sovereign realm, even on the divine land, it is a majestic and arrogant existence. It is far beyond what this small true god like him can contend with. Sir, I am willing to surrender. The man in red robe immediately knelt on the ground and bowed to the ground very respectfully. What use do I need from you, a small incomplete soul in the true god realm? Yi Yun smiled softly, his expression a little deep. The man in red robe became panicked. He hurriedly patted his chest and bowed. Sir, I am willing to give you this exquisite blood pagoda with both hands. At the same time, I also know many secrets about the sacred land and can tell you divine soil. Yi Yun smiled lightly. These two words seemed to bring back some memories for him. It seems that beyond the islands of Songnan continent, there should be the so-called divine land. Sir, the divine land is the world outside Songnan continent. To be honest, I came from there. I came to Songnan continent in order to escape the pursuit of my enemies. The man in red robe explained quickly. Yi Yun nodded lightly. He originally had a conjecture that the ray of true god realm Yuanshan in front of him should not be a local monk in Songnan continent. Now, these conjectures have been confirmed. However, Yi Yin did not have a good impression of the man in red robes. As for the secret information that the other party said about the divine land, it was not worth mentioning to him. After a few seconds, Yi Yin's pupils shrank slightly, and the tiny star runes kept changing. The man in red robe looked at his body in shock as it turned into curls of smoke and disappeared. "You are so cruel." The man in red robe yelled angrily before disappearing. "You're an ant-like person, what use do you have?" Yi Yin smiled lightly. He activated the Sky Disillusionment Eye and had already plundered the memory of the red-robed man. For Yi Yin, he doesn't want a seemingly loyal subordinate. If he wanted to learn information, it would be faster to plunder the memory directly. This guy, originally called the blood-robed ancestor, robbed someone else's imperial weapon and risked his life to pass through the Tongtian ancient road. Unfortunately, his body died there. He hid in the blood-exquisite pagoda with a ray of soul to survive. "I have been surviving until now," Yi Yin muttered to himself. He had a new understanding of the origin of the blood-robed ancestor. Yi Yin's eyes looked in a certain direction. According to the memory of the blood-robed ancestor, part of his blood-exquisite pagoda was inherited by a 10,000-year-old corpse. This 1,000-year-old corpse gave birth to spiritual wisdom and single-handedly planned the world of mortals. And within this 1,000-year-old corpse, there is actually a woman's obsession. This made Yi Yin very interested. But Yi Yin is not in a hurry, he wants to resolve the matter of the blood exquisite pagoda artifact spirit first. "Girl, this is the weapon spirit of the blood exquisite pagoda. The entire mortal world is transformed from the blood exquisite pagoda. The space inside is extremely magical. Once a person is absorbed into it, the formation will be able to kill him." Yi Yin pointed his finger at the small blood-red tower and said calmly. The small blood-red tower spun and flew in front of Suwani. Amelia Su was very excited. "I have been in the immortal land for so long and suffered so much for the sake of inheriting the blood exquisite immortal palace. And this blood exquisite immortal palace was also transformed from part of the blood exquisite pagoda. Ancestor, can I keep this treasure?" Suwani hesitated. The young man in white and the young man in black in front had both been knocked unconscious by this weapon spirit. She is also a little uneasy now. "I will help you refine part of it. When your practice improves in the future, you can slowly refine it." Yi Yin smiled softly and used his hand. The small bloody tower suddenly let out a cry and flew into Suwani's mind. In her sea of consciousness, a small blood-colored tower glowed with red light, floating quietly, looking unusually well-behaved. This weapon spirit only had a simple mind. Under the strong suppression of Yi Yin, a powerful person in the Divine Lord realm, it did not dare to resist at all, and obediently entered Suwani's body. Next, Yi Yin taught Suwani a set of techniques for refining magic weapons. After some pondering, Suwani finally refined the weapon spirit. Now she can put away this mortal world and end this experience. Yi Yin looked at Suwani, as if he had read through her thoughts, and smiled casually. "Since you have initially taken control of the blood exquisite pagoda, drive out all those practitioners." Suwani's beautiful face turned red. She did have this idea, to drive out all those who had experienced it. In this case, the number of blood demons will no longer decrease, and she can also devour the blood demons and continuously improve her cultivation. After all, Amelia Su had a calm temperament, and after a brief moment of shyness, her mentality quickly calmed down. She summoned the small blood-red tower, fired a spell, and the small blood-red tower suddenly bloomed with brilliant light. In the fairyland of mortals, the wind and clouds are surging. The experienced monks on the first and second floors were shrouded in red light at this moment and were teleported out. What happened? Why were we teleported out? Could it be said that someone has obtained the inheritance of the blood? Exquisite immortal palace? The millions of monks who appeared in midair all had confused expressions on their faces. Especially the talented disciples of some heaven-level sects are beating their chests and feeling heartbroken for this missed inheritance. Boom! The void made a thunderous sound and began to fluctuate violently. That crimson light pillar suddenly retracted from the valley in the ground, shrank into the opening in the space, and completely disappeared. Next moment, the huge hole in the void slowly closed. The experience in the world of mortals is over. An old man in the realm of life and death shook his head gently, and immediately summoned his disciples to gather together alone in the void. The old man took out a black-yellow formation disk and injected mana into it. A bright light shot up into the sky, and the next moment, the void shook, and a huge light pillar descended instantly, covering everyone. A huge beam of light rose from the ground and disappeared into the depths of the sky in the blink of an eye. This heaven-level sect is positioned remotely and uses reverse void delivery to return to the sect. The same is true for other major heaven-level sects. Bright beams of light fell from the sky, teleporting everyone away. After all the heaven-level sects left, the remaining super sects also activated void delivery and left here. The last remaining sect leaders of the major sects summoned various flying magic weapons and left with their disciples. The sects of the Kamikaze dynasty also left with their disciples. This time all the major sects that have experienced have been greatly improved. Although there was some loss, some disciples died. But all the disciples in the God-shaping realm have been upgraded to the Divine Bridge realm, and this gain is enough to make up for the losses. In the fairyland of mortals. In the square of the mysterious space, the man in red felt the huge changes in the entire mortal world, and his face showed a hint of joy. That girl really inherited the complete inheritance of the blood exquisite immortal palace. It seems that you have a very unique vision. At this time, inside the bloody Linglong immortal palace, Suwani controlled the small blood-colored tower, hunted down many blood demons, and then transferred the blood demon's inner elixir. In front of her was a pile of blood demon inner elixirs as big as a hill. Yi Yin smiled. Suwani immediately blushed at her ancestor's smile. Ancestor, does this count as cheating? Suwani said softly. So be it. Yi Yin smiled, and then said, although this kind of improvement in cultivation level has no side effects, it will make you lose a lot of experience between life and death. It would be better to be like this. You can be promoted to the 8th level of Xinqiao realm. Just like Luoli and Lord Grim. Okay, ancestor. Suwani blushed and nodded quickly in agreement. Yi Yin turned into a white light and returned to Suwani's mind. Suwani began to devour the blood demon inner elixir. She devoured it very quickly, and the aura on her body grew crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 5th level of Xinqiao realm. The 6th level of Xinqiao realm. The 7th level of Xinqiao realm. The 8th level of Xinqiao realm. After reaching the 8th level of the Xinqiao realm, Suwani stopped devouring the blood demon inner elixir. She saw that there were still some blood demon inner elixirs left, so she put them into the storage ring. Now I finally have the same cultivation level as my junior brother and junior sister. Suwani's beautiful little face showed a hint of joy. For a long time, she, the senior sister, has been in the bottom position. Which is quite embarrassing. Unexpected. This time, the opening of the mortal world actually fulfilled her wish. Now, the three realms of their siblings are exactly the same, and they are neck and neck. In future battles, she will be able to cooperate with her junior brothers and sisters. Go to the first floor of the main hall. There will be someone waiting for you. There. The voice of the ancestors rang in his mind. Suwani quickly controlled the small blood-colored tower. In a blink of an eye, the surrounding space immediately changed. She reappeared in a hall. Deep in the hall, there is a red coffin floating. The coffin is densely covered with various complex runes, giving people an extremely mysterious feeling. Could this be the person our ancestors said was waiting for me? Suwani held the small blood-red tower in her hands and stood there, quietly, looking at the red coffin. Suddenly the coffin lid floated. A ferocious-looking man in red robe floated out from inside. Haha, everything went as I planned, and you successfully obtained the complete inheritance of Blood Linglong. The man in red robe laughed loudly, making the surrounding space buzz. Who are you? Suwani looked at the man in front of her with vigilance. The man was ugly and his face was distorted, and he did not look like a normal human being. He exuded a strong aura of death, like an ancient corpse that had been dead for thousands of years. I can't remember the name I had in my previous life, but I do have a name in this life. You can call me Lord Corpse Lord. The man in red robe laughed loudly, with great pride in his expression. What on earth do you want to do? Suwani asked, with a frown. The corpse in front of her looked extremely mentally disturbed, giving her a strong sense of crisis. However, fortunately, her ancestors were in her mind, so Suwani had nothing to fear. I'm ready to accept this body of yours, I'm going to take it from you. The man in red robe laughed. After saying that, his body began to shake, and the thick blood on his body overflowed, and the blood contained corpse energy. Stop dreaming, how could I let you take her away? A woman's voice suddenly echoed through the hall without warning. Yi Yun was stunned at that time. This voice sounds so familiar. He hadn't heard this sound for 100,000 years. Think again. Yi Yun understood the 8 words on the stone tablet in a blink of an eye. The obsession of the female cultivator in the body of the corpse demon turned out to be his best friend, Qin Yao. The woman's voice fell, and then Suwani saw half of the man in red robes face twisting, and a beautiful face appeared. The two faces on the left and right are completely different, which makes people look creepy. Amelia, Sue was shocked. She also didn't expect that there was a woman hidden inside this corpse demon. And this woman obviously wanted to stop this corpse statue. You bitch, if you stop me, I will die with you this time. The man in red robe became angry and said viciously. Perish together? Have you ever asked me about the woman you insulted so much? A gentle voice echoed in the void without any warning. A ray of white light shot out from the center of Suwani's eyebrows. In midair, a sacred white figure condensed. Who? Who's talking? Who are you? When the man in red robe suddenly saw the illusory figure emitting divine light across from him, he was really frightened, and his ugly face also showed a huge look of shock. He never expected that this weak female monk actually had a spiritual consciousness hidden in her mind. Anyone who can possess such a powerful spiritual consciousness must at least be a strong person in the realm of life and death. You. That half of the beautiful face looked at the handsome white figure exuding divine light in front of her, her eyes were red, tears appeared, and her voice trembled. Isn't this the Yi Yun that Qin Yao has been looking for tens of thousands of years? 100,000 years ago. They fell in love with each other and flew together like a couple of gods. Qin Yao, it's been 100,000 years, I never thought we would still have a chance to meet again. Yi Yun said calmly. But in the corners of his eyes, crystal tears flashed unknowingly. Although the Taoist heart remains unchanged from time immemorial, Yi Yun is still a human being, especially as a time traveler, with complex experiences. So at this moment, Yi Yun couldn't hide his excitement. Brother Yun, I've been looking for you for 100,000 years, and I know you won't die. Qin Yao choked with sobs and said emotionally. At this point, the hardships and grievances of 100,000 years burst out in his mind, and half of his beautiful face was already covered by tears. This? Suwani looked at all this blankly, like a stone sculpture. She never dreamed of it. The woman inside this corpse demon turned out to be my ancestor's girlfriend. From 100,000 years ago. Another figure who has lived for 100,000 years. Suwani felt her brain buzzing. At this moment, she was touched and excited, plus shocked, and her heart was extremely complicated. Seeing the ancestor and the beautiful woman, both of them had tears in their eyes. Suwani was also very excited, and tears flowed down. 100,000 years. It's so touching that two lovers can see each other again after being separated by 100,000 years. When the man in red robes saw this, he couldn't bear it anymore and roared loudly, "You two bitchy couple, it turns out that we are old acquaintances?" Yi Yun's face turned cold and he looked up at the man in red robe. In an instant, the sky's disillusionment eye was activated. The man in red robe screamed, and a wisp of his soul immediately turned into blue smoke and dissipated. Qin Yao was slightly startled. Unexpectedly, Yi Yun is now so powerful. Just one look can make a strong man comparable to the realm of life and death disappear into ashes. However, this was the man she once liked. 100,000 years ago. Yi Yun is the #1 master in the eternal realm of Songnan continent, defeating all opponents. 100,000 years later, Yi Yun's cultivation has reached an unimaginable level. But myself. Qin Yao felt sad inside, but she quickly got rid of this mentality. Her body changed suddenly, and she turned into a stunning woman. What a beauty! Suwani also had a look of shock on her face when she saw the stunning woman in red. This confidant of our ancestors was so beautiful that it would be difficult to describe her beauty with words such as alluring a city and a country and unparalleled youth. It's like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to earth, so beautiful that nothing can be found. Yi Yun moved and appeared in front of Qin Yao. He stretched out a hand to gently caress Qin Yao's face, his eyes full of tenderness. Brother Yun, I have been looking for you for 100,000 years. Qin Yao murmured to herself with tears streaming down her face. You are obsessed with me. Why do you have to find me? What happened? Yi Yun asked in a low voice, with a heavy heart. The real Qin Yao has been dead long ago, and the woman in front of her is just a wisp of her obsession. And Yi Yun also saw that there was an immortal killing nail inserted deeply into Qin Yao's heart. This immortal killing nail was accidentally obtained when he and Qin Yao went to the ancient demonic abyss to practice together, so Yi Yun gave it to Qin Yao. Qin Yao's obsession was combined with the immortal killing nail, coupled with the fact that he pinned this corpse demon and fought with this corpse demon for tens of thousands of years. He was already very exhausted. Qin Yao burst into tears, but said softly, Brother Yun, I always felt that. Your fall was a little strange, so I investigated secretly and found that someone could actually drive the ancient giant demon to attack the Shenlong Sect. Brother Yun, I think you will always think of it. Something? Driving the ancient troll? Yi Yun's heart jumped slightly. When we went to the ancient demonic ape for training, there were 3 people. In total. Yi Yun and 2 confidants, one is Qin Yao and the other is Nan Gongyu. That time, Yi Yun obtained a Tianmagu Qin, which could drive certain ancient trolls. He gave the Qin to Nan Gongyu at that time, because Nan Gongyu's strength is weaker than Qin Yao. As for the immortal killing nail, he gave it to Qin Yao. Nan Gongyu, will he use the demon Gu Qin to lead the ancient trolls to attack the Shenlong Sect? Thinking of this, Yi Yun shook his head and had some doubts about what Qin Yao said. Nan Gongyu is also one of his confidant. Why, attack the Shenlong Sect after his death? This is unbelievable. Brother Yun, when I was investigating, I was discovered by a secret force, so several ancient trolls appeared and killed my true body. Qin Yao looked gloomy and tears kept flowing down. Later, a ray of my soul attached to the immortal killing nail and flew into the void turbulence, and I escaped the pursuit of the ancient troll, but because that soul was fighting against the turbulence of the void, and was about to disappear in the end. However, in order to find you, I forcibly burned my soul, turned it into an obsession, and hid it in the immortal killing nail. Later, I happened to encounter this corpse demon floating in the void and possessed him. More than 10,000 years later, we accidentally obtained the inheritance of the blood exquisite pagoda. The corpse demon consciousness wanted to get rid of me, and I wanted to contact the human monks to find your way out. So we joined forces to open the red dust fairyland and let the human monks come in and practice. In this way, on the one hand, I can replenish the energy of the blood exquisite pagoda, on the other hand, by extracting the memories of dead human monks. I am also looking for your whereabouts, Brother Yun. The hard work pays off, and I finally found you, Yun elder brother. Speaking of this, Qin Yao could no longer suppress her inner emotions, and suddenly hugged Yi Yun into her arms, crying uncontrollably. Her tears poured out like a river, fell on Yi Yun, and then fell silently. Yi Yun sighed. What a silly girl, she has suffered so much in the past 100,000 years. Yi Yun did not expect that among so many confidants, Qin Yao was the one who was most infatuated with him. This made him feel a little ashamed. 100,000 years later. Yi Yun originally thought that things have changed and people have changed, and his former close friends have turned into dust, just like Louis from Sword King Stone. However, Yi Yun didn't expect it. 100,000 years later, he could still see Qin Yao alive. From now on, you will never be wronged again. No one in this world will dare to bully you anymore. Anyone who dares to bully you will be punished by me forever. Yi Yun gently touched Qin Yao's shoulders with his hand and whispered. Hearing such tacky and domineering words, Qin Yao's beautiful little face revealed a happy smile. Suddenly, she broke away from Yi Yun's arms. Qin Yao gently stroked Yi Yun's face with her hand, with a satisfied smile on her face, and said softly, Brother Yun, this ray of obsession, I swore an oath to the way of heaven, and this thought in the world of mortals will last forever. As long as I see it you, my obsession has been resolved. Now I have no worries and can leave with peace of mind. What are you talking about? Silly girl, how could I let you leave me? Yi Yun's tears burst out all of a sudden. Although he had already guessed that his obsession would change like this. When he faced Qin Yao, he still couldn't control the grief in his heart. Brother Yun, my 3 souls and 7 souls dispersed 100,000 years ago. This ray of obsession will eventually become a leaf of duckweed. Now that I have seen you, that will has dissipated. Although I am very reluctant to leave you, I have no choice but to leave you. Qin Yao cried and said. At this point, the appearance of the beautiful woman in red began to change, transforming into the form of the ugly man. Then, an illusory shadow flew up from above his head, looking at Yi Yun with a smile in the sky. Her body began to turn into particles and was about to dissipate into the heaven and earth. Wow! When Suwani next to her saw this scene, she couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears. She couldn't accept this ending. This woman named Qin Yao has been looking for her ancestors for 100,000 years, but at the last moment, she will leave this world. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Qin Yao, don't worry, I will resurrect you again and give you a perfect body. Yi Yun raised his head, looked at the illusory figure, and grabbed Qin Yao with an unimaginable force. The next moment, things changed. Both Suwani and Yi Yun reappeared in the black carriage. Yi Yun opened his eyes. His hands were blooming with divine light, and endless divine power wrapped around Qin Yao's illusory body, forcibly interrupting the dissipation of this obsession. Are you kidding me? How could Yi Yun, who had signed for 100,000 years and was already invincible in the world, accept such an ending? Boom! A large number of black clouds suddenly emerged from high in the sky, and lightning was constantly flying in the clouds like giant dragons, making bursts of rumbling sounds. In the distance, the supreme elder of the Crimson Flame Sword Sect saw the terrifying and abnormal changes in the sky, and was suddenly shocked and speechless. The next second, he shouted loudly. Everyone, leave the Red Flame Sword Sect immediately. After saying that, he tried his best to roll up some of his disciples and quickly escaped from here. The terrifying vision in the sky seemed like a big shot going through a tribulation. The Crimson Flame Sword Sect will be unable to withstand the impact of the aftermath of the Thunder Tribulation. The entire Kamikaze dynasty. All the sects felt the terrifying changes between heaven and earth at this moment, and many monks were so frightened that they trembled all over. The master of the Demon Control Sect looked at the sky with a horrified expression. He could not imagine what kind of terrifying figure this was. Quick, open the mountain protection formation. Suddenly he shouted loudly to the inside of the sect. Clang! A sword array immediately rose into the sky, protecting the entire demon control sect. Almost all the sects in the Shenlong dynasty opened their mountain protecting formations. Everyone is in panic all day long, not knowing when this horrific celestial phenomenon will pass. Yi Yun moved his body and appeared in the void in an instant. He looked at the dark clouds like a city pressing over his head, with streaks of lightning converging continuously. Yi Yun sneered with an indifferent expression. Tiandao, you dare to stop me? Boom! Bursts of huge thunder rolled in the dark clouds, as if God was expressing his inner anger. Yi Yun sneered. Qin Yao's soul burned, and her oath to the way of heaven turned into a wisp of obsession. Now that this obsession has been solved, it will naturally return to the world. All this is a lesson from heaven. But now, Yi Yun wanted to forcefully break the shackles of Tiandao, so he angered Tiandao. Master, are you going against the law of heaven? The big black horse looked at the sky with fear on his face. At this moment, facing this strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, it instinctively felt an unspeakable fear. Even if it reaches the eternal realm, it still doesn't have the guts to challenge heaven. Uncle Ma, I can't breathe. Facing the mighty Tianwei, the big black cat curled up into a ball, its body constantly trembling. It is just a little demon in the destiny realm. Facing such a terrifying vision of heaven and earth, it is as small as an ant and insignificant. A terrifying aftershock of lightning swept down from the sky, and as soon as the lightning fell on the big black cat, it turned into fly ash and dissipated. At this time, the big black horse immediately released a breath, covering the big black cat. Don't be afraid, as the Master's divine favor, we cannot surrender to the law of heaven, the big black horse said in a hoarse voice. Speaking of this, a fierce look appeared in the big dark horse's eyes. It stared at the sky fiercely, also expressing its unyielding. Infected by Uncle Ma. The big black cat also struggled to stand up and spat fiercely at the sky. Yi Yun felt very relieved when he saw the big black horse and the big black cat acting like this. Being able to show such unyielding performance in the face of heaven, these two little monsters are worthy of vigorous cultivation. Boom! A huge thunder mountain suddenly condensed out of the dark clouds and crashed down on Yi Yun. Yi Yun had a sneer on his face, and his whole body glowed with immeasurable divine light. At this moment, he unleashed the powerful cultivation of the Divine Lord realm. He raised his fist and hit it hard. Boom! That huge thunder mountain that stretched for thousands of miles was smashed to pieces by Yi Yun. Ouch! An angry roar came from the sky. It seemed that Tiandao was also angered by Yi Yun's arrogance. Tiandao, don't try to stop me today. Otherwise, I will make you walk around without food. Yi Yun's face was indifferent, and the murderous aura in his eyes seemed to be reflected in reality. Qin Yao, who has always been in Yi Yun's hands, has mixed feelings in her heart at this moment. She never thought that Brother Yun would dare to go against Tiandao for her. Brother Yun, can he defeat Tiandao? Qin Yao became worried again. Although in her heart, Yi Yun has always been invincible, but this time the enemy he faced was the way of heaven. In the heart of any monk, the Tao of heaven is an invincible and powerful existence. Qin Yao is naturally no exception. This concept is deeply rooted in her heart. Boom! High in the sky, a thunderous sound suddenly sounded. Tiandao became even more angry. The black clouds surged rapidly. Huge thunder mountains fell like snowflakes. Snort! Yi Yun snorted coldly, and his whole body shone brightly. At this moment, he was like an invincible god. His body was crystal clear and terrifying. Fluctuations were emitting from his whole body. Yi Yun punched upward with his bare hands. This punch caused the vast void to shake, and countless thunder mountains shattered in an instant. After Yi Yun punched this punch, he punched several more in succession, smashing all the thunder mountains into pieces. The remaining fragments of Thunder Mountain rushed towards the surrounding turbulent impact. The mountain-protecting formations of countless forces of the Kamikaze dynasty instantly collapsed. Countless monks screamed and were drowned by the lightning. The entire Kamikaze dynasty and all the sects fell. Even the most powerful demon control sect collapsed at this moment, leaving nothing behind. Yi Yun looked indifferent. In the eyes of his divine king, all living beings are like ants. In the eyes of heaven, all living beings are worse than ants. The way of heaven will not care about the life or death of any life below. Boom! A huge face suddenly appeared in the violently rolling ink clouds. A pair of cold eyes stared at Yi Yun, as if he wanted to tear Yi Yun into pieces. "Do you want to fight again?" Yi Yun looked at the huge face and said coldly. "Die." That huge face suddenly said a word. His cold and ruthless eyes condensed two sharp rays of light and shot towards Yi Yun. In an instant, all the monks on the entire Shenlong continent felt a huge terror coming at this moment. They all became unstable and fell to the ground. Even those monks in the eternal realm were kneeling on the ground at this time, and no longer dared to move. Oh my God, who is going against the way of heaven? Is it possible that a true God has made a breakthrough? Terrible. The strong men in the eternal realm and the realm of life and death are secretly speculating on various possibilities. Especially those monks in the eternal realm, think of the terrifying fluctuations that occurred a while ago. Ever since, everyone linked these two things together. It seems that a true God realm monk has really appeared on Shenlong continent. But who is this monk in the true God realm? At present, no one from the eternal level sect has come forward to announce the news. Looking at the two sword lights shot by Tiandao, Yi Yun's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt that there was unimaginable destructive energy contained in them. Yi Yun stretched out his hand and touched his wrist, and Yuanshan immediately entered his warehouse, where magic weapons were placed. This warehouse is extremely huge and vast. A piece of terrifying magic weapon, blooming with various lights, floating in the void. The number is so vast that it cannot be counted. But these magic weapons and sharp blades are arranged according to certain rules. The higher the level of magic weapons, the deeper they are. In the warehouse, when a wisp of Yi Yun's spiritual consciousness suddenly poured in, all the magic weapons shook in an instant, shining brightly, illuminating the entire warehouse. Some magical weapons have not yet been born with complete spiritual intelligence, but they are shaking their bodies frequently, trying to get Yi Yun to choose them. And some magical weapons deeper down floated out of an illusory figure, constantly waving at Yi Yun. "Master, take me out quickly, it's so boring here." "Yes, Master, let me go out and assist you in conquering the world and killing all the disobedient people in the world, including the heavenly Tao." "Master, I can destroy the entire era, so why don't you take me out to destroy it?" Haha. The weapon spirits and the magical weapons roared excitedly. Yi Yun shook his head helplessly. Some magic weapons must not be released. Once released, the aura exuded by their unattainable level will collapse this world. By then, the entire Shenlong continent will no longer exist. At this time, Yi Yun glanced around and saw a silver sword. This long sword exuded a terrifying aura, but like a puppy, it shook its body desperately towards Yi Yun. "It's just you. This time you follow me, and kill the sky." Yi Yun recalled the origin of this sword, then reached out and took it in his hand. This sword is called the Sky-Destroying Sword. Once in a certain universe, he killed Heavenly Tao. Quality, super divine. This sword is exactly what Yi Yun wants now. Holding the sword in his hand, Yi Yun was ready to leave. "Master, you left so soon. I haven't seen you coming for a long time. Let's sit down and chat." A little boy in red floated over with a smile, and actually reached out and took Yi Yun's arm. Next time, Yi Yun reached out and touched the head of the little boy in red, with a gentle smile on his face. "This little guy is amazing. He is not a sword, but a furnace. The sun is a true furnace. Once released, the blazing true fire of the sun is enough to destroy a universe, which is an extremely dangerous type. Therefore, Yi Yun would never take him out. Yi Yun left the warehouse, and when his soul returned to his body, he had a silver sky-cutting sword in his hand. The whole process seems very long, but in fact it only takes an instant. At this time, Tiandao's attack landed. Yi Yun struck out with his sword. A shocking sword light was released brilliantly from the sky-destroying sword. Tiandao's attack suddenly shattered. That shocking silver sword light, now emitting an extremely terrifying light, struck towards the huge human face in the sky. Tiandao's pupils suddenly widened, and it actually felt a hint of death. Threat. Tiandao turned around and left without hesitation. The astonishing sword light flashed away. Suddenly, Tiandao let out a scream, and half of his face was chopped off. A small half fell from the sky, and the other half disappeared into the clouds. Boom! Most of the Kamikaze dynasty was blown into a huge pit, and this small piece of Tiandao was directly hit deep underground. It is tens of millions of feet deep. Seeing Tiandao escaping hastily, Yi Yun smiled casually. The heaven-severing sword is worthy of being called the heaven-severing sword. This time, almost 2/3 of his mana was drained. In addition, 1/5 of Yi Yun's majestic energy and blood was also drained. That's why this sword was so earth-shattering, causing heaven to be injured. The black carriage was already suspended in mid-air. At this moment, an unimaginably huge abyss had been smashed out of the bottom of the carriage. The big black cat was lying on the side of the carriage, looking at the huge abyss that looked like a world-destroying beast, and exclaimed, "It's so terrible, the master sword actually cut down part of the heaven." Yes. It's really terrible, terrifying. Even the big black horse who had seen strong winds and waves was trembling all over at this moment, with waves of cold air exuding from his body. The master's strength. They can defeat the way of heaven, which is really terrible. The big black horse and the big black cat couldn't stop trembling. This earth-shattering showdown really frightened the two monsters. High in the air, Yi Yun put back the heaven-destroying sword again. In this battle, the heaven-destroying sword performed very well. He liked the sword very much. However, Yi Yun never used the sword at all, so he put the sword back in the warehouse. After putting the sword away, Yi Yun looked around and found that the entire Kamikaze dynasty had been completely destroyed. All signs of life were gone, and the entire Kamikaze dynasty's territory of tens of millions of miles had turned into a huge abyss. Within the abyss, the fragments of heavenly Tao were torn apart and in ruins. Yi Yun stared at the fragments of heavenly Tao quietly. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed it, and an unimaginable vast force immediately grabbed all the fragments of the way of heaven. These fragments of heaven possess a certain will, and they are still struggling in his hands. Die. Yi Yun's black hair was fluttering, his whole body was crystal clear, and his energy and blood were like a vast ocean. He activated his ancestral dragon bloodline and used all his strength to crush the fragments of heavenly Tao into a small ball. And the will of heaven inside was wiped out by him. Brother Yun, you are really too strong. Where have you been all these years? In the palm of Yi Yun's hand, Qin Yao witnessed him display his great power, killing all the heavenly Tao, and then grinding the will from the fragments of the heavenly Tao into a ball. She was extremely shocked in her heart. For so many years, my life has been worse than death. Yi Yun sighed. Only the system knows how hard he has lived. Signing in for 100,000 years is simply inhuman torture. But these things, Yi Yun described them lightly and briefly, and he was not prepared to tell Qin Yao the specific contents. Brother Yun, this obsession of mine will not last long after all. I'm afraid. It won't take 1,000 years before it will dissipate. Qin Yao said sadly. Don't worry, I will definitely revive you again. Yi Yun said in a deep voice. Speaking of which. Yi Yun looked at the heavenly ball in his hand, and a thought suddenly came to his mind. Maybe he can create a body of heaven for Qin Yao. In this way, this ball of heaven will be useful. However, if you want to shape the body of heaven, it is not that easy. He now needs to let Qin Yao rebirth 3 souls and 7 souls, possess a powerful soul, use the body of soul cultivation to live in the ball of heaven. And then with his help, recreate the body of heaven. Once successful, the benefits Qin Yao will receive will be unimaginable. When he thought of this, Yi Yun's eyes suddenly brightened. A ray of his soul carried Qin Yao into the warehouse immediately. This warehouse is filled with all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth. Therefore, this warehouse exudes unimaginable vitality and vitality. Brother Yun, what is this place? Infused with the powerful vitality breath, Qin Yao felt that she seemed to be full of vitality again. She was so shocked as she looked at the indistinguishable treasures of heaven and earth. This is my warehouse. Yi Yun smiled and did not explain too much. Then, in a flash, he came to a thunder pond. This is a golden thunder pool. This thunder pool exudes an aura of unimaginable terror. If the big dark horse was here, he would definitely recognize it. This is the reincarnated thunder pool that the master once gave it mysterious lightning. The reincarnation thunder pond contains the power to destroy the world, but it also contains unimaginable vitality. Here, destruction and rebirth reach a dynamic balance. I've met the master. A little girl in gold clothes suddenly rose into the air from above the thunder pool and knelt down in front of Yi Yun. Get up. Yi Yun smiled. This little girl is the reincarnated thunder pool. The reincarnated thunder pool has already given birth to sanity, which is far beyond the ordinary. Thunder pool. Qin Yao's eyes widened and she looked at the little girl in front of her in disbelief. At this moment, she guessed the origin of the little girl. This is my girlfriend. Now she only has a trace of obsession left. You must take good care of her and let her slowly be reborn into 3 souls and 7 souls in the reincarnation pond. Yi Yun looked at the little girl and said with a smile. Master, don't worry, I will take good care of this beautiful sister. Wholeheartedly. The little girl said obediently. Okay. Yi Yun nodded with satisfaction. After 100,000 years of signing in, the system has given him too many good things. Whether it is divine pets, divine weapons, magic weapons, or heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Anyone with sanity will obey his words, be loyal, and have absolutely no thoughts. So he was relieved. Yi Yun let go of his hand and let Qin Yao appear next to Lei Qi. Then he stretched out his hand and a golden piece of wood flew over from a distance. This is the soul-nurturing tree. You just need to live on it, and it will continue to strengthen your soul. Yi Yun said with a smile. Brother Yun. Qin Yao only said these 2 words, and then burst into tears again. Silly girl, you have been looking for me for almost 100,000 years. And I have to resurrect you no matter what. Don't worry, you will never be wronged again from now on. Yi Yun gently raised his hand and touched Qin Yao's illusory body, with crystal tears shining in his eyes. Qin Yao nodded firmly. She could also see that Brother Yun, who had been missing for 100,000 years, was no longer what he used to be. The background is ridiculously strong. She couldn't recognize any of the treasures in this warehouse. Call. Qin Yao turned into a ray of light and resided on the soul-nurturing tree. The little girl in golden clothes carefully held the soul-nurturing tree and sank into the golden water of the reincarnation thunder pond. Yi Yun stood aside silently for a while. Finding that there was no problem, I calmed down and left the warehouse in a flash. Qin Yao will recover sooner or later. Now let her slowly nourish that obsession in the reincarnation thunder pool until 3 souls and 7 souls are born. This time may be longer. However, time is the least valuable thing to Yi Yun, and he is willing to wait. Yi Yun landed on the carriage again. Master. The big black cat shivered all over and shouted fearfully. What are you afraid of? I remember you dared to spit on the way of heaven. Just now? Yi Yun smiled. This big black cat was so frightened by him that he looked like this. It seemed that his sword slashing the sky just now left an indelible terrifying impression on these ordinary monsters. Yi Yun glanced at the big dark horse again. The big dark horse's performance is quite normal. After all, this guy has been trained in the warehouse all year round, has seen the world, and has a relatively stable mentality. At this time, Yi Yun's strange pupils lit up. The big black cat slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, a certain memory in its mind suddenly disappeared without a trace. Pony. Yi Yun's expression changed and he suddenly said, Master, please give me orders. The big dark horse suddenly became energetic. I have to leave temporarily for something, but I will be back soon. You can take the car and go to Tianqing Dynasty to wait for me. Yi Yun gave instructions calmly. Okay, sir. The big dark horse nodded quickly. Yi Yun glanced at the void in front of him. The void suddenly opened, he stepped in, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The big black horse's hooves were flying, pulling the black carriage, galloping like lightning, leaving the kamikaze dynasty that had no signs of life. Yi Yun tore through the void, crossed a distance of hundreds of billions of miles, and landed near an abyss shrouded in black air. Standing in the void, he looked at the ancient demonic abyss in the distance, which was as dark as a huge beast, and felt familiar again in his heart. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun, Qin Yao, and Nangong Yu formed a group to explore the ancient magic abyss. Songnan continent has a long history, inherited from ancient times to the present, and there are many mysterious places within its territory. Few people know about these places. Only those who have reached the super sect and above are qualified to know these mysterious places that are classified as forbidden areas. The ancient demonic abyss is one of them. This is a mysterious forbidden place that has been passed down from ancient times to the present. In the ancient demonic abyss, there are many corpses of ancient trolls. Everywhere. It is unknown who killed them. And in the deepest part of the ancient demonic abyss, where the grinding energy is strongest, there are still a small number of ancient trolls living. There are a total of 18 sky-reaching iron pillars on the periphery of the ancient demonic abyss. The surface of the iron pillar was covered with various mysterious runes, locking the ancient trolls and demonic energy inside. In this place, even a monk in the realm of life and death would risk a narrow escape if he entered rashly. Even monks in the eternal realm will fall if they don't pay attention. The fragmented corpses of the ancient trolls had already undergone various strange changes. In addition, there are still living ancient trolls, which are comparable to The great monks of the Eternal Realm, and their strength is even more terrifying. Yi Yun once fought against an ancient troll, but the ancient troll was no match for him. After being injured, he ran away. The ancient troll, as its name suggests, is hundreds of feet tall, has infinite strength, and has strong physical defense. Whether it is a divine weapon or a divine channel method, it is difficult to cause any serious harm to the ancient troll. Fortunately, these ancient trolls did not break through the 18 iron pillar seals, otherwise, the entire Shenlong continent would be in disaster. This place is inaccessible. Even the Eternal Level sect will not let its disciples come here to practice. At that time, Yi Yun was also a brave and talented artist. He was bored and took 2 confidants to explore this ancient magical abyss. It can be considered a small gain. Yi Yun turned his hand, and an immortal killing nail appeared in his hand. This blood-red nail was harvested from the ancient demonic abyss. He gave it to Chen Xi back then. Unexpectedly, it was because of this small immortal killing nail that Chen Xi's obsession lasted for 100,000 years. Yi Yun felt sad in his heart. If it had not been for that trip to the ancient demonic abyss, he would not have harvested the immortal killing nail. I am afraid that after his death that year, Chen Xi would have died long ago. Yi Yun had a deep doubt in his heart. Chen Xi and Nangongyu are sisters and have a very good relationship with him. Why would Nangongyu attack the Shenlong Sect? Chen Xi's final fall was also due to the appearance of the ancient troll. This made doubts arise in Yi Yun's heart. 100,000 years have passed. Nangongyu must be no longer in this world long ago? Yi Yun said softly to himself. To be on the safe side, Yi Yun still took a few pills, regained some of his mana, unfolded his terrifying consciousness, and began to scan the entire Shenlong continent. 100,000 years ago. Nangongyu is at the peak of the 10th level of the life and death realm. If he is still alive now, he will be a great monk in the Eternal Realm. But it is impossible for monks in the Eternal Realm to live for such a long time. In order to eliminate the doubts in my mind, Yi Yun's terrifying consciousness swept across all the Eternal Realm monks in the entire Shenlong continent. After a while, he opened his eyes, a faint doubt appearing on his face. Nangongyu does not appear among all the monks in the Eternal Realm, which means Nangongyu is no longer in this world. Why did she take action against the Shenlong Sect back then? Was it because Chen Xi discovered this, that Nangongyu took action and sent the ancient giant demon to destroy Chen Xi? But the two of them have always been sisters. What kind of hatred could cause her to commit such a murderous act? Yi Yun thought of this and cast his gaze towards the ancient demonic abyss. To solve the mystery, those ancient trolls must be found. He took one step forward, disappeared on the spot, and the next moment entered the ancient demonic abyss filled with demonic energy. The black demonic energy is like thick black snakes, swimming around, exuding terrifying murderous intent. Once it encounters suspicious life, it will pounce on it desperately. Yi Yun's whole body was emitting a faint white light, and as soon as the black demonic energy saw him, he screamed and ran away in fear. Yi Yun nodded. When he entered the ancient demonic abyss, he was only cultivating in the Eternal Realm. At that time, it was far from as easy as now. Now that he has reached the realm of the Divine Lord, it is easy for Yi Yun to defeat the entire ancient demonic abyss. But he came here mainly to look for clues, and naturally he would not flatten the ancient demonic abyss. Through what Chen Xi described, Yi Yun quickly made a new discovery. Although it is said that the 250th generation leader of the Shenlong Sect once offended a huge force, he was always suppressed by that huge force. But in fact, it seems that after his death, an invisible mastermind has begun to take revenge on the Shenlong Sect and the people around Yi Yun. Back then, Yi Yun offended so many people that he could not imagine who would have such courage. If even Qin Yao was retaliated against, then the other confidants would most likely be killed by the mastermind behind the scenes. Yi Yun thought of this. There was a ball of anger in his heart. However, too much time has passed. It has been 100,000 years so far, and many people are basically gone. If he wants to pursue the truth in history, Yi Yun knows that the difficulty is very, very high. This is much more difficult than finding the man behind the suppression of the Shenlong Sect for nearly 10,000 years. It's really interesting, the two masterminds behind the scenes. Yi Yun smiled faintly, broke through the surging demonic energy, and flew inside. This place, the ancient demonic abyss, is shrouded in a thick, demonic aura all year round. And all around was a chaotic scene. There are white bones everywhere, as well as various damaged weapons and fragments of magic weapons. Regarding the records of the ancient demonic abyss, every ancient sect on the Songnan continent is aware of it. Yi Yun had been here once, so he naturally knew that an indescribable and tragic battle had taken place here. There are not only many human monks who died inside, but also some huge skeletons, all of which are fallen monsters. There are also some ancient trolls. These ancient trolls were dismembered in extremely messy ways, with broken arms and limbs everywhere. It's just that after the ancient trolls died, they decayed very slowly because they were wrapped in demonic energy. Thus, these fragments of troll corpses will regenerate many strange consciousnesses. You can often see broken arms, disembodied heads, or legs flying around in the black devilish aura of the ancient demonic abyss. Yi Yun was flying in the black demonic energy. When the demonic energy encountered him, they all fled away. But those troll corpse fragments were stupid, and they just rushed towards Yi Yun viciously. Yi Yun took a faint look, activated the sky eye of disillusionment, and the broken arms and limbs turned into a wisp of fly ash and dissipated. Just flew in not long ago. Yi Yun was a little surprised to find that there were several figures in front of him, walking tremblingly in the demonic aura. His eyes narrowed slightly, and through the demonic energy, he saw 3 monks. At the 10th level of the life and death realm, looking for something there. You really don't mind your fate. I dare to come here to experience life and death. Yi Yun shook his head and smiled, with a helpless expression on his face. However, seeing that the 3 monks were not in any danger for the time being, he immediately passed by. I seem to see something? Did you see it? Among the 3 monks, 2 men and 1 woman, the middle-aged woman looked in a certain direction with a look of shock on her face. She just saw a white light flashing from the demonic energy. Didn't you see it? Are you dazzled, sister? Another middle-aged man said with a frown. There is no mistake. The white light flew past quickly, and there seemed to be a figure inside. The middle-aged beautiful woman recalled and said, if you fly quickly in the ancient demonic abyss, you will be attacked by strange pieces of corpses of the ancient trolls. This is a very dangerous behavior. Another older middle-aged man said nonchalantly. He simply didn't believe that anyone would come to this ghost place, because this place was so terrifying. Forget it, let's continue searching. The beautiful middle-aged woman shook her head and walked forward. The three people walked cautiously, while expelling the evil spirit. They also needed to be alert at all times to sneak attacks by the corpse fragments of the ancient trolls. It was also extremely difficult along the way. Yi Yun ignored these three little human monks and flew all the way towards the deepest part of the ancient demonic abyss. He was very fast, and in just a few breaths, he arrived at a valley with extremely strong demonic energy. Yi Yun's whole body was filled with dazzling divine light and strong demonic aura, making everyone shy away from him when they saw him. Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and looked at the valley carefully, and saw a 100-foot-tall ancient troll lying asleep in the valley. "It's time to get up." Yi Yun flicked his finger, and a ray of light hit the ancient giant demon. "Call." The ancient troll woke up suddenly and stood up immediately. Those huge blood-colored eyes were as big as 2 or 3 millstones, and their mouths were so wide that they seemed to be able to eat even a small mountain. This ancient troll has thick black hair and 2 long horns on its head, exuding a black luster. "Who dares to wake me up?" The ancient troll looked up to the sky and let out a roar. The demonic energy was billowing, and the huge sound waves spread in all directions. Yi Yun's eyes moved slightly, and the sound wave disappeared in an instant. The ancient troll was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened, and then he realized that there was a man in white not far away, his whole body glowing with divine light. This man in white gave it an extremely terrifying feeling. "Do you know this woman?" Yi Yun gently moved his hand in the air, and Nan Gongyu's figure suddenly appeared. "I am going to kill you." As soon as the ancient troll saw Nan Gongyu's image, he suddenly rushed towards Yi Yun. Its fist, the size of a small mountain, roared towards me. Yi Yun raised his fist and gently blocked it. 2 fists of completely disproportionate sizes met in midair. Boom! The surface of the ancient troll's fist suddenly shattered, and its huge body was violently lifted away by a vast force. After smashing a mountain peak, the ancient troll's huge body stabilized. However, at this time, the ancient troll looked crazy and continued to rush towards Yi Yun desperately. Yi Yun was slightly startled. Why is this guy so crazy when he sees Nan Gongyu's image? In his impression, although the ancient trolls were cruel, they were also extremely cunning. Under normal circumstances, if they were not his opponents, they would never attack easily. But right now, this ancient troll seemed to have lost its mind and went completely crazy. At this time, star-like runes flashed in Yi Yun's monster eyes. In an instant, the ancient troll stood on the spot and fell into a dreamy state. Yi Yun began to browse the memories of the ancient troll. After a few seconds, Yi Yun's face turned pale. This ancient giant demon actually participated in the attack on Shenlong Sect and the killing of Qin Yao. And it was Nan Gongyu who drove the ancient troll. She used the Tianmagu Qin. Why did Nan Gongyu do this? What is her motive? Yi Yun frowned and thought hard. Nan Gongyu has already fallen, but the clues point to Nan Gongyu. All of this is in vain and of no use at all. On the contrary, it made the whole incident even more confusing. Qin Yao is right. There is indeed a huge secret force that has been targeting the Shenlong Sect and dealing with the Shenlong Sect. At this moment, Yi Yun wished he could go back in time to 100,000 years ago. He wanted to see who it was that dared to secretly lay such a dirty trick behind his back. Yi Yun's eyes lit up slightly. The ancient troll in front of him, who was comparable to a monk in the eternal realm, suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. After reading the memory, this ancient troll has no meaning of existence. Yi Yun looked in another direction. In the mountains in the deepest part of the ancient demonic abyss, there are always some ancient trolls sleeping. The lifespan of these ancient trolls is much longer than that of human monks. Especially because they are nourished by rich demonic energy, they can usually live long enough. Yi Yun glanced at it and found a familiar ancient troll. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun had a battle with that ancient troll. Of course, he won that one. However, Yi Yun did not kill this ancient troll in the end. 100,000 years later. This ancient troll is actually still alive, but it is in a deep sleep at this time. Yi Yun flew over quickly. In the ancient demonic abyss, he did not use the magical power to tear apart the void. The 18 towering pillars are engraved with mysterious runes, suppressing the ancient demonic abyss. The space here is incredibly strong. Unless Yi Yun uses the dragon reverse technique, he can tear the void here apart with his ancestral dragon body. However, Yi Yun did not need to do this. Flying only takes a few breaths. Yi Yun planned to study the 18 iron pillars that reach the sky after going out this time. Through the experience of the mortal world, Yi Yun probably has some clues in his mind now. It is possible. These 18 iron pillars reaching the sky were created by a powerful person from the divine land. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yun came to the edge of a cliff, and beneath the cliff lay a huge black ancient troll. There is a huge sword mark on the shoulder of this black ancient troll. This was 100,000 years ago. Yi Yun left a mark on this ancient troll that has not faded to this day. This time, Yi Yun landed unceremoniously on the forehead of this ancient troll. He tapped his foot lightly. Buzz! The ancient troll was so shocked that it stood up suddenly. Who attacked me? The ancient troll stood up quickly. It looked around, but found nothing, only thick demonic energy rolling around. It didn't realize that a person was standing above its head at the moment. Long time no see. It's been 100,000 years, and you're still not dead. I have to say that you, the ancient troll clan, have a very long lifespan. Yi Yun stood on top of the ancient troll's head with his hands behind his back, and said with a faint smile, "Oh, it's you?" The ancient troll gritted his teeth when he heard the familiar voice. 100,000 years ago, he was seriously injured by this guy. 100,000 years later, I never expected that this guy would still be alive. The ancient troll stretched out his hand almost reflexively and grabbed it towards the top of his head. But unexpectedly, it missed the mark. Yi Yun's body flashed and he appeared in front of the ancient troll. At this moment, his whole body was glittering and translucent, blooming with wisps of divine light, giving people a godlike feeling. The ancient troll's eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. Your cultivation level has actually reached the level of the Divine Lord? The ancient troll said with a shocked expression. Yi Yun nodded. He looked at the familiar ancient troll and asked with a smile, "Do you still remember her?" With that said, Yi Yun used his magic power to condense the image of Nangong. "You. Why don't you remember? Isn't that your accomplice?" The ancient troll said with a cold snort. Although it admits that it cannot defeat Yi Yun now, the pride of the ancient troll clan makes it unable to lower its head. Later, were you driven by her to use the demon Guqin to besiege the Shenlong Sect or others? Yi Yun asked again. I was injured at the time and did not participate in that action. Several other trolls in the clan followed the girl. The ancient troll said angrily. There are 18 sky-reaching iron pillars outside to suppress them. How did your fellow tribesmen get out? Yi Yun asked, with his eyelids narrowed. He hadn't realized this problem before, but just now a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he suddenly thought of a very critical point. Even if Nangongyu Yutian Mo Guqin can drive some trolls, how can she leave this place with the ancient trolls? Nearly 1,000,000 years. I have never heard of the ancient troll being able to leave the ancient demonic abyss. How did this girl Nangongyu do it? In the memory of another ancient troll, there is no memory of how they left the ancient demon abyss. It seems to have been washed away. When he thought of this, Yi Yun suddenly felt that this matter was getting more and more complicated. I don't know either. How could we know about your human race's intrigues? The ancient troll snorted angrily. Yi Yun smiled slightly, and a strange light bloomed in his eyes. He once again activated the sky eye of disillusionment, pulled the ancient troll into the illusion, and began to read its memory. This ancient troll wasn't lying. Because the injury was too serious, it did not participate in that action. So many things are unclear. Yi Yun withdrew the sky disillusionment eye and once again woke up the ancient troll. What did you do to me? This ancient troll shook its huge head and stared at Yi Yun. At that moment, it seemed to be in a trance, and it always felt like something was wrong. Yi Yun shook his head and smiled. You continue to sleep, I'll go find other people and ask. With that said, Yi Yun left here. The ancient troll looked at the direction where Yi Yun disappeared and trembled all over. It's too scary. This guy has actually reached the realm of the Divine Lord. I'm afraid he can stab me to death with just one finger in his eyes, right? The ancient troll's black fur face showed a look of lingering fear, and then it quickly lay down on the ground, closed its eyes, and stopped talking. This time it was very smart and told everything it knew, so it was spared a small life. If not, the ancient troll estimated that it would definitely be in trouble this time. Yi Yun kept traveling through the thick demonic aura of the ancient demonic abyss. The memories in the minds of every ancient troll have been read by him. All the ancient trolls who participated in that turmoil were killed by him on the spot. Organized all the memories. Yi Yun discovered that all this was planned by Nangongyu. As for why Nangongyu was able to lead the ancient trolls out of the ancient magic abyss, it is still an unknown mystery. Could it be said that Nangongyu Gon has penetrated the runes on the 18 iron pillars that reach the sky? Yi Yun suddenly thought of this possibility, and he flashed and flew out. He was going to take a look at these runes and study them carefully. See if you can find any clues. Seeing that he was not far from the exit of the ancient demonic abyss, Yi Yun suddenly heard a huge sound of fighting coming from a certain direction next to him. There was also the sound of someone screaming. Could it be that the 3 human monks were attacked by the corpse fragments of the ancient troll? Yi Yun looked in that direction. Sure enough, there were 2 huge ancient troll heads, 3 arms and 1 thigh, and they launched a crazy attack on the 3 monks who were on the 10th level of the life and death realm. Whether it's heads, arms, or thighs, the fragments on these troll corpses are completely different from before. The strange corpse fragments had already become grotesque and extremely terrifying. The 3 human monks fought desperately against these strange troll corpse fragments, and the situation was suddenly full of dangers. Sister, I'll stop them, you run away quickly. A middle-aged man controlled a bright sword light to block the fragment attacks of the trolls. Another man took out several magic weapons, emitted a terrifying light, and smashed them from a distance. The beautiful middle-aged woman next to her had a hesitant look on her face. At this opportunity, if she escaped first, she would indeed be able to survive, but the two brothers would probably be buried in the ancient demonic abyss. Sister, don't forget the ancestral teachings. Only if you survive can we have hope. The middle-aged man controlling the sword light shouted anxiously. The beautiful middle-aged woman had a struggling expression on her face. The next second, she suddenly turned around and flew towards the exit of the ancient demonic abyss. You weird troll fragments, I will die with you today. The middle-aged monk holding the sword shouted and rushed over in a very tragic manner. There was a flash of white light. A young man in white suddenly appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man was startled and stopped quickly. Next, his eyes widened and his jaw almost dropped to the floor. I saw this young man in white, with a faint white light blooming all over his body. He waved his hand casually, and the fragments of the ferocious troll corpses immediately turned into fly ash and disappeared. What kind of cultivation is this? This is too scary. The two middle-aged men looked at each other, as shocked as stone sculptures. Thank you, Senior, for saving your life. The two middle-aged men quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed sincerely. Yi Yun turned around, with a very calm expression on his face. The reason why he took action was to save the lives of these two people. First, it is quite touching to see the deep friendship between the three brothers and sisters. Second, Yi Yun wanted to know what ancestral precepts they had and what exactly the three brothers and sisters were looking for in the ancient demonic abyss. Everyone get up. Yi Yun looked at the demonic energy rolling around him, waved his sleeves, and a force lifted the two people up. Then, Yi Yun raised his head and glanced into the distance, and saw that the beautiful middle-aged woman had fled to the exit of the ancient demonic abyss. With a big hand, he grabbed the two middle-aged men in front of him and left the place in an instant. Out of the ancient demonic abyss. Yi Yun put the two of them on the ground and waited quietly for the beautiful middle-aged woman to come over. The effort of a few breaths. The middle-aged beautiful woman's face was pale and she was panting and finally escaped from the ancient devil's abyss. When she saw her two brothers appearing in front of her intact, she was shocked and speechless. Sister, it was this benefactor who saved us. A middle-aged man stepped forward quickly and told the beautiful middle-aged woman the reason. Thank you, Senior. This beautiful middle-aged woman was extremely moved, with crystal tears flowing from the corners of her eyes. She immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Yun 3 times. Get up. Yi Yun smiled slightly. Although he can directly read the memories of 3 people, under normal circumstances, he would not do this. After all, Yi Yun is a time traveler and understands that everyone has privacy. Besides, Yi Yun has never been interested in other people's privacy, and he doesn't like to look at it. At this time, Yi Yun asked with a smile, what are you looking for in the ancient demonic abyss? The beautiful middle-aged woman stood up and was in a dilemma when she heard this senior ask such a question. Sister, my senior is a peerless expert. It has been almost 100,000 years since that happened. There is nothing to hide, so just tell me. The middle-aged man looked serious and sent out a message. Just now, when the senior was surrounded by sacred white light and easily saved them, he had an astonishing guess in his mind. The aura exuding from this senior is definitely not the eternal realm. After all, as a monk on the 10th level of the life and death realm, he is no stranger to the aura of the eternal realm. So he can tell. This senior may be a true god. It is the true God who is fighting against the terrifying visions of heaven and earth today. Such an outstanding person suppressed the entire Shenlong continent. If the senior really had evil intentions, how could the three of them survive? Moreover, the great monks in the true God realm are already legendary beings. They have incredible means, and it is really easy to search the memories of the three of them. The beautiful middle-aged woman also woke up. She quickly clasped her hands in her fists, bowed and said softly, "Senior, we are looking for a Guqin." Guqin? Yi Yun was slightly stunned. When he mentioned the Guqin, he immediately thought of Nangong Yu's Tianma. Guqin. It's a Guqin. My ancestor used it tens of thousands of years ago. But before she died, she threw the Guqin into the ancient demonic abyss. The middle-aged beautiful woman explained in detail. Yi Yun blinked, looked at the three people again, seemed to have thought of something, and asked again, "Does this Guqin have a name?" The middle-aged beautiful woman, Senior Qi, "This Guqin is called Tianma." Guqin. It is said that it once came from the ancient demonic abyss. Before the death of our ancestor, he sent it back to the ancient demonic abyss. Yi Yun's breathing was a little rapid. He looked at the three people in front of him, and there was a trace of indescribable excitement in his heart. These three people turned out to be Nangong Yu's descendants. This is incredible. 100,000 years later, when he returned to the ancient demonic abyss for the first time, he unexpectedly met the descendants of Nangong Yu. The ancestor you are talking about should be Nangong Yu, right? Yi Yun calmed down and said calmly. The three people were suddenly shocked. Their ancestors have been dead for more than 90,000 years, and no one outside knows about it. How come the senior in front of them knows? Senior, do you think you know our ancestors? The beautiful middle-aged woman asked bravely. Yi Yun nodded. He suddenly lost interest and didn't want to ask any more. With his hands behind his back, Yi Yun looked at the ancient demonic abyss in the distance, and tiny runes like stars began to change in his eyes. Yi Yun began to look for Tianma Guqin. The three brothers and sisters stood nearby, feeling a little uneasy. They watched the senior staring in the direction of the ancient demonic abyss. Without saying a word, and they didn't know which sentence they just said. Offended the senior. Tens of seconds passed. Yi Yun retracted his gaze and shook his head. The heavenly demon Guqin is not within the ancient demonic abyss. You don't have to look for it anymore. It must have been taken away by someone. The three people were suddenly shocked. Unexpectedly, the relics left by the ancestors were discovered first. The mood of the three people suddenly dropped. Especially the beautiful middle-aged woman, her eyes were red and she was about to cry. Yi Yun suddenly sighed. At this moment, his sky disillusionment eye was activated again. The three descendants of Nangong Yu in front of them immediately entered the realm of disillusionment. Yi Yun read the memories of three people. Because Qin Yao's matter is of great importance, and all the current clues point to Nangong Yu. Yi Yun didn't want to miss anything. Therefore, he read the memories of three people completely in order to find some new clues. After reading the memory, Yi Yun was surprised and sad, and his heart was extremely complicated. What is a little surprising is that Nangong Yu did not marry in her life, but adopted a child with the same surname as her. This child can be regarded as the real ancestor of the three brothers and sisters. After this child grew up, he also became a strong man in the realm of life and death. He made a rule that his adoptive mother Nangong Yu would be the ancestor of the Nangong family. Then it was passed down from generation to generation, and it lasted for nearly 100,000 years. What makes Yi Yin sad is that Nangongyu suddenly became inexplicably crazy. For a while, her spirit was up and down, and she was always talking about some inexplicable things. Later, in a sober state, Nangongyu sealed himself. This seal is for life. It was not until her death was approaching that she left her last words, left. The Nangong family went to the ancient demonic abyss alone, and put the Tianma Qin into it. Then, her entire body disappeared. As for where he went, he did not explain it in his last words. She just asked her descendants to retrieve the heavenly demon Gu Qin when they had the chance to enter the ancient demonic abyss again 10,000 years later. Because inside the Tianma Gu Qin are her last few messages. It has been passed down from generation to generation in the Nangong family. But only those who have reached the 10th level of the realm of life and death are allowed to go to the ancient demonic abyss to search for the Tianma Gu Qin. This generation of Nangong family is very powerful, with 3 strong men at the 10th level of the life and death realm, so the 3 of them traveled together to find their ancestors' heavenly demon Gu Qin. Unexpectedly, Yi Yin happened to bump into him. After finding out some past events from the memories of the 3 people, Yi Yin was also very sad. Nangongyu does have a big problem. But it seems that she is just a cash puppet, and the real mastermind is still hidden under the ice. The only important clue, the Tianma Gu Qin, is now missing. Yi Yin sighed. Although his strength is extraordinary, more than 90,000 years have passed. Time flies, Songnan continent has long since changed. It would be too difficult to trace it again. The mastermind behind the scenes has always been cautious, good at layout, and extremely cautious in every step he takes. Afterwards, many clues have been eliminated. Yi Yin withdrew his eyes of disillusionment from the sky. Taking one step forward, he flew in front of the 18 iron pillars. Reaching the sky. Call. The 3 people looked at each other as if they were waking up from a dream. The 3 of them discussed it. Since the senior in the true God realm has helped them search for it in the ancient demonic abyss, he has confirmed that there is no heavenly demon Gu Qin in it. Then there is no point in them staying. The 3 of them bowed in Yi Yin's direction with respectful expressions. Then turned and left. As the 3 people left, Yi Yin just smiled lightly. Just a chance encounter. Although they were Nangongyu's descendants, they had nothing to do with Yi Yin, so it was purely accidental to save them once. Unless there are special circumstances in the future, Yi Yin should probably not deal with them again. Yi Yin's eyes fell on the iron pillar that reached the sky, and he carefully looked at the runes on the iron pillar that reached the sky. Now that he has entered the Divine Lord realm, Yi Yin's knowledge is completely different from before. He looked at these runes, and his eyes gradually glowed faintly. These runes record the laws of heaven and earth, which are extremely mysterious. Yi Yin stood there quietly, meditating for 3 days, and finally understood these runes. After comprehending the runes of the first iron pillar that reaches the sky, it is very easy to comprehend the other 17 iron pillars that reach the sky. It only took 4 days for Yi Yin to understand everything. Haha, this is actually a sky-reaching iron pillar, built by a strong man in the God King realm, in order to suppress the ancient demonic abyss. Eyes flickering, Yi Yin said softly to himself. These runes also vaguely contain the aura of a powerful person in the God King realm. On Songnan continent, there has never been a strong person in the God King realm, so Yi Yin speculated that these 18 iron pillars reaching the sky must come from the divine soil. It's really interesting. Why aren't the ancient trolls imprisoned in the divine land? But why are they imprisoned in such a remote Shenlong continent? Yi Yin sneered. People are all selfish, and even if they reach the realm of God, it is difficult to change the selfishness of people's hearts. I am afraid that the ancient trolls brought great turmoil to the divine land. So the God King sealed the ancient trolls here. These 18 sky-reaching iron pillars have gone through nearly 1,000,000 years of time, and now their power has dropped too much. Fortunately, most of today's ancient trolls are at the eternal realm. If one breaks through to the true God realm, these 18 sky-reaching iron pillars may no longer be able to stop it. True God realm? When he thought of this, Yi Yun's heart suddenly jumped. He seemed to have thought of the key. Could it be? Was there a strong person in the true God realm who assisted Nangong Yuan, bringing the ancient troll out of the seal of the 18 iron pillars that reached the sky? Thinking of this, Yi Yun frowned. In his time, there was no true God realm powerhouse. Could it be that this powerful man in the true God realm also came from the divine land? If this is the case, then the mastermind behind this is likely to come from the divine land. Yi Yun was a little confused. If it was really someone from the divine land who took action, why would they do this to a Shenlong sect that didn't even have the true God realm? Where is the motivation? Yi Yun looked at the ancient demonic abyss again, only to feel that his eyes were filled with clouds of fog, confusing and extremely chaotic. That's fine. Now that I'm invincible, I just have to play with those people to avoid getting bored. Thinking of this, Yi Yun laughed softly with his hands behind his back. He can destroy this world by casually releasing a peerless ferocious beast in the warehouse, or releasing a magic weapon that surpasses the level of heaven. But what's the use of that? Using absolute power to destroy the entire world was satisfying at the time. But in the end, where should he go? For Yi Yun, who has unlimited resources, what he fears most is loneliness. Invincibility is often the main cause of loneliness. Therefore, Yi Yun did not want to continue on the lonely old road. Now there happened to be a few opponents hiding in the dark. He took this opportunity to play with them. Thinking of this, Yi Yun broke through the void and left the ancient demonic abyss. On a certain mountain road in Tianqing dynasty, a black carriage stopped by a rushing river. A big black horse lowered its head and swung its tail in boredom. There was also a big black cat lying on the carriage. Uncle Ma, have you been gone for several days? Why haven't you come back yet? The big black cat raised his head and yawned. During this period of time, it has been concentrating on comprehending the sky's disillusionment. This magical power consumes so much spiritual consciousness that after practicing it for a long time, the big black cat will start to feel sleepy. It needs to take a nap first before it has the energy to continue practicing. The big dark horse is much better than it. He practices tirelessly every day, and his spirit has not weakened. 6 or 7 days passed in a flash. These two monsters were a little anxious. In their hearts, the master is invincible in the world, tearing apart the void and coming and going as he pleases, and it doesn't take long at all. It is already a very long time to delay the master for 6 or 7 days. Suddenly, the space fluctuated. A figure in white stepped out and landed on the carriage. Master, you are back. The big black cat jumped up excitedly and circled around Yi Yun's legs. Let's go. Yi Yun glanced at the big black horse and gave instructions calmly. Okay, sir. The big black horse was very happy and pulled the carriage away from the river. Yi Yun entered the carriage in a flash and sat down. Entering the Tianqing dynasty this time also provides an opportunity for the 3 juniors of the Shenlong Sect to gain experience. When he was in the Kamikaze dynasty, he originally wanted to go to the Demon Control Sect and the Chichen Sword Sect. But Yi Yun's battle with Tiandao destroyed the entire Kamikaze dynasty, so he changed the place of training to the Tianqing dynasty. The Tianqing dynasty was stronger than the Kamikaze dynasty. The level of the large sects in this place has reached the middle level, which is much better than the 3 low-level large sects of the Kamikaze dynasty. Since Yi Yun was not in a hurry, the big black horse did not go too fast, but drove slowly along the mountain road. Yi Yun wanted to give the 3 juniors more time to practice, and at the same time, he also began to practice seriously. When he comprehended the 18 iron pillars reaching the sky in the ancient demonic abyss, Yi Yun discovered the aura of the God King, which gave him a sense of urgency in his heart. Yi Yun is eager to break through to this realm. He has unlimited resources and outstanding talent. It is not difficult to break through to this level. Another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. This day, the big black horse pulled the carriage slowly on the emerald green mountain road. In the dense forest in the distance, suddenly there was an extremely noisy sound. You Shenlong Sect disciples are too overbearing. We obviously saw this. Millennium Dragon Blood Ginseng first, but you still want to take it away. A young man's angry voice rang out. Haha, in this world, strength is king. Our Shenlong Sect can be considered a low-level large sect, and your White Tiger Sword Sect is not even a large sect. How can you compare with us? Another young man laughed arrogantly. Anyone who commits unjust acts will be punished by his own death. Your Shenlong Sect is so arrogant, and you will get retribution sooner or later. The young man from the White Tiger Sword Sect snorted coldly. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of breaking through the air in the dense forest, and he must have left here. Shenlong Sect? The big black cat lying on the carriage picked his ears, looked in a certain direction with a confused look on his face, and said in surprise, Uncle Ma. Did I hear that right? There is actually a second person named Shenlong Sect in this world. Sect? The big black horse baldly muttered, frowning, and said, You heard right. There is indeed a Shenlong Sect in the Tianqing dynasty. This must be a fake. The big black cat cursed angrily, feeling extremely angry. After all, it is also a monster of the Shenlong Sect. Now that someone is pretending to be the Shenlong Sect, I feel extremely unhappy. Don't act rashly, the master hasn't spoken yet. The big black horse saw that the big black cat had a tendency to run wild, and quickly said something to calm it down first. The big black cat nodded silently. What it fears most is the master. After hearing what the big black horse said, it immediately lay down on the carriage without moving. Inside the carriage, the corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Unexpectedly, there is a second sect called Shenlong Sect in this world. Could it be a coincidence? Pony, stop here first. Yi Yun suddenly ordered. The big black horse quickly stopped the carriage by the roadside. This Shenlong Sect is somewhat interesting, why don't you two go investigate? Yi Yun said with a smile in the carriage. He is now on the verge of breaking through to the second level of the divine Lord realm and needs to practice in seclusion for a few days. The 3 junior members of the Shenlong Sect are also practicing now. It would be better to let this pair of living treasures go to find out the details of the Shenlong Sect and give them a holiday at the same time. After all, for more than half a month, the big black horse has been working hard to pull the cart, which is also very hard. Master, let us go investigate this Shenlong Sect. The big dark horse was stunned at that time. This is the first time that the master has assigned it such an interesting task. And this time it can take the kitten with it. It quickly said in surprise, "Master, don't worry, I will definitely find out." The roots of the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yin nodded, thought of something, and added, "Just investigate in secret." "Okay, sir." The big black horse agreed with a smile, made a face to the big black cat, turned into two black lights, and left the carriage. It flew into the dense forest next to it. The big black horse and the big black cat turned into human forms and hid behind the crown of a big tree. The two people looked into the distance through the gaps in the leaves. I saw a young man wearing a blue robe squatting down and digging out a 1,000-year-old dragon's blood ginseng from the ground. What a treasure! After eating this millennium dragon blood ginseng, my cultivation will definitely break through to the Xinqiao realm. The young man in blue robe said happily. He looked around cautiously and found that there was no one there. Then the millennium dragon blood ginseng was carefully placed in a jade box and stored away. After taking this 1,000-year dragon blood body, he must immediately retreat to practice and break through to the divine bridge realm. All of this must be returned to the sect. Kitten, do you think he is from the Shenlong Sect? The big black horse narrowed his eyes slightly, sent out a message, and whispered, "Uncle Ma, how do I know this?" The big black cat replied with a sad face. "It seems that we need to test it to see if he can master the dragon sword skill." The big black horse's eyes lit up and he suddenly came up with a good idea. "Uncle Ma, leave this matter to me. I'll test this kid." The big black cat volunteered. "Your cultivation level is too high. Don't accidentally beat him to death. You must remember what I said and let us investigate secretly." The big black horse glanced at the big black cat and cursed angrily. The big black cat blinked. "Uncle Ma, what does this mean? Although he has a high level of cultivation, he is not without sense of propriety, right? It's just the two of them now. If Uncle Ma doesn't let him go, does it mean that Uncle Ma wants to go on his own?" The big black cat was shocked and understood immediately. When he was in Jilei Mountain, Uncle Ma liked to pretend to be weak. This is still the case. It seems that this opportunity for testing must be left to Uncle Ma himself. He could only stare from the side. "Uncle Ma, I'm afraid I'm not qualified for this task. Why don't I ask you to work hard?" The big black cat said, heartbroken. "Young man, you have a bright future." The big black horse patted the big black cat on the shoulder, showing his snow-white teeth. He was about to rush over when something suddenly occurred to him. He turned to look at the big black cat and said, "Look at me like this, do I easily scare children?" The big black cat shook his head quickly. Although this black-faced man is not very good-looking, he is powerful and majestic. There was no way he could speak ill of Uncle Ma in front of him. So the big black cat could only shake his head. "I think your appearance looks good. This time I will investigate secretly, according to the master's instructions. It seems that you have to have a good skin." The big dark horse chuckled and transformed. He turned into a handsome young man wearing black clothes. "Uncle Ma, your appearance is really amazing. I'm afraid you will attract many little girls?" The big black cat's eyes lit up and he quickly flattered him. "Fuck you, Uncle Horse. I only like horses, or dragons." The big black horse laughed and disappeared into the canopy of the tree in a happy mood. The young man in blue was about to leave when he suddenly saw a black light coming through the sky and landing opposite him. Why do I smell dragon blood ginseng? Brother, did you poach it? The big black horse looked at the small hole on the ground and deliberately let out a dissatisfied laugh. Who are you? The young man in blue looked at this strange man with a wary look on his face. The opponent's cultivation level was actually the same as his, both at the 10th level of the God-shaping realm. I'm from the Iron Sword Sect. This brother, where are you from? The big black horse clasped his hands in his fists and said with a smile. Quite like a gangster. I'm from the Shenlong Sect. The young man in blue said proudly. He had never heard of the Iron Sword Sect at all, so he didn't take the young man in black seriously. In the entire Tianqing dynasty, their Shenlong Sect also belongs to the sphere of influence of the big sect. The average quasi-first-class sect cannot be compared with the Shenlong Sect. It turns out to be the Shenlong Sect. The big dark horse deliberately showed a hint of surprise. Since you know about our Shenlong Sect, then don't interfere with this dragon blood ginseng. The young man in blue said with a sneer. Above the canopy, the big black cat stared at Uncle Ma's performance in amazement, feeling extremely satisfied. Uncle Ma's acting skills in playing the role of a weakling are really extraordinary. He pretends to be so real. It seems that my mentality has not been cultivated enough. No wonder he couldn't cultivate to the eternal realm. The same thing. If the big black cat went by himself, he would definitely grab the dragon blood ginseng as soon as he came up. Just when the big black cat was thinking about it. Call. The big black horse breathed out, slowly drew out a sword, and said solemnly. Although I don't want to be an enemy of my brother, I am determined to get this dragon blood ginseng. After all, I still have a brother. Now he is seriously injured. It's just right. We need dragon blood ginseng to save our lives. When the big black cat in the distance heard these words, he was so excited that he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Uncle Ma's acting is so realistic. He actually plotted against him, a big cat in the destiny realm. It's me. The big black cat suddenly started to have wild thoughts. He was wondering whether he should play a terminally ill brother to match Uncle Ma's drama. But after thinking about it, he still felt like forget it. Uncle Ma's level has reached the level of proficiency, and there is no need for him to add any extraneous details. What does your brother's life or death have to do with me? Don't cause any more trouble here, otherwise, my sword will never show mercy. The young man in blue drew his sword and said with a serious look on his face. The big dark horse was delighted. But he still said with a straight face, in that case, I have no choice but to fight with my brother. Humph. Go to hell. The young man in blue roared angrily and charged towards the big black horse. A sword light came suddenly. The big black horse's eyelids narrowed slightly, and he felt a little relieved when he realized that this guy was not carrying the phantom of the dragon on his back. He quickly dodged to the side and stabbed the young man in blue with his backhand sword. The young man in blue was slightly startled. He didn't expect this opponent to be so fast. He hurriedly manipulated the sword light and turned it into a sword rain, covering the sky and the earth. Bang bang. The big dark horse saw the tricks and fought with the young man. He also wanted to test the opponent's swordsmanship and acted extremely solemnly, without any sign of contempt. For a while, the two people fought extremely fiercely. The young man in blue from the Shenlong Sect used all his strength, and the sword light was like a tsunami, and the momentum was astonishing. This guy's swordsmanship is completely different from the Shenlong Sect's swordsmanship. The big dark horse was delighted. He can still accept this ending. If a specious Shenlong Sect really appeared, he really didn't know how to accept it in his heart. After all, it's in his heart. The only 3 juniors left in the Shenlong Sect are Luo Li, Lord Grimm and Su Wani. The current head of the Shenlong Sect is Luo Li. See the battle stalemate. The young man in blue suddenly became angry. He jumped out of the circle, pointed his sword at the opponent, and said, "I'll give you another chance. If you continue to be so ungrateful, I will use the sword skills of my Shenlong Sect." Got it? Shen Sect swordsmanship? The big dark horse was surprised. Unexpectedly, this boy actually had the Shen Sect swordsmanship hidden and used. "Brother, dragon blood ginseng is very important to me, why don't you just give it up?" The big dark horse still kept a straight face and refused to let go of the topic of dragon blood ginseng. "Since you don't know what's good, don't blame me for going on a killing spree." The young man in blue sneered. Suddenly, his body shook slightly, and at this moment, the shadow of a golden dragon suddenly appeared behind him. This golden dragon was not big, only about 5 or 6 meters long, as thick as the mouth of a bowl of sea, and its golden dragon tail was wrapped around his waist. Seeing the phantom of the golden dragon, the dark horse almost spit out a mouthful of blood. No matter how good his acting skills were, at this moment, he couldn't continue acting. Is this also the dragon sword technique? Although there is a little bit of a prototype, it is completely different. It's like one is in the sky and the other is under the ground. They are as different as clouds and mud. The big black cat on the canopy of trees in the distance also laughed. Secretly, he rubbed his eyes. Then he looked in that direction in the distance and said with a secret smile, "This divine dragon is so majestic. It deserves to be called the Shenlong Sect." After the young man in blue carried the golden dragon on his back, his whole aura changed drastically, and his sword aura became even more powerful. His sword eyebrows were raised, his eyes were cold, and he was killing the big black horse. The light of his sword also contained the shadow of the divine dragon. Suddenly, the power of his swordsmanship increased several times. After parrying more than a dozen moves, the big black horse saw some clues about the swordsmanship, pretended to be defeated, and ran away quickly. "You are overestimating your abilities. A disciple from a small and unknown sect dares to challenge the secret knowledge of our Shenlong Sect. You really don't know how to live or die." The young man in blue sneered, quickly rose into the air, and left the dense forest. Above the canopy, a black light suddenly fell, revealing the figure of a big black horse. "Kitty cat, have you seen that guy's sword skills clearly from the side?" The big black horse looked at the direction of the young man in blue and asked thoughtfully, "See clearly?" "Uncle Ma, the swordsmanship used by that guy is somewhat similar to the Shenlong swordsmanship of the Shenlong Sect," the big black cat said seriously. "What's the point?" The big black horse patted the big black cat on the head and cursed angrily. It would be nice to have some similarities. The big black cat was slapped and felt his head buzzing, and he said aggrievedly, "Uncle Ma, should we report to him? The master is in retreat now. We'd better not disturb him. Now we have to quietly go to the Shenlong Sect to see what kind of sect this is," the big black horse said with twinkling eyes. Although the swordsmanship performed by the young man in blue was only slightly similar to the Shenlong swordsmanship, it should not be underestimated. Maybe it has some connection with Shenlong Sect. If there really is a connection, just finding out would be a contribution to the sect. Uncle Ma, let's follow that guy to the Shenlong Sect and see where the sect is. The big black cat said with a smile. The big dark horse nodded. The two flew up and followed the young man in blue from a distance. One of them is a big demon in the eternal realm, and the other is a big demon in the destiny realm. They are following a small human monk in the God-shaping realm, so naturally they cannot be discovered. After the young man in blue flew for a day, at night, he found a cave to rest for the night and continued flying the next morning. Then he flew for another day. At night, the young man in blue landed in a ruined temple and rested for a night. The big black horse and the big black cat were hiding in the distance, and they cursed angrily. Not far away, this little guy actually rested for 2 consecutive nights. This body of magic power is too little, right? Uncle Ma, how about I go and beat him up? In the dark night, 2 sneaky figures were hiding behind a big tree. At this moment, the big black cat's eyes were as bright as stars, containing 2 balls of anger. It's not advisable to alert the snake. The old black horse god smiled and shook his head, with a negative look in his bright black eyes. He naturally understood what the big black cat meant. He just wanted to beat up the young man in blue and directly ask him about the whereabouts of the Shenlong Sect. This is considered the fastest and most effective method. But the big dark horse has his own ideas. The master finally gave him a holiday. How many days have passed? If you complete the task so happily, wouldn't you lose a lot of fun? He usually pulls the carriage conscientiously, and his life is as dull as water, which is really no fun. I guess it was because he saw how lonely he was that the master arranged for him such a task to find out the details of the Shenlong Sect. Therefore, the big dark horse swore in his heart that he would never let down the master's trust. This task cannot be completed quickly and simply. After all, for him, a great demon in the eternal realm, it would be too easy to find out about a sect in a small place like the Tianqing dynasty. It can be done in minutes. The master asked him to do such an easy thing, and he must have wanted him to play with it for a while longer. Uncle Ma, then let's just wait. The big black cat said helplessly, lowering his head in frustration. He really couldn't understand Uncle Ma's mentality. Snapped. The big black horse slapped the big black cat on the head. Kitty cat, look at your little potential, you act like a resentful woman all day long. If I were asked to investigate a small low-level sect, wouldn't it be done easily? What's on my mind, why don't you want to think about it carefully? The big dark horse scolded for a while. Oh. The big black cat blinked, savoring Uncle Ma's words carefully, and gradually understood. Next. The 2 people sat cross-legged behind the big tree and practiced the sky disillusionment eye. The next day, early in the morning, the young man in blue got up and hit the road again, followed closely by the 2 men. At noon, a towering mountain like a giant dragon stood in the sight of the 2 people. The young man in blue lowered his figure and fell towards the top of a mountain. Finally, we're here. The big black cat built a pergola with his hands and looked at the various pavilions and pavilions stacked on top of the mountains in the distance, with an excited smile on his face. The plaque above the mountain gate has 3 simple characters, Shenlong Sect, engraved on it. Uncle Ma, what should we do next? The big black cat asked quickly. Let's go to the Sutra Collection Hall first to see what kind of skills they have. The big black horse rolled his eyes and immediately had an idea in his mind. Uncle Ma, this sect is a monk in the destiny realm. My cultivation level is still not enough. How about, can you take me in? The big black cat had a troubled look on his face, and he scratched his head. The Shenlong Sect opposite is a large low-level sect, and there are also great monks in the destiny realm. He is only at the 3rd level of destiny realm. I'm afraid that someone will discover him as soon as he lands in the Shenlong Sect. Okay, then I'll take you there. The big black horse agreed readily, restrained his breath, rolled up a ray of light, and rushed towards the Shenlong Sect opposite at lightning speed. As a big demon in the eternal realm, the big dark horse is naturally not simple. After he entered the Shenlong Sect, there was no response from the mountain guarding formation. All the monks in the destiny realm cannot sense his existence. The big black horse glanced around and came directly to the door of the Sutra collection hall. There was no one at the door at this moment. The big black horse blew gently at the door, and the door opened. He grabbed the big black cat and rushed in. In a flash, the door closes again. At this time an old man raised his head and suddenly saw 2 young men in black rushing in, and his eyes widened immediately. You are. Before he could finish his sentence, his head suddenly tilted and he fainted completely. The old man guarding the Sutra Pavilion was only a monk on the 3rd level of the destiny realm, and there was a huge gap between him and the big black horse, the destiny realm monster. Therefore, the big black horse's half-hearted sky disillusionment eye immediately knocked the old man unconscious. Finally got in. The big black horse chuckled and put the big black cat on the ground. There are many techniques here. Let's search separately. If there are similar techniques, take them all away. The big black horse said with a smile. Uncle Ma, why don't we take away all the secrets and techniques from the entire sutra collection hall? The big black cat said excitedly. Do you want to die? The big black horse immediately hit him violently and cursed loudly. What are you taking them all for? Do you still want to show me? I didn't mean that. The big black cat felt guilty and shook his head. The master asked us to investigate, so we have to look like we are investigating. There are many techniques here, and we only look for the ones that are useful. Those that are useless, you like them, but I don't like them, Uncle Ma. The big black horse said proudly, and then gave the big black cat a violent shudder. The big black cat rubbed his head and grinned. But fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately rushed to the bookcase next to him and started browsing. The big dark horse was not idle either. He also picked up a book of exercises and quickly read through it. The sound of turning books was heard in the sutra collection hall. The speed of the 2 people was very fast. Especially the big black horse, who can turn the pages of books more than 10 times faster than the big black cat. I found it. This movement technique seems to be somewhat similar to the Shenlong movement technique. The big black cat raised a book, which was a somewhat yellowed secret book. Put it away first, the big black horse ordered. He continued to flip through other exercises, and soon the 2 of them had finished flipping through the exercises in the 1st floor of the sutra collection hall. The big black horse also found a sword technique, which was 30% similar to the sword technique of the young man in blue. There are a few words written on this secret book. Flying dragon sword technique. Can this also be called flying dragon sword technique? This name is really arrogant. The big dark horse glanced at his mouth unhappily and put the secret book away. The 2 went up to the 2nd floor again. The main hall of Shenlong Sect's sutra-tiding pavilion has 3 floors. When on the 2nd floor, the two of them also found 2 or 3 secret books that were similar to the Shenlong Sect swordsmanship. Of course, there are only less than 1/10 similarity. It's still not the kind of swordsmanship mastered by the young man in blue. It seems to be on the 3rd floor. The big black horse smiled hopefully and led the big black cat to the 3rd floor again. Arrived on the 3rd floor. There are not that many exercises. There are only 3 exercises in total, which are offered on the table. The big black horse's bright eyes glanced over. Shenlong Mind Technique. Dragon Body Technique. Dragon Sword Technique. After seeing the words on these secret books clearly, the big dark horse was stunned. What the hell, why are they called exactly the same as the 3 secret arts of the Shenlong Sect? Uncle Ma, this. The big black cat stared, shocked and speechless. Unexpectedly, on the 3rd floor of the Shenlong Sect scripture collection hall, there are 3 secret books of the Shenlong Sect. It's exactly the same as their Shenlong Sect's secret skill. This is really shocking. At this moment, the big black cat was in a trance. It thought it had found another inheritance of the Shenlong Sect. The big black horse also stared at this moment, touched his chin, and was speechless. Fortunately, I didn't kill that guy or beat him half to death. Otherwise, I really don't know how to face the leader. The big black cat felt guilty and muttered to himself next to him. It's like a flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple, and one family doesn't know the other. Let's read these 3 secret books first. The big black horse took a deep breath and ignored the big black cat's words. Instead, he stepped forward and picked up the 2nd book of Shenlong Shenfa. He didn't understand the Shenlong Sect's mental skills in the 1st book, but he had seen the Shenlong body skills and Shenlong sword skills in the 2nd and 3rd books many times, so he could still distinguish them. After looking through it for a few times, the big black horse's expression changed a little. The movement technique here is actually 3 to 4 points similar to the real Shenlong Sect movement technique. He quickly put the book in his hand on the table and quickly picked up the Shenlong sword technique. After flipping through it for a few times, the big dark horse also placed the swordsmanship book on the table. The big black cat was also standing beside him at this moment, picking up the book of Shenlong Shenfa and starting to read. It's really strange. The techniques here are similar to the real Shenlong Sect techniques, but there are also many differences. Could it be that, is this really the inheritance of another branch of the Shenlong Sect? The big dark horse said to himself. After flipping through the 2 exercises, the big black cat's face became serious. He frowned and said, Uncle Ma, these 2 exercises seem to have the same origin as those of the Shenlong Sect. I know. The big black horse nodded, took these 3 skills in his hand, and put them away. He planned to go back and give these 3 skills to the master for another look. After all, as the leader of the Shenlong Sect, the master has a more thorough understanding of these 3 secrets, which is far beyond what the 2 laymen can see clearly. Uncle Ma, should we go back and report to him? Seeing that the task was completed, the big black cat said with some surprise. Why are you so anxious? The big black horse glared at him, gave the big black cat a violent shudder, and said with a smile, this Shenlong Sect is still a little weird, we need to investigate it carefully. Uncle Ma, with these 3 secrets, is it enough to explain the problem? The big black cat rubbed his head and said aggrievedly. No. This place still feels a little weird. We need to investigate carefully. And not miss any clues. If we go back and report so rashly, the master may scold us for not being reliable. The big black horse said with a thoughtful look. Since the master asked them to come over to conduct a secret and low-key investigation, he must have deep intentions. Maybe the master already knew everything. So, the big dark horse will not go back and make a report so hastily, but will turn everything about the Shenlong Sect upside down. The big black horse pulled the big black cat and left the suture collection hall in a flash. Uncle Ma, where should we go next? The big black cat asked softly. Let's first see if other disciples have dragon blood in their bodies. The big dark horse thought for a while and said. So, he quietly sneaked into a mountain peak with the big black cat. Shenlong Sect is located on the endless mountain range. There are many peaks here, and many disciples live on each peak. Big Black Horse, a great demon in the eternal realm, appears in this place. And no one can find him. After all, there is only one monk in the destiny realm on each mountain peak. This Shenlong Sect is really strange. Xiaomao, have you found anything suspicious? After exploring a mountain peak, the big black horse touched his chin and said, with flashing eyes, Uncle Ma, there seems to be no dragon bloodline here. The big black cat said in surprise. Yes, there are about 4,000 to 5,000 people on this mountain peak, but not one of them has the blood of a dragon. This is a bit unreasonable. The big black horse pondered. According to the master, most of the monks of the Shenlong Sect have the blood of the Shenlong. And only the blood of the Shenlong can allow the Shenlong Sect's unique skills to exert their strongest power. This is why the Shenlong Sect can become an eternal level sect. The secret of the sect lies, but now this Shenlong Sect is full of fakeness. Uncle Ma, could it be that after so many years, monks with the dragon bloodline have almost disappeared in Songnan continent, so the Shenlong Sect can't find any disciples with the dragon bloodline? The big black cat thought for a while and said. This speculation is not impossible. Let's go to other peaks and have a look. The big black horse's eyes flashed and he left with the big black cat. Next, they quickly passed dozens of other peaks, trying to find the monks with the blood of the dragon. But what surprised the two people was that after searching all the mountains in the entire Shenlong Sect, tens of thousands of people were found, and no one had the blood of the Shenlong. This made the big black horse and the big black cat a little frustrated. I originally thought that this might be a close relative of the Shenlong Sect. But there is not even a monk with the Shenlong bloodline. Such a relative. Isn't it too outrageous? Two people stood on a mountain peak. The big black cat looked at the high and low buildings in the distance and stood up in a daze. The big black horse's eyes kept moving. After all, he was the main executor of the mission this time, and the big black cat was just here to make fun of him. So he absolutely can't just go back and report to the master. Just now, he and the big black cat just quickly swept through the monks on all the peaks of Shenlong Sect, but there are still many places in Shenlong Sect that they have not been to. The big dark horse decided to take the next step and start raiding these places. Turn the Shenlong Sect upside down and see if there are any new clues. His eyes looked into the distance, and suddenly he found a place, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Every sect has a treasure house, and there may be some clues in the treasure house. Thinking of this, the big black horse grabbed the big black cat and left here. The Shenlong Sect's treasure house is located in a large mountain. It is surrounded by powerful formation protection. In front of the formation, there are 3 monks from the Destiny realm. Sitting here. A black light fell from the sky. These 3 monks in the Destiny realm fell into coma without any warning. Uncle Ma, your sky disillusionment eye has reached the level of proficiency. Right. The big black cat tooted in admiration. I'm just getting started, so I can just deal with these small fish and shrimps. The big black horse laughed, walked to the front of the formation, and poked it gently with his hand, and a damaged gap appeared in the formation. After breaking through the treasure house formation, the big black horse walked to the door of the treasure house. There are seals affixed to the ancient gate, hundreds of seals, glowing with golden divine light at the same time. The big black horse stared for a few seconds and found that the seals had not been unlocked and couldn't help but sigh. His sky disillusionment eye is still not strong enough. If the master is here, he can open it with just one glance. There is no way. The big black horse had no choice but to poke with his hands and break the seals one by one. He opened the door and walked in, followed closely by the big black cat. After entering the treasure house, the big black cat's eyes widened, and he was almost blinded by the treasures of heaven and earth emitting various lights around him. It is indeed a large sect. There are so many treasures of heaven and earth hidden in the treasure house. The big black cat's eyes were shining brightly, and he wished he could move all the things in the treasure house away at this moment. The big black horse said vigilantly, "Kitten, please don't mess around. Maybe this is a distant relative of our Shenlong Sect. Nothing inside can be touched. Don't worry, Uncle Ma, I know the depth." The big black cat chuckled and lowered his head in embarrassment. The 2 people walked slowly inside, constantly looking around as they walked. Although there are many natural and earthly treasures in the eyes of the big dark horse, these are nothing. He just wanted to find things that could be connected with the Shenlong Sect. Along the way, I found a few swords with a faint aura of dragons on them. It should be that the essence and blood of the dragon was added during forging, which gave it this aura. These swords didn't explain anything, and the big dark horse didn't put these swords away. The 2 of them walked all the way to the depths of the treasure house, but did not find any treasures worthy of attention. Uncle Ma, it seems there is nothing discovered in this place? The big black cat shook his head and said, "What is that? Is there another mechanism?" The big black horse's eyes lit up and he suddenly discovered a keyhole on the deepest wall of the treasure house. There is a certain forbidden atmosphere coming from this keyhole. The big dark horse was immediately interested. Maybe there is a more important treasure hidden in it. He walked to the keyhole, put his finger in, and flicked it a few times, but found no response. Then, the muscles on his face twitched twice, and he stabbed hard. The wall suddenly creaked, and then a door opened. There's actually a secret door? The big black cat's eyes widened, and he suddenly thought that there might be some treasure hidden behind the secret door. Chi-Lu. The big black cat got in first. The big black horse also walked in, walking calmly and steadily. After entering the secret door, there are no imaginary treasures inside. All that came into view was a stone table with a small red bottle placed on it. What's this? The big black cat curiously picked up the bottle, shook it in front of his eyes a few times, and looked at it a few more times, but saw nothing. The big black horse grabbed the bottle, opened the cork and smelled it, with a look of shock on his face. This turned out to be the essence and blood of a divine dragon. However, there is not much dragon essence and blood in this vial, only 20 or 30 drops in total. Uncle Ma, could this be the essence and blood of the dragon? The big black cat's nose twitched twice, smelling a special smell, and then said with a shocked look on his face. The big black horse nodded seriously and capped the bottle again. This Shenlong Sect has some secrets, and even hides a small bottle of Shenlong blood essence. Nowadays, it is extremely difficult to find some divine dragon essence and blood on Songnan continent. This has to be taken away and left to the master to decide. The big black horse thought for a while and carefully collected the small bottle of dragon essence and blood. Let's go. After the big black horse finished speaking, he turned around and left. Suddenly, the big black cat shouted from behind, "Uncle Ma, look, there is a painting hanging on the wall, behind the table." The big black horse turned his head and his eyes fell on the picture. This painting looks like it has been around for a while. The paper has turned yellow, and it depicts the back of a young man. This young man wore a black robe, carried a sword on his back, and had fluttering skirts. He looked somewhat like an immortal. However, this is far inferior to the scroll collected by Wucai Lonely. In the scroll treasured by the colorful dragon and carp, the protagonist in it is none other than the master. Standing on the cliff in white clothes, his grace is unparalleled, overwhelming in eternity, giving people a supreme grace that is invincible in the world. The big black horse had seen this painting a long time ago, but he didn't take it seriously. The big black cat rolled its eyes and said with a smile, "Uncle Ma, this scroll is placed here. Maybe it has some collection significance. Why don't we take it with us too? What's the meaning of a painting? If it was really meaningful, it would have been offered up long ago. Why would it still be hung on the wall?" The big dark horse shook his head disapprovingly. The big black cat said, "Uncle Ma, the character in this painting may be an elder from the Shenlong Sect, and it may have certain reference value. Why not take it back?" The big dark horse thought about it and felt that this made sense. So he stretched out his hand, rolled up the painting, and put it away. The two people walked out of the treasure house. On the way, the big black cat asked, "Uncle Ma, where should we go next?" The big black horse rolled his eyes a few times, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go to the ancestral temple, to see." Ancestral temple? The big black cat's eyes suddenly lit up. Generally, ancestral temples enshrine ancestors from past dynasties. In that place, the origin of the Shenlong Sect might be revealed. Let's go to the ancestral temple now to see if there is a memorial tablet of the master there. The big black horse chuckled, grabbed the big black cat, and left. The ancestral temple of the Shenlong Sect is located in a valley. This place is also protected by a large formation. There is also a hut outside the formation, and an old man lives in it. This old man is also a big shot in the Shenlong Sect. He is responsible for guarding the ancestral temple here. A black light fell from the sky and transformed into two young men in black. The big black horse glanced at the old man in the hut, and the old man who was on the fourth level of Destiny Realm suddenly fell into a coma. The big black horse walked up to the formation, poked it with his hand, destroying the formation, and then walked in swaggeringly. The big black cat followed behind, with a fanatical look in his eyes. When will he be able to cultivate to the eternal realm? If one cultivates to the eternal realm, he can be as domineering as Uncle Ma, and no one can do anything to him. Pushing open the door of the ancestral temple, the big black horse walked in. The light inside the ancestral temple is dim and there are rows of spiritual tablets. Big Dark Horse didn't know any of the ancestors of the Shenlong Sect. He only knows Master. So he started looking for the spiritual tablet at the front. When the 13th spiritual tablet is found. The big black horse's eyes suddenly widened, and he became dazed for a while. Night. On the 13th spiritual tablet, there is a line of words written clearly. The position of Yi Yun, the 13th generation leader of the Shenlong Sect. This spiritual tablet looks extremely old, some years old. The handwriting is extremely clear. But when he fell into the big black horse's eyes, he felt in a trance and couldn't see clearly. Kitty cat, look at that spiritual tablet. Is it the master's name written on it? The big black horse pointed in one direction and said tremblingly. The big black cat was still looking around at the spiritual tablets. When he heard Uncle Ma's summons, he immediately looked in the direction he was pointing. When he saw the words on the spirit tablet clearly, he was stunned. It actually has the master's name on it. This is incredible. Could it be said that this is really another inheritance of Shenlong Sect? Otherwise, it even has the master's name? Moreover, in this ancestral temple, there are hundreds of spiritual tablets enshrined densely, which may all be the spiritual tablets of the Shenlong Sect's previous masters. Uncle Ma, we have made great achievements this time. This Shenlong Sect is definitely another inheritance of our Shenlong Sect. The big black cat's eyes were shining, and he said very excitedly. The big black horse nodded heavily and took a deep breath before his inner emotions calmed down. This time I secretly inquired about the Shenlong Sect, and the harvest was really great. If this low-level large sect is another inheritance of the Shenlong Sect, then it is really a great and happy event for the Shenlong Sect. The big black horse quickly took out 3 incense sticks from the chopping board next to him and lit them. He bowed deeply to the spiritual tablets in front of him with an extremely serious expression. Then he inserted 3 incense sticks into the incense burner. He was also a member of the Shenlong Sect. When he saw these ancestors, he naturally had to burn a few incense to express his inner respect. The big black cat also followed suit and hurriedly followed suit. After burning 3 incense sticks, he looked at the big black horse and asked, Uncle Ma, should we go back this time? What are you doing here again? The big dark horse is not too anxious. Now it is certain that this is another inheritance of Shenlong Sect. But it's still early. He didn't want to go back in such a hurry. Anyway, the 3 little masters are practicing, and the master is also retreating to break through the realm. It is better to continue searching in this place and see if there are any new discoveries. After carefully exiting the ancestral temple, the big black horse took the big black cat and left. This time the harvest was great, but the big dark horse still decided to stay in Shenlong Sect for a few more days. The big black cat had no choice but to accompany his Uncle Ma. Next, the 2 of them turned the Shenlong Sect upside down, but they didn't find any new clues. It was getting late now, and night was falling. The big black horse stood on a mountain peak, looking at the rolling mountains, silently thinking about the next plan. He can actually go back now. He and the big black cat had searched the Shenlong Sect inside and out. But the big dark horse is always a little unwilling. After all, his work efficiency is so high that even before this day comes, the entire Shenlong Sect has been investigated by him. Uncle Ma, what are you looking at? The big black cat stood nearby, looking at Uncle Ma's frowning expression, and asked in a low voice. I'm looking. Just as the big dark horse said this, his pupils suddenly shrank slightly, as if he had seen something extraordinary. His pale golden pupils could see things that ordinary people couldn't. As night fell, the world fell into darkness. The big black horse was surprised to find that a faint black air slowly spread out along the mountains. This black energy enveloped the entire mountain range of Shenlong Sect. What's this? The big dark horse was shocked. This black energy seems inexplicable, if it weren't for the fact that his pupils have some special abilities, especially the unusual perception of some evil things. Otherwise, ordinary Eternal Realm monks might not be able to see it. Uncle Ma, what did you see? The big black cat stared around, looking around, but finding nothing. I don't know what it is, I've never seen this thing before. The big black horse muttered to himself. Uncle Ma, what should we do next? The big black cat looked confused and nervous. Uncle Ma is already a great demon in the Eternal Realm, but he actually said that he has never seen that thing before, which shows that this thing must be extraordinary. Don't worry, let's observe the situation first. The big black horse frowned, looked at the black energy, and said in a deep voice. The big black cat nodded repeatedly. The two people stood on the top of the mountain all night and watched. It wasn't until a streak of fish belly white appeared on the horizon that the big black horse realized that the black energy had naturally dissipated and seemed to have returned to the ground again. It's really interesting. Is there something underground here? The big dark horse said to himself. Kitty cat, let's go to the fields to find out. The big black horse gritted his teeth, grabbed the big black cat, turned it into a black light, and plunged directly into the depths of the mountain range. After sneaking tens of thousands of feet in the ground, the big black horse discovered that there was a large formation deep in the ground, emitting black light, blocking him from the outside. There really is something strange underground here? The big black cat stared at the large formation in front of him, feeling a little frightened. Suddenly, the big black horse punched the formation. Boom! The formation made a loud noise, causing the big black horse's fist to bounce back. The big black horse was shocked. His punch did not break the formation, which showed that the power of this formation should not be underestimated. The big black horse thought for a while, and suddenly a small golden sword appeared in his hand. This sword. The big black cat next to him suddenly became short of breath. He once heard Uncle Ma say it. The master once gave him a thick reincarnated thunder and lightning, and turned the reincarnated thunder and lightning into a small golden sword. It should be the one in front of you. This small golden sword was indeed very terrifying. As soon as the big black horse took it out, an indescribable aura filled the air. The big black cat felt a little trembling all over, as if he didn't dare to face the sword. The big black horse directly took the sword and stabbed it into the formation. Poof! He suddenly poked a small hole out of the formation. Ha ha! The big black horse laughed, put away the golden sword, turned into a black light with the big black cat, and got in through the small hole. This little golden sword transformed from the reincarnated thunder and lightning is really powerful, 100 times more powerful than his physical body's powerful blow. The big dark horse doesn't want to continue refining this golden sword. If this was used as a combat weapon, no one would be his opponent in the Eternal Realm. After passing through the black formation, the two people entered a huge space. It was dark all around, with only a few stars twinkling. A huge black dragon lay on the ground, as if sleeping. It's actually a dragon. When the big black cat saw the huge black dragon, his eyes widened, his breathing became rapid, and his blood boiled all over. What's so strange about dragons? Don't you see enough of them every day? The big black horse curled his lips, bared a row of big white teeth, and gave The big black cat a shudder unceremoniously. The big black cat blinked continuously. Uncle Ma, what do you mean by this? What does it mean to watch every day? Could it be that? Think of this. The big black cat turned to look at Uncle Ma and said in a trembling voice. Uncle Ma, are you not a horse, but a dragon? I won't talk about this anymore, I'll leave you with a little sense of mystery. The big black horse chuckled and landed from midair nonchalantly. The big black cat scratched his head and scratched his head. He didn't get the answer he wanted, and felt very uncomfortable. But Uncle Ma didn't say it. He couldn't force Uncle Ma to say it. After all, he didn't have that strength, right? The big black cat also quickly fell from the air. The two people looked at the black dragon. Uncle Ma, this black dragon seems to have been dead for a long time. The big black cat observed for a moment and came to a conclusion. The big black horse nodded and said nothing. The black dragon in front of him had indeed been dead for many years. But why is there a large formation at the bottom of the Shenlong Sect's mountain range, with a black dragon in the formation? What's the purpose of this? The big black horse's eyes kept scanning the black dragon's body. Suddenly, his eyes moved and he found a small black arrow stuck above the black dragon's head. Could it be this little arrow that killed the black dragon? The big dark horse thought to himself. He put his hands behind his back and walked slowly around the black dragon. Although he walked slowly, each step covered hundreds of feet. This is also a magical power that shrinks the ground into an inch. The big black cat doesn't have this kind of magical power, so it can only fly quickly behind the big black horse's butt. After turning around, the big black horse was surprised to find that 7 small black arrows were inserted into the black dragon's body. It seems that these 7 small arrows are the culprits that killed this black dragon. The big black cat followed Uncle Ma and also found these 7 small swords. He tooted and said, Uncle Ma, this black dragon is too miserable. After being killed, these 7 small arrows were not pulled out, come out. I'm afraid things are not that simple. The big black horse's face was gloomy, and he rose into the air again, condescendingly looking down again. Only then did he realize that the black dragon's body was curved, and the positions of the 7 small arrows seemed to follow the black dragon's body, forming the shape of the Big Dipper. Is this a formation? The big black horse murmured to himself. He now suspected that the 7 small arrows were inserted into the black dragon after it died. The big black cat stood beside him and was shocked when he heard what Uncle Ma said. Indeed, as Uncle Ma said, these 7 small arrows actually formed a 7-star formation. Uncle Ma, this place is too weird. Should we pull out the 7 little arrows? The big black cat said with bright eyes. Don't worry, let's wait until it gets dark to observe and then make a decision. The big black horse shook his head and said. He had a guess in his mind, but it would take time to verify it. The big black cat nodded quickly, so the two people sat cross-legged in the void and waited quietly. The day passed quickly. It's night time. A black energy suddenly emitted from the body of the dead black dragon, floating through the formation and towards the Shenlong Sect above. Sure enough, the big black horse had a solemn expression on his face. Although he still couldn't understand it, he also knew that this matter was of great importance, and it seemed that he had to go back and report to the master. The big black cat looked around at this time, but could not see the black energy. Uncle Ma, have you seen that thing? He asked hurriedly. I saw it, its source is this black dragon. The big black horse nodded seriously, grabbed the big black cat, and quickly flew upwards. To his surprise, the hole in the formation had been repaired automatically. The big black horse had no choice but to take out the golden sword and poke a gap in it, and then flew out. After flying out of the ground, the big black horse didn't stop, and returned to the carriage in just one breath. He felt it gently and found that the master had not made any movement yet and did not dare to disturb him, so he sat on the ground and waited. When the big black cat saw the carriage, he also transformed and returned to the image of a cat. Then he landed on the carriage and began to practice. 7 days later, there was an extremely slight ripple in the carriage. Yi Yun opened his eyes with a smile on his face. He has already broken through to the second level of the Divine Lord realm. Seeing that the cats and horses were back, Yi Yun smiled, raised the car curtain, and walked out. Master. The big black horse quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. He is still in human form and has not turned into a dark horse. How's the probing going? Yi Yun said with a relaxed smile. Master, that place is very weird. The big dark horse quickly told the complete story of his investigation. Then he took out all the exercise books and the scroll. Yi Yun's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that the Shenlong Sect from the Tianqing dynasty would have such a big connection with him. Could it be that this is really a branch formed by later generations of Shenlong Sect disciples? Yi Yun opened the books on the exercises, took a few glances, and understood them clearly. These skills and secret books are all very rough, that is to say, the 3 skills on the 3rd floor of the Sutra Collection Hall are still slightly in his eyes. If you practice according to these 3 techniques, you will indeed be much more powerful than ordinary monks. But compared to the 3 great secrets of the authentic Shenlong Sect, it is still far behind. Regarding this situation, Yi Yun found it easy to understand. After all, 100,000 years have passed. The inheritance obtained by Luoli and the others was not very complete, let alone the lineage of Shenlong Sect. However, Yi Yun also felt a little strange about the black dragon under the Shenlong Sect mountain range, described by the big black horse. Kitten, you watch here first. Yi Yun gave an order, then led the big black horse through the void and came directly to the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yun's first stop was naturally the ancestral temple. The big black horse repeated his old trick, first using the sky eye of disillusionment to knock out the old man guarding the ancestral temple. Then it fell to the ground again and opened the door of the ancestral temple. Yi Yun smiled slightly. The big dark horse has good qualifications, and he uses the sky's disillusionment eye in a good way. Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and walked in. What caught his eye were the rows of spiritual tablets on the altar table. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. He did see some familiar names. For Yi Yun, the ancestor of the Shenlong Sect 100,000 years ago. Those juniors, except for Luo Li and others, he basically didn't know anyone else. However, Yi Yun was very familiar with the masters of the Shenlong Sect before Yi Yun and remembered them very deeply. He first found his own spiritual tablet, and with a slight movement of his eyes, the spiritual tablet turned into light smoke and disappeared. He is a big living person. There is no need to accept any incense from younger generations. Yi Yun looked at the 12 spiritual tablets in front of him again. They were indeed the 12 masters of the Shenlong Sect. The names are all correct. Master, is this a branch inheritance of our Shenlong Sect? The big black horse asked in a low voice, beside him. Let's see and then. Yi Yun just smiled and did not give the big dark horse a definite answer. Luo Li's divine dragon sect was so miserably harmed by the mastermind behind the scenes that it almost ended its inheritance. This inheritance of Shenlong Sect has developed so prosperously and impressively. This seems to seriously deviate from the intention of the mastermind. The mastermind behind the scenes has always been very capable, so why can he just sit back and watch the development of the dragon sect of the Tianqing dynasty? This is obviously unreasonable. Yi Yun was doubtful. Therefore, he also wanted to go underground to take a look. As his eyes swept over the spiritual tablets one by one, Yi Yun discovered that the spiritual tablets here were not complete. They only reached the 251st generation and then disappeared. Yi Yun turned his eyes and looked at the 250th spiritual tablet. He remembered that Luo Li once said that the 250th generation sect leader once offended a huge force. From then on, the Shenlong sect began to be hunted down by various people. The position of Long Xian, the 250th generation leader of the Shenlong sect. There is a line of text written on the spiritual tablet. Yi Yun nodded lightly. It turns out that this guy's name is Long Xian, which is a good name. Especially this surname, which is very consistent with the Shenlong sect. Yi Yun not only remembered this Long Xian, but also memorized the names of all the sect masters before Long Xian. Then he walked out of the ancestral temple. The big black horse carefully closed the door of the ancestral temple again and stood behind Yi Yun. "Come on, let's go take a look in the fields," Yi Yun said. He tore through the void again and came directly to the depths of the earth. Seeing the black formation blocking him, Yi Yun looked at it silently for a second, then took a step forward, and the black formation naturally opened a hole. Yi Yun stepped in. The big dark horse follows closely behind. As expected of the master, this formation was easily broken. The big dark horse is extremely envious. Standing in the dark void, Yi Yun looked at the huge black dragon below, his eyes constantly flashing with light. The bloodline of this black dragon is not pure. It was cultivated from a black dragon and has been dead for tens of thousands of years. The 7 small arrows on the black dragon's body were like the Big Dipper sword formation nailed to its body. Yi Yun stretched out his hand and gently grabbed it in the void. Suddenly, a faint black energy appeared in his hand. Yi Yun glanced twice, and suddenly there was a hint of sinister look in his eyes. "What a cruel technique," Yi Yun said in a deep voice. "Master, what on earth is this?" The big black horse asked nervously from the side. "This is the evil spirit that robs luck," Yi Yun said calmly. "Our Shenlong sect is an eternal level sect. We are responsible for the great destiny of the Tsongnan continent. When the destiny is prosperous, the purple destiny of hundreds of millions of miles is like a divine dragon suppressing the continent." "Oh." The big dark horse nodded. He seemed to understand what the master said. The Shenlong sect is an eternal level sect, burdened with a great fortune. If you want to completely kill it, it will be extremely difficult. Not only must they kill the disciples of the Shenlong sect, but they must also constantly suppress and plunder the Shenlong sect's invisible destiny. The black dragon in front of him seemed to be robbing the Shenlong sect of its luck. When the big dark horse is thinking about something, Yi Yun used his hands a little. Call. The huge black dragon suddenly turned over, revealing 7 deep black holes under its body. Each black hole emits a faint black gas. These are. The big black horse looked at the 7 black holes with a shocked face, and found that the 7 black holes were bottomless, going deep into the heart of the earth. This black dragon has been given the magical power of destiny, which represents the destiny of the Shenlong Sect here. And the 7-star small arrows form a formation called the 7-star dragon evil formation. Every day at night, the formation automatically operates, emitting an invisible evil spirit that permeates the Shenlong Sect above and robs the Shenlong Sect of its luck. And those 7 black holes re-injected the plundered luck into the veins of Song continent. Yi Yun looked at the black hole and said calmly. After hearing this, the big dark horse suddenly felt frightened. Who is this person who has such powerful means? Ordinary Eternal Realm monks would never be able to do this. This also involves the theory of luck. One must be a great monk who is proficient in mathematics, fortune, and magical powers to be able to do such a grand deed. Who did our Shenlong Sect offend? He actually hates us so much and wants to kill our Shenlong Sect. Yi Yun's faint voice echoed throughout the void. The big dark horse trembled. In a trance, he also felt the power of the invisible black hand, as if it came from the 9 heavens and was controlling this place from a world away. Master, I'm going to destroy this black dragon and break the 7-star dragon evil formation as well. The big black horse said angrily. It's useless even if it's broken. Yi Yun suddenly smiled and said, with a somewhat mysterious look on his face. The big dark horse was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand the master's words very much. This black dragon represents the Shenlong Sect above. The 7-star dragon. Evil array exudes evil energy from the black dragon, absorbs the Shenlong Sect's luck every day, and flows into the depths of the ground from the 7 small holes under the black dragon. Day after day, year after year, the destiny of the Shenlong Sect has been consumed. Shouldn't it be destroyed? Yi Yun turned around and glanced at the big black horse, and said with a smile, in fact, what should be destroyed more is the Shenlong Sect up here. These words were shocking. The big black horse felt a heavy hammer hit his head, making a buzzing sound. At this moment, he was completely confused. What do you mean, sir? Why should the Shenlong Sect above be destroyed more? Isn't the Shenlong Sect above a branch of the Shenlong Sect? Why destroy it? Could it be that he didn't want the 7-star dragon evil formation to continue to devour the Shenlong Sect's luck? Yi Yun looked at the big black horse's expression and just smiled. He could understand the big dark horse's mood at the moment. Today, if Yi Yun had not come to this underground world in person, he would not have been able to imagine that the man behind the scenes would be extremely sinister. The Shenlong Sect, a low-grade large sect with a population of 70,000 to 80,000 people on the ground, is actually a fake Shenlong Sect put together. Based on the authentic 3 secrets of Shenlong Sect, a new 3 different secrets were pieced together. Use these 3 great skills to pass on. The mastermind behind the scenes is the reason why the Shenlong Sect continues to exist in the Tianqing dynasty. That's because the Shenlong Sect's destiny is endless and cannot be cut off directly by human power. A careless move may cause the dragon to raise its head. In order to prevent this situation, the mastermind behind the scenes, while constantly suppressing the Shenlong Sect, also created a fake Shenlong Sect. Let him inherit the destiny of Shenlong Sect. On the one hand, he ordered the fake Shenlong Sect to inherit his luck, but on the other hand, he set up a large formation underground and used his numerology powers to devour his luck every day. The sinister intentions of the mastermind behind the scenes are truly outrageous. Yi Yun was also very angry. However, the Taoist heart that has remained unchanged for 100,000 years made him quickly suppress this emotion. the mastermind behind this, is not simple. It has been laying out the plan for tens of thousands of years, and it has never shown any flaws. They are all various agents who appear in this world. The 7-star dragon evil formation here already involves extremely profound numerology and magical powers, which is definitely not something that ordinary monks in the eternal realm can do. Perhaps all goals are pointed to the side of the divine land. Yi Yun smiled softly. Things are really getting interesting. After returning from the ancient demonic abyss, he had already sensed that certain clues were coming from the divine land. Now the 7-star dragon evil formation has made him even more intensified to this speculation. However, Yi Yun was not in a hurry. As long as he leads the 3 juniors of Shenlong Sect and rises to power, he will always attract the attention of the mastermind behind the scenes. The mastermind behind the scenes will never sit idly by. Yi Yun's invincible comeback after signing in for 100,000 years will naturally revitalize the Shenlong Sect, continue the glory of the Shenlong Sect, and take charge of the destiny of the Cangnan continent again. During this process, he must eliminate all the front-end agents of the mastermind behind the scenes, and also have a good fight with the mastermind behind the scenes. The thought of this, a proud smile suddenly appeared on Yi Yun's face. Finally, something more interesting has happened. Yi Yun found it very interesting to have such an opponent. An invincible life, no longer lonely. Master, what should we do next? The big black horse asked quietly from the side. Go sit up there for a while. Yi Yun smiled slightly. The big black horse was stunned for a moment, pointed at the black dragon corpse, and said, Master, what about the black dragon and the 7-star dragon evil formation? Put it away first. Yi Yun smiled and waved his hand, and the giant black dragon on the ground disappeared in an instant. And those 7 deep cave entrances were actually sealed. There is a small rune on each hole, which flashes for a few times and then disappears. Yi Yun tore through the void again and returned to the sky above the Shenlong Sect. Browsing through the rows of palaces below, he finally set his sights on one of the ancient halls. Next moment, Yi Yun and the big black horse appeared in the center of the hall. A black-haired old man wearing a red dragon robe was sitting in the center of the hall, practicing quietly. Behind him, a faint shadow of a golden divine dragon emerged. Yi Yun didn't speak, just watched with interest. The big black horse smiled beside him and didn't dare to say anything. Xiao Ma, this is the contemporary master of the Shenlong Sect. Go and fight with him to see how well he masters the 3 secrets of the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yun said casually. Okay, sir. The big black horse walked over with excitement on his face. This kind of thing of pretending to be weak is his favorite thing to do. At this moment, Yi Yun calmed down his aura and stood in the center of the hall as if no one else was around, looking up at the exquisite patterns on the beams above his head. After the big black horse slowly took a few steps, the aura on his body began to drop rapidly. When he was 3 feet away from the old man in red, his cultivation level had dropped to the 3rd level of the Destiny Realm. The old man in red opposite him was at the 4th level of Destiny Realm. It's a little lower than him, so it shouldn't frighten him. The big black horse bared his teeth in a smile, and then burst into laughter. The sound was not strong, but it echoed throughout the entire hall. The old man in red was startled and quickly opened his eyes. Who dares to break into our Shenlong Sect? Don't be afraid, I don't mean any harm, I'm just here to spar with you. The big black horse stood there, waved his hand, and showed a gentle smile. This is... The old man in red was stunned. He looked up and down at the young man in black robes in front of him, and found that he was only a little lower than himself, but he could sneak into the clan hall without knowing it. This magical power is really amazing. If the other party suddenly launched an attack, I'm afraid he would be dead by now. Think about it this way. The old man in gray was no longer so hostile to the young man in black robe in front of him. Is there anything we can discuss with you, sir? He asked, frowning. The big black horse rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I heard that the Shenlong Sect has 3 great secrets, which are famous in the Tianqing dynasty, so I came here to learn from them. More than just the Tianqing dynasty? Hearing the young man in black robe praising the 3 secret arts of the Shenlong Sect, the old man in red snorted coldly and said, My Shenlong Sect was an eternal level sect tens of thousands of years ago, and its 3 unique skills ranked first in the entire Songnan continent. After hearing these words, the big dark horse almost spit out a mouthful of blood. If the master hadn't said that this was a fake Shenlong Sect, it would be hard for him to believe that this was not the real Shenlong Sect. Haha. Yi Yun also touched his eyebrows beside him, with a rare wry smile on his face. The next moment, a scene that shocked Yi Yun happened. The old man in red put his hands behind his back, looked at the big black horse proudly, and said arrogantly, There is no need to compete. If we fight head on, you will definitely not be my opponent. How you said that? The big dark horse was stunned. Is the leader of the Shenlong Sect too confident? Is it because 100,000 years ago, the Shenlong Sect was an eternal level sect? You turned out to be a demon clan. Suddenly, the old man in gray fell on the big black horse, looked at it with interest, and said confidently, No wonder he is so ignorant. To tell you the truth, 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun, the leader of my generation from the Shenlong Sect, he is the #1 master of the eternal realm in the Songnan continent, who has surpassed all eternity, and has been invincible, suppressing an era. Well, the big dark horse was shocked at that time, and he was speechless. Haha. Yi Yun next to him finally couldn't help it, turned around and laughed. However, the sound was blocked by Yi Yun using his magical power. Although Yi Yun did not reveal any breath, his angle was on the other side, so the old man in red never saw him. The big dark horse was stunned for a long time. Thinking of the task assigned by the master, he slowly drew out his sword and said slowly, You are right. But I still want to compete with you. There is no problem in sparring, but I want you to retreat when faced with difficulties. Fellow Taoist, think about your sect carefully. If you have the foundation of eternal level, then it is not too late to consider sparring with me. The old man in red sneered, with a mocking look on his face. And nobody wants to challenge him, the leader of the Shenlong Sect, but he really doesn't take the eternal level sect seriously? The big black horse lowered his head, pretended to be serious, thought for a few seconds, and then raised his head again. He looked at the old man in gray with a serious look on his face, grinned, and showed his smooth white teeth. Remember, I am also the inheritance of the eternal sect. The big black horse said with a smile. Are you also an eternal realm sect? The old man in red suddenly jumped up as if his boat was on fire, and quickly fell down. He stood on the ground like a steel gun, staring at the young man in black robe in front of him. I looked at it for a long time. He shook his head and sneered, No eternal level sect is as good for nothing as you. You came to a big sect to spar and compete, but you are lying. The big black horse was so angry that he burst out with anger in his heart. He rushed forward and struck with a sword. He really couldn't communicate with the old man in red anymore. Simply, just do it. In a head-to-head fight, you are no match for me. The old man in red sneered, and an imposing golden dragon silhouette suddenly appeared behind him. It was as thick as a bucket and 3 feet long. The golden dragon head leaped high and its tail was wrapped around its waist. He struck out with a sword, and the sword light contained the shadow of the divine dragon. Boom! The 2 swords collided in the air with a loud bang. The big black horse took 2 steps back, pretending to be shocked, and said, "The dragon's swordsmanship is indeed well-deserved. Do you know this? Don't forget that our Shenlong Sect was also an eternal level sect 100,000 years ago." The old man in red was so proud that he roared with excitement and rushed over again with his sword. Bang bang! The sword light flashed horizontally, and the 2 people fought together again. For a while, the fight turned out to be inextricable. The big dark horse naturally wanted to complete the task, so he suppressed his own strength to a level that was 3 or 2 points lower than the opponent. Thus, this leader of the Shenlong Sect can show his true level. Yi Yun watched quietly from the side. He didn't say anything, nor did he stop the match midway. The battle lasted for about a stick of incense. "The sparring is over." Suddenly, the old man in red jumped out of the circle, put his sword behind his back, and said calmly. He found that he couldn't beat the opponent. And the other party? It seems that he can't beat himself. It's better to stop here and leave a step for each other. Thank you, fellow Taoist. The big black horse also put away his sword and glanced in a certain direction. He found that the master was slowly walking towards this side. "Master?" The big black horse bowed quickly. Yi Yun nodded and looked at the old man in red. "There's actually another person?" The old man in red was shocked. He, a great monk on the 4th level of the Destiny realm, didn't even notice that there was a young man in white clothes in the main hall. "Who is your excellency?" The old man in red asked loudly. "I'm Yi Yun." Yi Yun said with a smile. "Yi Yun?" The old man in red was stunned for a moment. He blinked and immediately shouted, "Why do you call me this name? Can you slander my master's name?" The big black horse glared at him from the side. "Why can't I?" Yi Yun gently patted the big black horse's shoulder and looked at the old man in red with an indifferent expression. The big dark horse was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the master to be so patient. He couldn't help but admire him secretly. The old man in red looked at Yi Yun and said with a smile, "The 13th generation leader of our Shenlong Sect is called Yi Yun. He was a supreme figure who suppressed an era. I'm afraid you will be punished by God for this name." After listening to the words of the old man in red, Yi Yun said with a smile, "I never thought that you guys really treat yourself like a green onion. Do you really think that you are the descendants of the Shenlong Sect?" Having said this, runes as tiny as stars suddenly flashed in Yi Yun's eyes, constantly changing in appearance and depth. The old man in red opposite him was immediately stunned. Not only the old man in red but also everyone in the Shenlong Sect was affected by Yi Yun's sky disillusionment at this moment. All the monks in the Shenlong Sect who were at the Destiny realm or above had their complete memories read by Yi Yun. This process was very fast, taking only a few breaths. I saw the old man in red opposite him suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Then the entire other members of the Shenlong Sect also turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated. Yiyan smiled and glanced at the surrounding hall again. The hall suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. All the buildings on the mountain are like this at this moment. The huge Shenlong Sect collapsed at this moment. In an instant, only a bare mountain range remained. The big dark horse nearby exclaimed that he was very satisfied. The Master's sky disillusionment is really powerful. In such a large sect, 70,000 to 80,000 people have all disappeared. The same goes for all buildings. This kind of powerful pupil magic is really terrifying. Looking at the bare mountains, the big black horse suddenly asked in a low voice, "Master, have you gained anything?" Yiyan shook his head. Although he read the memories of many people, he did not find any information. He wanted. This Shenlong Sect inheritance is more than 10,000 years old. The sect leaders of this generation just stick to some of the techniques passed down by their ancestors. The reason why Yiyan eliminated the Shenlong Sect was because they stole a lot of the Shenlong Sect's luck. There was no need to keep such a sect. Even though these people were innocent, they were actually accomplices, which was absolutely incomprehensible to Yiyan. "Let's go." Yiyan broke through the void and took the big black horse to the carriage in one step. He entered the carriage, and the big black horse began to drag the carriage on the road. On the way, Yiyan fumbled around on his wrist and suddenly grabbed some silver bugs, took out a small bottle and put all the bugs in. Then leave one alone and flick it with your hand. The little insect disappeared into the void. This small silver insect soon appeared near the original mountain gate of Shenlong Sect, quietly hiding among the vegetation. The reason why Yiyan left a bug behind was actually to see if the mastermind behind the scenes would send someone to come. If so, he would be able to catch it for interrogation. This small silver insect is the best at concealing its aura and body shape. Even monks in the eternal realm cannot detect its existence. "Master, where should we go next?" the big black horse asked from the front. Yiyan thought for a while, and a sect called Tianheng Sect emerged in his mind. He smiled and said, "Then go to Tianheng Sect." The big black horse responded, slowly pulling the carriage and starting to continue on its way. Yiyan was not in a hurry. Along the way, the big black horse drove slowly towards Tianheng Sect. A month later, they arrived at the foot of the Tianheng Sect's mountain. At this time, Yiyan's cultivation realm broke through again and reached the fourth level of the Divine Lord realm, breaking through 2 minor levels in a row within a month. This amazing speed of cultivation, even if it reaches the Divine Land, is unprecedented. For Yiyan, improving his realm is as simple as drinking water and eating. In addition, he has a large number of natural materials and earthly treasures to assist him, so it is reasonable to have such a terrifying upgrade speed. And during this time, although the 3 juniors of the Shenlong Sect have not officially broken through, they are only one step away from breaking through to the 9th level of the Xinqiao realm. This time when they came to Tianheng Sect, Yiyan planned to let them break through to a small realm at the foot of the mountain of Tianhengzong. The big black horse glanced at Tianhengzong and blinked. It said to itself curiously, "It's strange, why are there only 7 hills in this place?" The big black cat also stood up and looked towards where the big black horse said it, and found that it was indeed the case. There are 7 peaks in total. Every mountain is not small in scale. There are countless pavilions, and various buildings on each mountain peak. Uncle Ma, the Tianhengzong has a very domineering name, but it only has 7 peaks. It's really stingy. The big black cat curled his lips and said, "Kitten, when will your knowledge improve?" The big black horse glanced at it with disdain. Uncle Ma, what did you find? The big black cat's heart skipped a beat and he asked quickly. If you look carefully at those 7 peaks, do they look like the arrangement of the Big Dipper? The big black horse said in a deep voice. The big black cat took a closer look, and suddenly a look of shock appeared on his face. He lost his voice and said, "It's true, a complete Big Dipper, just like." At this point, it suddenly closed its mouth. The big black cat thought of the 7 small arrows on the black dragon deep in the Shenlong Sect. At that time, a 7-star formation was also set up. Could it be said that the Tianheng sect in front of us is also like this? You are right, this is also a formation. The big black horse murmured to himself, however, there are many formations that use 7 stars, but it cannot be said that they are intentional. Uncle Ma, you are right. The big black cat quickly flattered him and said with a smile. At this time, although Yi Yun in the carriage had his eyes closed, he had already looked at the 7 peaks of Tianheng sect. The big dark horse is right, this is indeed a 7-star formation. Yi Yun also specially explored the underground of the 7 peaks, but found no special space. However, Yi Yun saw something familiar. In the square of Tianheng sect, there is a blue boulder, 20 or 30 meters high, with a lifelike dragon carved on its surface. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that this little Tianheng sect would actually want to constrain our Shenlong sect. Yi Yun whispered to himself, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. If it were 100,000 years ago, this huge stone would have had a name that would have shocked the Songnan continent. Dragon Monument. The Shenlong sect has a total of 13 Shenlong tablets. The piece of Tianheng sect in front of you is the 13th piece, and it was also carved by Yi Yun himself. This has no special meaning. At the beginning, the first generation founder of the Shenlong sect built a Shenlong tablet. The second, third, and third generations, until Yi Yun's 13th generation, each generation would build a Shenlong tablet. Yi Yun didn't know it at first. Why does every generation of the leader of the Shenlong sect build a Shenlong monument? But now he understands. Each Shenlong tablet carries the destiny of the Shenlong sect. The more Shenlong tablets there are, the stronger the Shenlong sect's luck will be. Of course, the Shenlong sect carries luck not only with the Shenlong monument, but also with many other things. It's just that the dragon monument is one of the symbols. The original 13 Shenlong tablets were located on the avenue in front of the Shenlong sect mountain gate, arranged uniformly from top to bottom. Anyone who visits the Shenlong sect will pass by the Shenlong monument. Since Yi Yun is the #1 master in the eternal realm of Songnan continent, the dragon tablet he carved contains his spirit and will. Therefore, at that time, all the monks who passed by this dragon monument would be frightened and their breath would be unstable. But now the Tianheng sect's dragon tablet has experienced 100,000 years, and it has long lost its original spirit and will. It's just an ordinary boulder. But this stone tablet still carries some of the fortune of the Shenlong sect. But now the Shenlong monument was suppressed by the 7-star formation formed by the 7 mountains. These 7 peaks were not formed naturally. Instead, people with great supernatural powers changed the world and recreated the 7 peaks. Use this natural formation to suppress the dragon monument. Yi Yun smiled again. He suddenly realized that his previous idea was still a bit ill-considered. Over the past 100,000 years, I am afraid that many items belonging to the Shenlong sect have been suppressed by many different forces. Don't say anything else. Just talk about these 13 dragon tablets. There are at least 13 sects suppressing the 13 dragon tablets. Yi Yun touched his chin. He thought of a question. A small Shenlong Sect, in the eyes of the gods over there in the divine land, is just an eternal level sect. Is it worthy of such a costly suppression? Could it be that the Shenlong Sect has some secrets that he doesn't know about? Yi Yun smiled when he thought of this. He, the leader of the Shenlong Sect, didn't even know that the Shenlong Sect had a bigger secret. This is really ridiculous. Master, why didn't you tell me the secret of Shenlong Sect? Do you mean you don't know it either? Yi Yun said with a smile. His master was the 12th generation leader of the Shenlong Sect. He was very kind to Yi Yun, like a teacher and a father. Logically speaking, he would never hide anything. But exactly that. 100,000 years later, after experiencing what he saw and heard along the way, Yi Yun realized that the Shenlong Sect definitely hid a huge secret. This secret, maybe except for the first generation ancestor of Shenlong Sect who knew something about it. No one in the Shenlong Sect knew this. But the mastermind hidden in the darkness knew everything. Interesting. Yi Yun laughed again, and then summoned the 3 juniors from the Shenlong Sect into the carriage. Experience still comes first. As for the Dragon Monument, it's not too late to solve it later. I've met my ancestors. Luoli, Lord Grimm and Suwani hurriedly paid tribute to Yi Yun. This time, your target is the Tianheng sect of the Tianqing dynasty. Just go ahead and kill them. There is no need to spare any of them. Yi Yun said calmly. After hearing this, the 3 people looked a little surprised. Lord Grimm asked quickly, Ancestor, is this Tianheng sect the culprit who destroyed our divine dragon sect? Yi Yun shook his head. Next, he told the 3 juniors about the dragon monument. There is nothing to hide in this matter. Especially the current leader of the Shenlong Sect is Luoli, so she must know more about the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yun didn't want to imitate the leader of the first generation Shenlong Sect, who actually hid such important secrets, which caused the Shenlong Sect to suffer a huge disaster later. Old ancestor, I didn't expect that Tianheng sect would still have the Shenlong monument of our Shenlong sect today. We must snatch it back. Luoli stood up, eyes filled with anger. You must take back the belongings of my Shenlong sect. Lord Grimm's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just kill people. Yi Yun smiled indifferently and said, As for the dragon tablet, I will bring it over last. Okay, ancestor. The 3 people nodded quickly. Go. Yi Yun waved his hand, and the 3 teenagers in front of him disappeared. Immediately. In the square of Tianheng sect, 3 rays of light flashed and 3 figures appeared. It was Luoli, Jun Maxiao, and Suwani. There was a sudden change in time and space, and the 3 of them looked a little confused. But when they saw the dragon carved on the blue stone in the square, the 3 of them understood it instantly. They are now in the square of Tianhengzong Hall. That blue boulder is the dragon steel carved by our ancestors 100,000 years ago. Seeing the divine dragon come to life, tears actually flowed from Luoli's eyes. At this moment, her heart was overwhelmed and extremely uncomfortable. This divine dragon monument, which condensed luck, had been suppressed for 100,000 years, which made her the 298th generation leader of the divine dragon sect, feel an indescribable pain. Senior sister, junior brother, let's kill them. Luoli held back her grief, gritted her silver teeth, and suddenly drew out her sword. A huge phantom of a divine dragon appeared behind her. Ouch! The phantom of the divine dragon looked up to the sky and roared. In an instant, the entire Shenlong Sect was shocked. Lord Grimm also drew out his sword, and with sword intent all over his body. His sharp edge was revealed, and he shot straight into the sky. The same is true for Suwani. Now she is also at the 8th level of Shenxiao realm, just like her junior brothers and sisters. Moreover, she also accepted the inheritance of the blood exquisite pagoda. That exquisite pagoda also possesses incredible power. But her ancestors once told her not to use it in normal times, only in times of life or death crisis. Hurrah! At this time, a group of Shenlong Sect disciples ran out from all directions. Each one has a powerful aura, and they are all monks in the Shenxiao realm. There were hundreds of people. Who dares to break into our Shenlong Sect? A young man pointed the tip of his sword at 3 people and shouted loudly. Enemy! Luo Li sneered, flew forward, and swung a sword light. This piece of sword light struck with hatred, containing countless phantoms of divine dragons, full of unimaginable power. The disciples of the Shenlong Sect's divine bridge realm on the opposite side had no choice but to fight in a hurry. Bang bang! The sword lights intertwined and made loud noises. In an instant, more than a dozen people were injured, and one person even had his body cut off. Blood splattered on the spot, and his death was miserable. These Shenxiao realm disciples of Shenlong Sect can be regarded as elite level disciples at best. In all the years they have been members of the Shenlong Sect, they have never seen such an arrogant person who dared to kill people in front of the Shenlong Sect's main hall square. They were all stunned for a moment. Kill! Lord Grimm and Suwani also jumped over to kill. In just one breath, these disciples of the Divine Bridge realm were killed. The 3 people rushed into the crowd like 3 dragons and started a crazy massacre. When others realized something was wrong and rushed to the square to support them, they found that only half of the hundreds of people were left. Where did these 3 guys come from? Is the Shenxiao realm so fierce? In the main hall of Shenlong Sect, there were several great monks in the Destiny realm. The leader was a middle-aged man, who was the leader of the Shenlong Sect. The other 7 people standing next to him are the peak masters of the 7 peaks of Shenlong Sect, and all of them have cultivation levels above the 5th level of the Destiny realm. The leader of the Shenlong Sect has reached the 7th level of the Destiny realm. Of course, there are more than just these 8 monks in the entire Shenlong Sect. There are also many Destiny realm monks below the 5th level of Destiny realm, who are practicing in different mansions on the 7 peaks. Looking at the swordsmanship performed by these 3 young men, it seems to be the swordsmanship of the Shenlong Sect. A monk in the Destiny realm said. Shenlong Sect? It's just a low-level sect. Even if there are extremely rare geniuses in the sect, it is absolutely impossible for them to dare to come to our Shenlong Sect to cause trouble. Another monk in the Destiny realm snorted coldly. What could that be? 3 young men dare to break into our Shenlong Sect so blatantly. Who is behind them? No matter who it is, they will definitely be punished severely. Several major peak masters in the Destiny realm started discussing one by one, with extremely angry looks on their faces. The leader of Shenlong Sect also frowned. He saw that the skills of these 3 young men also came from the Shenlong Sect, but the Shenlong Sect was just a low-level sect who had always been polite to the Shenlong Sect, so it was absolutely impossible for them to do such a thing. But why did these 3 young men dare to come directly to Shenlong Sect? Their Tianheng sect has not offended any sect in these years? Let's go out and take a look. These 3 young men have killed so many people in our sect. We must kill them. The leader of Tianheng sect waved his hand and walked out first. At this time, Jun Maxiao, Luo Li, and Su Wani were surrounded by many nirvana monks. There is a strong smell of gunpowder on both sides, and the war is about to break out. Kill them and avenge our brothers and sisters. A nirvana disciple with red eyes rushed towards Luo Li first. Under his leadership, 80 or 90 nirvana disciples all controlled the sword light to attack. In an instant, the entire square was covered with sword light like rain, covering the entire square. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Luo Li and the others did not confront each other head-on. Instead, they relied on Shenlong's movement skills to dash left and right and dodge the waves of attacks. Now the 3 of them are fighting together and can cooperate with each other better than before. The 3 of them grew up in the Shenlong Sect and often experienced various pursuits, so their tacit understanding was naturally extremely deep. In addition, the cultivation levels of the 3 of them have been synchronized. So after dodging this wave of sword rain, the 3 of them were in sync with each other and simultaneously launched a fierce attack on the Tianheng sect disciples in one direction. In this direction, there are 10 nirvana disciples in total, and their cultivation realms are only at the first or second level of nirvana. It's the weakest point. The 3 people with extremely rich combat experience immediately saw this weakness and launched a wave of attacks. TSK. A series of frightening sword lights, mixed with the roar of the dragons. Phantom, shook the void and fell mercilessly. The dozen or so nirvana disciples of the Tianheng sect never expected that these 3 young men would suddenly launch such a strong attack. They rushed to fight, but they were unable to resist the simultaneous attacks of 3 people. Ah! Then there were screams, one after another. These dozen disciples were all hit by swords, and they retreated with blood flowing. What a strong fighting ability! The few Destiny Realm monks who were watching the battle couldn't help but twitch the corners of their eyes when they saw this scene. These 3 young men are really good at seizing opportunities. After escaping such a powerful wave of attacks, they were able to counterattack too. The weak point and kill with one strike. It is really amazing. The leader of the Tianheng sect saw something bad and immediately sent out a message, and many nirvana disciples flew over from the 7 peaks. These disciples in the nirvana realm have extremely high cultivation levels and have reached the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th levels of the nirvana realm. They flew to the square and immediately joined the fight. But no one expected it. Once these nirvana disciples with extremely high cultivation level participated in the attack, they seemed to be controlled and their mental state fell into a crazy state. And the strength was unexpectedly reduced to the nirvana level. In the entire square, there were 2,000 to 3,000 nirvana disciples gathered around. So many people began to attack 3 people in large numbers. The 3 people could no longer be seen in the sword light that filled the sky. But occasionally, in the gaps between the sword light, there were shadows of divine dragons that flashed away. Prove that the 3 teenagers are still alive. At first, the few great monks in the Destiny realm were not aware of the strangeness of these 3 teenagers. But in the past 2 or 3 breaths, these people immediately realized the strangeness of the matter. Generally speaking, more than 2,000 Nirvana realm disciples besieged 3 Shenxiao realm teenagers. No matter how strong these 3 people were, they would never be enemies in one round. But what is incredible is that these three teenagers actually withstood such a violent attack. Sect Master, is there something wrong? An old man in the Destiny realm frowned and said, "It's indeed wrong. My Nirvana disciples from the Shenlong Sect will never have such a low combat power." The leader of the Shenlong Sect sneered and immediately said to the old man next to him, "Brother, please take action and kill those three young men directly." "Good." The old man nodded and immediately rushed over. But before he reached the center of the square, he suddenly felt that his whole brain was in a trance, and then he didn't know anything at all. Even though he had a sword in his hand, he also attacked Lord Grimm. But in fact, his cultivation at this time had abruptly dropped from the 5th level of Destiny realm to the 1st level of Nirvana realm. But he didn't realize it. Others cannot detect it either. The old man roared angrily and attacked Lord Grimm fiercely. There are too many enemies. Lord Grimm did not engage in hand-to-hand combat with the old man, but instead dodged his attack. What happened? The leader of Shenlong Sect was immediately shocked. The senior brother at the 5th level of Destiny realm passed with a sword. He was actually dodged by that young man. This is incredible. His senior brother was a great monk at the 5th level of the Destiny realm. And that boy was only at the 8th level of the Divine Bridge realm. Just when the Shenlong Sect leader was in great shock, a mysterious force suddenly invaded his mind. Kill. The leader of the Shenlong Sect, with red eyes, pulled out his sword, roared angrily, and joined the battle. Several other great monks in the Destiny realm next to them were also doing the same at this moment. They all looked crazy and roared to join the battle. Shenlong Sect has many disciples, numbering as many as 100,000. At this moment, many people were gathered in mid-air to observe this battle. The old man, the sect master, has also taken action. He will definitely kill those three young men easily. Not just the sect master. Even the peak masters of the 7 peaks took action. The disciples around him were talking a lot. These disciples have various cultivation levels, including Yuan Hai realm, Xinqiao realm, Nirvana realm, and even some Destiny realm who are practicing in seclusion. They are all hanging in midair to observe the battle. After all, the square is now so crowded that no one can squeeze in anymore. They had no choice but to watch the battle from above. Under the Shenlong Monument, at the foot of the mountain of Tianhangzong, an ordinary black carriage parked there quietly. The big black cat on the carriage was restless. He stood up repeatedly, stretched his neck and looked towards the square of Tianhangzong Hall. The big black horse closed his eyes, seeming to be concentrating. "Kitten, why are you in such a hurry? Do you want to pick up the storage ring?" The big black horse old god said earnestly. The big black cat nodded quickly and said, "Yes, Uncle Ma, the last time the little master fought, I was responsible for cleaning the storage rings on site. This time I also want to do my part." "Okay, then go ahead." The big dark horse laughed and said. The big black cat was overjoyed and immediately turned into a black light and flew towards the mountain. However, as soon as it flew a few dozen feet, it was immediately pulled back by a powerful force. "Kitten, it doesn't matter what I say. You have to ask the master for instructions." The big dark horse chuckled. The big black cat was about to cry but had no tears. It quickly returned to the carriage. Kneeling on it, he whispered, "Master, shall I go and help the three little masters pick up the storage rings?" Yi Yun in the car smiled calmly. These two live treasures are really capable of making trouble. He waved his hand and said calmly, "Go." The big black cat then turned into a black light again and disappeared on the carriage. "Master, there are too many disciples of Shenlong Sect today. There are at least 100,000 disciples in total. 3 little masters, I'm afraid they will have to kill for many days," the big black horse said worriedly. "The monks in the square now are enough for them to break through to the 9th level of the divine bridge realm. As for the remaining people, let them go back and forth wherever they go." Yi Yun smiled lightly. At this moment, in his strange eyes, countless small runes like stars flashed, changing in life and death, like countless small worlds. All the monks watching in midair turned into blue smoke and dissipated in the air at this moment. The big black horse stared at him. "This is nearly 100,000 people." The master activated the sky disillusionment eye and easily evaporated these 100,000 people into the world. This magical power is really terrifying. Big Dark Horse's current sky disillusionment eye is just getting started. This kind of pupil technique varies from person to person. The more targets you apply, the higher the level of practice, and the stronger the mana consumed. The big black horse analyzed in his mind that if its sky disillusionment eye can be fully developed one day, I am afraid that its magic power will be far from enough to evaporate hundreds of thousands of monks. The master is getting more and more terrifying. Now he is on the 4th level of the Divine King realm, and he is not far away from the God King realm. I really don't know what level of terror the master will reach when he reaches the God King realm. The big dark horse thought to himself. It has recently made a breakthrough in its cultivation, and is now at the 4th level of the eternal realm. Although he is not slow in cultivation, compared with the master, he is far behind. Pony, if you absorb all the lightning in the reincarnated thunder pool, you can break through to the true God realm. As if he had read through the big dark horse's mind, Yi Yun's voice suddenly sounded faintly in the carriage. When the big black horse heard what the master said, his face suddenly showed a look of dumbfounding. He said painfully, "Master, this little golden sword is so powerful. If it is used as a weapon, it is very handy. I really can't bear to refine it." Yi Yun smiled when he heard this. He pulled out a reincarnation thunderbolt from the reincarnation thunder pool, then condensed it into a golden axe, and threw it through the void. A hole opened in the void, and a golden axe fell from above, floating in front of the big black horse. "I'll give you another one. Whether you choose a sword or an axe is up to you," Yi Yun said with a smile. The big black horse was ecstatic, hesitating in his eyes, and was silent for a few seconds before saying, I still choose to refine the golden sword." Yi Yun nodded. "Close your eyes, and continue practicing." The big black horse opened his mouth, and spit out a small golden sword, suspended in midair, side by side with the golden axe. A small golden sword, a small golden axe, they are both condensed from reincarnated lightning. But in comparison, the big dark horse prefers this golden axe. This golden axe has several runes I placed on it. If you understand and refine it carefully, this weapon will be comparable to a god-level weapon. Yi Yun sent out another message. "Thank you for the gift, sir. I will refine it right now," the big dark horse said happily. It opened its mouth and swallowed the golden sword and axe. It closed its eyes and began to refine the golden axe. As its mana poured into the golden axe, the big black horse noticed that 3 purple runes actually lit up on the axe. These 3 runes are mysterious and ancient, with strange styles. Each one is Only as small as a fingernail, but in fact, each rune is as vast as a world. So strong. The big dark horse was secretly surprised. It quickly collected its thoughts and studied these 3 purple runes. Wholeheartedly. Time flies. A few hours passed quickly, and the battle in the square was still going on. Extremely fiercely. Although Yi Yun was practicing with his eyes closed, he was also observing the battle in the square. His soul accurately controls everyone's cultivation state. By the time night falls, the 3 juniors of the Shenlong Sect all broke through to the 9th level of the Xinqiao realm almost at the same time. Yi Yun nodded with satisfaction. The goal this time is that he hopes the 3 of them can break through to the 9th level of the Xinqiao realm. Now it is extremely difficult to break through 2 small realms in one battle. After all, the qualifications of these 3 juniors are not that of top-notch monsters. It was just that he forcibly changed to the ancestral dragon bloodline, and gradually surpassed other geniuses. After the breakthrough, the combat power of the 3 junior Shenlong Sect members suddenly soared, and they began to reverse the situation and launch a counterattack. The disciples of Tianheng Sect fell one after another. And the leader of the Tianheng Sect was actually killed by Lord Grimm with a sword. After he was suppressed to the 1st level of Nirvana, the gap in combat power between himself and other disciples narrowed. After the breakthrough, Lord Grimm seized an opportunity, and with quick eyesight and quick hands, he killed the sect leader directly. There are so many storage rings. The big black cat kept flying around the square and picked up a lot of storage rings. It piled all the storage rings into a corner of the square. The pile was as high as a hill. Of course, these storage rings are not only from the fallen disciples of the Tianheng Sect in the square, 99% of them come from the disciples of the Shenlong Sect who were killed by the master in midair. The nearly 100,000 people turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated. The storage rings fell from the air and were picked up by the big black cat and piled in the corner of the square. There are so many storage rings that the big black cat can't put them all on his head. The next day, when the sky is bright, everyone in the Tianheng Sect fell in a pool of blood, and no one survived. Senior sister, we are finally done killing. Lord Grimm took a breath. Although he had the support of the ancestral dragon bloodline, the consumption this time was far greater than the last time. After all, the opponent is completely different. Tianheng Sect is a large middle-grade sect, and its disciples are extremely powerful. Yes. Luoli was also covered in blood at this moment, and her beautiful little face was also splashed with blood. She wiped the corners of her mouth, and suddenly saw a mountain of storage rings piled up in the corner of the square, and was immediately shocked. Kitten, how come there are so many storage rings? I remember that we didn't kill so many people, right? The big black cat flew over, landed on the ground, and said with a smile, Master, everyone else was killed by me. Luoli took a breath of air. Suwani next to her came over and asked with a smile, Kitten, how many people were killed by our ancestors? Almost 100,000. The big black cat said with a smile. 100,000? The 3 juniors from the Shenlong Sect suddenly turned pale and felt a little bitter in their hearts. They killed more than 2,000 people after a day and a night. The ancestor killed nearly 100,000 people with just one look. This is really scary. After a while, Luoli walked towards the dragon monument. Seeing a dragon come alive on this huge blue stone, Luoli reached out her hand and gently stroked the dragon's tail, with an indescribable look on her face. Let's go home with me. You've been wandering outside for so many years. Luoli said emotionally. She raised her palm, preparing to receive the dragon tablet into the storage ring and store it first. But what she didn't expect was that the dragon monument in front of her remained motionless and was not sucked into her storage ring. How is this going? Suwani also walked over. She stretched out her hand and pushed the blue boulder hard. But the blue boulder seemed to have taken root, and it didn't move at all. Lord Grimm said thoughtfully beside him, "Is it possible that the dragon monument is still suppressed by the seven-star formation? Junior brother, senior sister, the three of us will push together to see if we can push it." Luoli thought for a while and said, "No need to push it. This dragon tablet is indeed suppressed by the seven-star formation. You cannot push it with your strength." A white shadow flashed past, revealing Yi Yun's figure. "Ancestor." The three people quickly bowed to Yi Yun. Yi Yun nodded and gently tapped the dragon tablet with his hand. I saw this huge piece of blue stone immediately rising into the air and suspended in midair. On the ground below the dragon monument, you can clearly see a huge black hole, and black mist is constantly pouring out of the black hole. At this time, a shocking scene happened. I saw that all the corpses and blood of those who died in the square were sucked in by this black hole. Is there some kind of monster down here? Luoli's heart tightened. There is a little thing under this black hole. It has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Now it is about to wake up and escape. Yi Yun smiled. After the black hole absorbed all the blood and corpses, the 7 mountain peaks were all glowing with light. These rays of light gathered together in midair and fell into the black hole. Boom! The entire mountain peak was shaking, as if something huge was about to escape. Yi Yun smiled slightly. The people behind this plan had really good ideas. This 7-star sword formation suppressed more than just the dragon monument. Under this dragon monument, there is also an evil ghost suppressed. The cultivation level of this evil ghost has reached the eternal state. A burst of thick black smoke suddenly emerged from the black hole in the ground, converging into a thick mass of black gas in midair, rolling continuously, and finally formed the head of an evil ghost. This evil spirit has no body, only a huge head. He was in midair, and his 2 bloody eyes were like millstones, flickering and emitting scarlet light. Ha ha ha. After tens of thousands of years of suppression, we are finally out of trouble. The evil spirit laughed so loudly that the surrounding mountains shook. After all, as a ghost in the eternal realm, its strength is earth-shattering. Look at this evil spirit, without a body. Luoli stared and couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She had seen some ghosts in Wangui Ridge, but those ghosts were not as scary as the one in front of her. Lord Grimm's eyes were like lightning, staring at the bodiless evil ghost. He had a sky lantern lit once in Wangui Ridge, and he had an innate hatred for ghosts. Suwani's face was calm and indifferent. Yi Yun looked indifferent, with his hands behind his back, looking at the evil ghost in front of him. This bodiless evil ghost has been sealed for at least a few years, but its realm still remains above the eternal realm. Now it is the first level of the eternal realm. Yi Yun speculates that this guy's original realm is at least the 3rd level of the eternal realm. Humph, there are 4 little humans here? The evil ghost was floating in the air and suddenly saw the 4 tiny humans below. Among them, 3 are minor monks in the Xinqiao realm. As for the other man in white, he couldn't even tell that he had any cultivation level. He looked like an ordinary person. What we ate just now were dead people. Now let's satisfy our cravings by eating some living people. The evil ghost who had just escaped from trouble let out a ferocious smile, opened its mouth, and suddenly a strong suction force was sucked downwards. Yi Yun's pupils shrank slightly, and in an instant, the evil ghost was frozen in midair, unable to move. Who suppressed you to this place? Yi Yun asked, calmly. The evil ghost suddenly felt that his body could not move, and his eyes widened suddenly, looking at the young man in white below in disbelief. Only then did it realize that the cultivation level of the young man in white in front of it was definitely far beyond it. Is it a true god? Thinking of this, the evil spirit suddenly felt fear in his heart. This. I don't know what's going on. The evil ghost didn't deliberately hide it. It looked around, suddenly showed a surprised expression on its face, and murmured to itself, isn't this the sacred land? Yes, this is Shenlong continent. Yi Yun smiled lightly. The next moment, the sky's disillusionment eye was activated, and the evil ghost's eyes suddenly became dull, and it stayed motionless in the air. Yi Yun didn't bother to ask this evil ghost anymore, and simply took away its memory. This evil ghost really comes from the divine land and is not a local ghost in Shenlong continent. But when Yi Yun was about to find out who suppressed this evil ghost into Shenlong Sect, he suddenly found a destructive force exploding from the depths of this evil ghost's soul. Boom! The evil ghost's entire head exploded in an instant. An unimaginable huge explosive force exploded in midair. You're a small skill, but you dare to do everything in front of me. Yi Yun sneered. The sky's disillusionment eye jumped twice rapidly, and the powerful explosive power was immediately fixed in the air, and then dissipated invisible. Yi Yun's face looked a little gloomy. This evil ghost from the divine land actually has some kind of powerful restriction in his mind. Once he wants to touch the other party's memory, the restriction will naturally activate and kill this evil ghost. Fortunately, he has reached the Divine Lord realm. If he were an ordinary Eternal Realm monk, he would probably be seriously injured even if he was not dead. Ancestor, what on earth is going on? Jun Maxiao looked pale and asked, with lingering fear beside him. The evil ghost suddenly exploded, with such unimaginable power that he almost sat on the ground in fright. Fortunately, the ancestors took action and diffused the aftermath of the explosion. Luoli and Suwani looked very nervous at this moment. The little aura of the explosion of the Eternal Realm powerhouse just now was revealed, and the two of them also felt their hearts agitated, as if they felt an indescribable and huge terror coming. It's nothing. You don't need to worry about this matter for the time being, Yi Yun said calmly. Regarding the 3 juniors of Shenlong Sect, Yi Yun's idea is to keep them in Shenlong continent, and leave the enemies outside the divine land to him to deal with. At this time, Yi Yun looked around. There was a shimmer like stars dancing in his eyes. All the secret books, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures in the Shenlong Sect's treasure house and sutra pavilion immediately flew over in a long queue. Put them all away, Yi Yun said with a smile. Now that the Shenlong Sect has been destroyed, these skills and heavenly materials and earthly treasures have become ownerless, which is just enough for the 3 juniors to receive the storage rings. The future revival of the Shenlong Sect will require a lot of natural resources. The resources accumulated by Shenlong Sect are just a drop in the bucket. I didn't expect there would be so many. Luoli looked at the treasures of heaven and earth and martial arts secrets piled in the square, her eyes shining brightly. Compared to Shenlong Sect, The foundation of Tianheng sect is more than 100 times that of Shenlong Sect. Sister, you are the leader, you are responsible for the distribution. Lord Grimm rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Luoli waved her hand and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter, just watch. And watch. Anyway, when the Shenlong sect is revived in the end, we will unite them together. Okay. Lord Grimm nodded repeatedly. The three of them started to divide the spoils. It didn't take long and they were all divided quickly. At this time, Yiyan took out a small silver insect and flicked it into a nearby big tree. The little insect lay neatly among the dense leaves, motionless. Tianheng sect is a large middle-grade sect. Now, the Shenlong monument suppressed by the Tianheng sect has been taken away, and the entire sect has been destroyed, causing such a big commotion. Yun speculates that there may be forces behind the scenes coming to investigate. If someone comes, they will be caught in one fell swoop. Yi Yun returned to the carriage with 3 juniors from the Shenlong sect. Suwani was arranged by him to absorb the essence and blood of the ancestral dragon. After all, Suwani's ancestral dragon bloodline concentration has just reached 8%, which is still 2% lower than that of Lord Grimm and Luoli. This is just the time for her to absorb it properly. Try to keep up with Luoli and Lord Grimm. Sitting in the carriage, Yi Yun saw the direction of the Tianyue dynasty. Calculating silently, I found that it would still be some time before the Tianyue secret realm was opened, and I felt relieved immediately. Within this period of time, the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect should be able to break through to the Nirvana realm. In this case, they can enter the Tianyue secret realm to practice. Yi Yun also wanted to see who had arranged for the Tianheng sect, Tianheng sect and other sects, to harm the Shenlong sect. After retracting his gaze, Yi Yun scanned the territory of Tianqing dynasty again. He wanted to see if there were any items from the Shenlong sect that had been suppressed. I scanned around and found nothing. Yi Yun continued to expand the scanning range and began to scan other places. After scanning several nearby dynasties, Yi Yun found nothing. Then the other 12 dragon tablets were destroyed? Yi Yun murmured to himself, suddenly thinking of this possibility. Haha, even if it is destroyed, so what? Yi Yun sat in the carriage with a calm smile on his face. He didn't care. These 3 little guys from the Shenlong sect will all grow into eternal realm masters who sweep across the entire Cangnan continent. At that time, the fate of the entire Cangnan continent will gather crazily towards the Shenlong sect. Strength always comes first. The strong always speak with their strength. With his invincible ancestor here, the Shenlong sect will surely be revived. Master, where should we go next? The big black horse pulled the carriage and turned his head in front and asked. Yi Yun smiled and said, find a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Okay, sir. The big black horse agreed and began to pull the carriage. One day later, in a beautiful valley, the car stopped. Let's practice here for a while. When the 3 little guys break through, we can go directly to the Tianyue dynasty. Inside the carriage, Yi Yun's voice came out. The big black horse agreed quickly, with a happy face on his face. The master has given it time to practice again. The 3 little masters are currently at the 9th level of the Divine Bridge realm. If they break through to the 10th level, it will take more than a month at the earliest. This gives it a relatively sufficient time to practice. Yi Yun closed his eyes and began to practice seriously. During this period of time, he was preparing to break through to the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm. At this time, Yi Yin still felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He is now in the Divine King realm. If he wants to reach the Divine King realm, there is another Divine Lord realm in between. When Yi Yin was practicing at this time in a secret area of Shenlong continent, a terrifying figure suddenly opened its eyes. Strange, why did the Shenlong Sect of the Tianqing dynasty have a problem? Opposite this terrifying figure, there is a complete miniature map of Shenlong continent. Somewhere on the map, a small red dot has completely turned gray. If this place were distributed according to the geography of Shenlong continent, it would be the location of Shenlong Sect. It seems. I want to go out and see what kind of force is so short-sighted. It actually destroyed the Shenlong Sect's formation. This terrifying figure suddenly lost its aura and walked out of the layers of light. This is an old man in green clothes, with an immortal appearance and an extraordinary temperament. That's not right, not only Shenlong Sect, but also Shenlong Sect has a problem. He stared at the map for a while. A look of shock began to appear on the face of the old man in green. He took a step forward and disappeared into the secret realm in an instant. A beam of light fell from the sky, revealing the figure of the old man in green. He used the method of void delivery to directly deliver it from the secret realm across thousands of miles. Standing in the void, staring at the disappeared Shenlong Sect, the old man in green had an extremely serious face. A huge Shenlong Sect just disappeared. His heart moved and he immediately disappeared. The next moment, he appeared deep underground when he saw the black dragon deep underground disappearing. The old man in green had a gloomy face. Who is so bold as to take away this black dragon from beneath the Shenlong Sect? This black dragon. He comes over once every 1,000 years to see if anything goes wrong. Unexpectedly, something went wrong during this retreat, and the underground black dragon was actually stolen. This black dragon has 7 small arrows stuck in its body, which is a formation. Although the old man in green didn't know what formation this was, but he knew it was definitely unusual. After searching around the Shenlong Sect, nothing was found. The old man in green disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above Shenlong Sect again. The 7 peaks of Shenlong Sect are still in place and have not been damaged. All the buildings on the 7 peaks remain unchanged. But the entire huge Shenlong Sect was actually empty. The old man in green's eyes flashed, and he suddenly discovered that the huge blue stone in the square had disappeared. This piece of blue stone. It is indispensable in his memory. But I didn't expect it. The piece of blue stone engraved with the dragon disappeared. The formation was not damaged, but the blue stone disappeared. Who can do this? The old man in green had a look of contemplation on his face. In a big tree not far away, a small silver clock looked at him quietly. Inside the carriage, Yi Yin suddenly opened his eyes, and disappeared into the carriage in a flash. The void cracked. Yi Yin stepped out, looked at the back of the old man in green, and said calmly, "Your Excellency, you seem to be very interested in Shenlong Sect?" The old man in green suddenly turned back. He looked at the young man in white, who suddenly appeared behind him with a shocked expression. This young man in white clothes is as white as snow, with fluttering black hair. His facial features are deep and three-dimensional, as if they were sharpened by knives. There seem to be thousands of stars changing in his eyes. His movements give people a strong sense of confidence. It seems that in his eyes, no one is his opponent. "Do I know who you are?" The old man in green sneered. A look of surprise appeared on his face. This guy actually knows me? Yi Yun was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, when have you seen me? Why have I never had an impression? These days, there are strange phenomena appearing in the world. It must be caused by your breakthrough to the true God realm, right? The old man in green sneered. Although the other party is a true god, his aura is extremely well concealed. Just like an ordinary person. But he is also a true god realm guardian who comes from the divine land and secretly guards Songnan continent. Yi Yun nodded. He was fighting with Tian Dao, and the movement was so loud that ordinary Eternal Realm experts probably knew what was going on. As far as I know, there are no true God realm monks on the mainland of Songnan continent. I wonder where you are from. Is it a divine land? Yi Yun lowered his eyelids and asked, calmly. Haha, I didn't expect that an unknown person like you would know about the divine land. The old man in green was slightly startled, and said with a sarcastic smile. Both the Shenlong Sect and the Tianheng Sect were destroyed by you, right? What are your intentions? To destroy these two sects is to cast stones to ask for directions, to knock on the mountain to shake the tiger, just to lure you out. Yi Yen raised his eyes and looked at the old man in green quietly, with a gentle smile on his face. The old man in green looked at Yi Yen's gentle smile, but felt a creepy feeling. He shouted loudly, "Who are you? You juniors don't remember my name, so there's no use talking about it." Yi Yen smiled lightly. In his strange eyes, the tiny star runes began to change, and a power of disillusionment instantly acted on the old man in green. You are not in the true God realm? The old man in green used all his magic power to control this power. But it was no use. Before falling into coma, he shouted loudly, shouting out the speculation in his heart. The other party's cultivation level is definitely more than the true God realm. Something that can make him lose his resistance in an instant. At the very least, it's the divine king realm. Looking at the unconscious old man in green in front of him, Yi Yen's expression gradually became serious. He has not yet read the memory of the old man in green. There is a precedent for that evil ghost to self-destruct. Yi Yen doesn't dare to search the other party's memory easily now. He stood there and thought silently for a moment. Yi Yen decided to give up the idea of searching for memories and instead tried another method. He released a trace of magic power and revived the old man in green. The old man in green blinked his eyes and recovered from the lingering fear. He did not expect that the young man in white with terrifying cultivation in front of him did not kill him unexpectedly. Your Excellency is actually a powerful person in the divine sovereign realm. I wonder which sect you come from in the divine land. The old man in green asked with a solemn expression. The divine sovereign realm is also an unattainable existence on the other side of the divine land. Just a casual cultivator. Yi Yen smiled slightly, looked at the old man in green, and asked, I don't know, friend, what sect is he from? I am also a casual cultivator. I just received a mission to guard Songnan continent for 3,000 years. The old man in green said with a smile. The young man in white clothes in front of him has a cultivation level of the divine lord realm, which is far better than his own. Now his life and death are in the hands of the other party. There are some things that he doesn't need to hide. But in fact, he didn't know much information. He guards Songnan continent just to guard against some unknown risks. It turns out that it happens every 3,000 years. Yi Yen smiled, finally understanding. He could also see that the old man in Xing, who was in the true God realm in front of him, didn't know much. According to the 3,000-year cycle, the old man in green could only stay in Shenlong continent for 2,000 years at most. It seems that the mastermind behind the scenes is deeply hidden in Shinto. Recruit casual cultivators from the true God realm through tasks. Really careful. Fellow Taoist, with your status, you should be regarded as the guardian of Shenlong continent, right? I don't know what the specific tasks are. If the reward is high, I wouldn't mind taking on such a task next time. Yi Yan raised his head and asked with a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist also has such a plan? There was a hint of surprise on the face of the old man in green. He quickly clasped his hands and said, "This place in Shenlong continent is where the casual cultivators of the true God realm come here in order to complete their mission. If fellow Taoist accepts this mission as a divine sovereign realm, I'm afraid the revenge will be doubled. Although this Shenlong continent is somewhat lacking in spiritual energy, it's not as bad as imagined, right?" Yi Yan asked with flashing eyes. He was born and raised in Shenlong continent and didn't think there was anything bad about this place. Why is it so unpopular in Shenlong continent when we get to the divine land? It seems that fellow Taoists don't know much about Shenlong continent. This place is a place abandoned by gods. It is said that there is an invisible curse that will cause stagnation in cultivation for monks above the true God realm, so most people are not willing to come to this place. After all, no one wants to cut off their own path of cultivation. The old man in green explained with a smile. Speaking of this, an embarrassed look appeared on his face. The old man in green clothes saw that Yi Yan was silent, and then started to talk to himself. As a casual cultivator, with limited resources, I really have no choice, so I took on such a task. So that's it. Yi Yan nodded. It seemed that he could still get a lot of information through this relaxed chat. What he didn't expect was that such a beautiful Shenlong continent would actually be a place abandoned by gods in the eyes of the divine soil monks. What is this so-called curse? Why had he never felt it? Yi Yan's eyes twitched twice, and he suddenly realized that there seemed to be deep secrets in Shenlong continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the monks in the divine land to be as fearful as a tiger. If this secret of Shenlong continent had not been told by the old man in green, Yi Yan would have never imagined it. Not only does his ancestor, who has lived for 100,000 years, not know, but also everyone on the Shenlong continent is kept in the dark. No one even knows the name of Shinto. Now that the Shenlong Sect and Tianheng Sect have been destroyed by me, what should fellow Taoists do with them? Yi Yan thought for a while and said, "Fellow Taoist is in the divine king realm, what can I do?" The old man in green smiled bitterly, sighed, and said, "The reward will be cut in half, or there will be no reward." Yi Yan smiled, "Don't worry about this, fellow Taoist. When I go to the sacred land, I will take you there with me and make up for your rewards by the way. It's really touching that fellow Taoist is so benevolent and righteous. 2. Think that I, a mere casual cultivator in the true God realm, can get the promise of a divine Lord realm. I am really lucky." The old man in green clasped his fists again, tears flashing in his eyes. On the other side of the divine land, the realm of cultivation is heavily guarded. With his mere cultivation at the true God realm, there was no way he could establish any contact with the monks at the divine Lord realm. Seeing the reaction of the old man in green, Yi Yan laughed again. This little true God realm casual cultivator is really easy to deal with, just give him a little favor. Of course. This is also because I am in the divine king realm, and the effects of gifts from superiors are often unexpected. Yi Yan thought for a while and asked tentatively, fellow Taoist guards the entire Shenlong continent. Are there any specific sects that are responsible for guarding them? To be honest, my mission is also very simple, which is to ensure that all sects above the major sects will not be cut off from their inheritance. The old man in green sighed and said with a wry smile, as for the black dragon under the Shenlong Sect, it seems to be a formation. I come here to check it once every 1,000 years. Are there any sects like the Shenlong Sect that have great mysteries underground? Yi Yan asked. There are still some, but it is inconvenient to tell fellow Taoists. After all, I have already sworn an oath to heaven. Once revealed, both body and soul will be destroyed. The old man in green said helplessly. In that case, fellow Taoist, there is no need to say anything more. Yi Yan smiled. He groped around in the warehouse and took out a pill. I see that fellow Taoist has been stuck at the peak of the first level of the true God realm for some years. This God-breaking pill can be considered as a meeting gift from me to fellow Taoist. Having said this, Yi Yan threw the God-breaking pill in his hand through the air. God-breaking pill? Upon hearing these 3 words, the old man in green suddenly widened his eyes. When he took the God-breaking pill, his hand started to tremble. With an excited expression on his face, he murmured to himself, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your help." At this point, the old man in green clothes burst into tears. Yi Yan was a little helpless. The tears of the old man in green were too low. He seems to be a hard-luck man with many stories. Thank you, fellow Taoist. After crying a few times, the old man in green clothes quickly wiped away his tears and bowed to Yi Yan. To be honest, the reward for this mission is to obtain a God-breaking pill. So I stayed in Shenlong continent for more than 2,000 years. The old man in green clothes held the God-breaking pill and said with a sigh on his face, "Isn't this mission publisher too abominable? Guarding the Shenlong continent for 3,000 years to get a God-breaking pill is really too much." Yi Yan's face changed slightly, and he said, "We share the same hatred and hatred. You can't say that, fellow Taoist. The God-breaking pill is extremely rare in the divine land. It's priceless, but not marketable. If I can't break through to the second level of the true God realm, I won't live long, so this mission is also a gamble." Oh, I didn't expect that kind-hearted Taoist friends would be so sympathetic to me, a desperate casual cultivator. As the old man in green clothes spoke, he remembered the sad past again and wiped away tears. "Fellow Taoist, please don't be sad," Yi Yan said with a smile. He found that the old man in green clothes in front of him was also an interesting person, not like some kind of extremely evil person. In his warehouse, there are countless God-breaking pills, almost piled up into a mountain. The God-breaking pill that Yi Yan took out was a low-grade God-breaking pill with the lowest quality. As for the top-grade God-breaking pill, he did not take out it. Naturally, he was afraid that the old man would be too shocked. For the old man in green, a low-grade God-breaking pill was enough for him to break through the realm. Boom! Suddenly the ground shook. It seems that something huge is about to appear underground in a distant place. Then I saw a bright light rising into the sky. In midair, an illusory huge palace-shaped building was formed. Yi Yan looked at this illusory palace, his pupils shrank slightly, as if he remembered something from the past. The old man in green looked at the illusory palace for a few times, his face changed slightly, and he said in amazement, "Unexpectedly, even the Joyo underground palace appeared. It really is the Joyo underground palace. Yi Yan smiled indifferently and nodded gently. He had heard of the Joyo underground palace 100,000 years ago. Only. The Joyo underground palace only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. When Yi Yan was alive, he did not catch up. Fellow Taoist, are you going to visit the Joyo underground palace? The old man in green looked into the distance and asked with a smile. I don't have to go. Yi Yan shook his head and said calmly. He doesn't lack any resources, so what's the use of going to Joyo underground palace? A look of sadness suddenly appeared on the face of the old man in green. He looked into the distance with an envious look on his face and said, It is said that there is immortal grass in the Joyo underground palace. If you have a chance to get it, you can live thousands of years longer out of thin air. I have heard of this. Yi Yan's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, but there is an invisible forbidden power in the Joyo underground palace. Whenever a monk enters it, his realm will be suppressed to the Shenxiao realm. The expression of the old man in green changed, and he sighed and said, What my fellow Taoist said is true. Although the Joyo underground palace has immortal grass that makes people jealous, it is not something ordinary people can enter. The higher the cultivation level of the monks, the better they can go inside. The greater the risk, the greater the risk. Once it falls, the gain will outweigh the loss. That's right. Yi Yan nodded with a smile, his eyes full of meaning. It seems that although the old man in green came late, he has a deep understanding of Songnan continent. The old man in green smiled awkwardly and explained, Fellow Taoist, I have a secret introduction to Songnan continent, so I understand these things. Otherwise, how could I, a mere casual cultivator in the true God realm, know so many things about Songnan continent? That's good. Yi Yan nodded with a smile and said nothing more. Fellow Taoist, I live in Mount Sumeru. If you are free, you can come and sit at my place and drink tea and discuss Taoism together. Wouldn't it be nice? The old man in green smiled and invited. Okay, then you go back first. Yi Yan said with a careless smile. The old man in green has been stuck at the peak of the first level of the true God realm for more than 2,000 years. Now that he has obtained the God breaking pill, he is eager to go back and break through to the second level of the true God realm. Yi Yan didn't want to delay him, so he issued an eviction order. The old man in green was happy in his heart, thanked him profusely, and turned around to leave. Joyo underground palace? Yi Yan looked at the illusory palace with a faint smile on his face. He wasn't even interested in the so-called immortal grass. However, he is somewhat interested in this Joyo underground palace. After all, Yi Yan had no chance to enter this place 100,000 years ago. He was also quite curious. With a flash of his body, Yi Yan broke through the void. The next moment, we arrived below the illusory palace. This illusory palace is just a projection illusion reflected by the huge Joyo underground palace underground. The heavenly vision of falling down is also announcing to the entire Songnan continent, announcing the arrival of the Joyo underground palace in the world. Yi Yan stood on the ground, looking at the huge mountain gate that was 100 meters high. The mountain gate is extremely old and has a vicissitudes of architectural style. A layer of transparent ripples like water waves is constantly undulating on the vertical section of the mountain gate, exuding a strong spatial atmosphere. Yi Yan did not step in, but came to the mountain gate and gently pointed a finger towards the center of the water wave. That wave of water could not stop Yi Yun's fingers. When his fingers entered the space behind the water waves, Yi Yunlian's expression changed. He found that the space in the Jiuyou underground palace seemed to be unstable. Yi Yun retracted his fingers. He shook his head and sighed. It seems that my cultivation level is still too high to enter this place. Why don't you let Lord Grimm go there? Yi Yun suppressed his smile, broke through the void, and returned to the carriage. He closed his eyes and did not summon Lord Grimm. This is because the birth of heaven and earth in Jiuyou underground palace is just a precursor. The illusory palace was born, announcing to the entire Songnan continent that the Jiuyou underground palace was born somewhere in the Tianqing dynasty. The official opening time will take a few days. As time goes by, various forces began to arrive in front of the mountain gate of Jiuyou underground palace. Not only the major sects and families of the Tianqing dynasty, but even several nearby dynasties were alarmed. But this time, the opening of the Jiuyou underground palace was not as large as the major forces coming from the Red Dust Fairyland. Each force can only send one person at most. This is also an unwritten rule of Jiuyou underground palace, which has been circulating for nearly hundreds of thousands of years. This is also done with some fairness in mind. After all, there are many powerful forces. If many monks enter, then others will have no chance. Therefore, any force can only send one person in. Jiuyou underground palace has a strict screening method, and anyone who wants to cheat will be punished with physical and mental destruction. Therefore, for hundreds of thousands of years, basically everyone has politely abided by the rules of the Jiuyou underground palace. On the 8th day, it is said that 9 days after the Jiuyou underground palace appears, the teleportation gate will be officially opened. At that time, you can officially enter. Yi Yun looked in the direction of Jiuyou underground palace and said with a smile. With a thought, Yi Yun called out Lord Grimm, and then told him about the 9 Nether underground palace. Ancestor, don't worry, I will definitely find the immortal grass and give it to you. Lord Grimm said with a solemn and excited expression. What do I need your immortality grass for? You can keep it after you get the immortality grass. If there is any extra, I will give you 2 senior sisters. This time I will send you to Jiuyou underground palace to practice. Yi Yun smiled and waved his hand and said. As an ancestor, he does not lack any resources. If the resources in Yi Yun's warehouse were taken out, all the monks in the world would be frightened to death, and even the way of heaven would collapse. The reason why Lord Grimm was allowed to enter the Jiuyou underground palace. First, he wanted Lord Grimm to compete with the geniuses of the major sects while practicing. On the other hand, he also wanted to put a ray of soul in Lord Grimm's mind. Like last time, to see the real situation in the Jiuyou underground palace. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun had some curiosity about the Jiuyou underground palace. This time, he put a ray of soul into Lord Grimm's mind, which was equivalent to satisfying his original curiosity. Okay, ancestor. Lord Grimm nodded awkwardly. Yi Yun waved his hand and sent Lord Grimm out of the carriage. Next moment, Lord Grimm appeared on a mountaintop, hundreds of miles away from the Jiuyou underground palace. Hey, the training has begun. Lord Grimm took a deep breath, and the expression on his face suddenly became excited. This time, his ancestor asked him to go to Jiuyou underground palace to experience, and he was very excited from the bottom of his heart. After all, he is the youngest junior disciple in the Shenlong Sect. In the past, no matter what actions I took, I always followed my senior sisters. This time, he finally had a chance to act alone. After Lord Grimm figured out the direction, he quickly flew towards the Joyo underground palace. In the carriage. This little guy. Yiyan saw Lord Grimm's expression and smiled helplessly. It seems that the emperor-level sword given to Lord Grimm was still necessary. Men, you have to beat and beat more. Before time travel, although Yiyan was an unmarried young man with no children, he knew that there was a popular saying on Earth. Boys should be raised poor, girls should be raised rich. Girls should be rich so that they won't be taken away by others who give them small favors. Only when a boy is raised poor can he arouse his competitive spirit and be able to go further in his career in the future. If a boy is raised rich, he will often end up becoming a playboy rich second generation, which is something Yiyan does not want to see. He has a complicated experience and has lived in 2 lives, so he will naturally not train Lord Grimm in this direction. Therefore, Yiyan plans to beat the little guy Lord Grimm more often in the future to make him grow up quickly. After all, among the 3 juniors of the Shenlong Sect, he is the only one. Lord Grimm flew non-stop all the way to the vicinity of Joyo Underground Palace and found that the place was already crowded. All the major ancient families, major sects, and even some royal families sent people over. It can be seen how powerful the temptation of immortal grass is to all major forces. Lord Grimm found a place with few people, fell from the sky, and stood there, waiting quietly. It didn't take long. Lord Grimm saw a golden light emitting from the Joyo Underground Palace. This ray of light formed a golden scroll in midair. What's this? The crowd suddenly became restless, and everyone looked up. Everyone wants to know what is written on this scroll. The Joyo Underground Palace has always appeared in the world, and this special situation has never happened before. At this time, the scroll was slowly opened in front of everyone's attention. There is a line of large characters written on it. This time, the Joyo Underground Palace will no longer accept humans. Everyone present saw this line of text and their heads were buzzing. What's happening here? The Joyo Underground Palace has a history of hundreds of thousands of years. In Songnan continent. In the past, it was only open to the human race, and other races were not allowed to enter. Why is this exception happening this time? This time, our human race has no hope. It's too tragic. Could it be that the demon clan is in charge in the future? Let's all go back. This time we all came here in vain. Everyone had a look of deep frustration on their faces, and some even couldn't accept this fact. They stamped their feet and beat their chests on the spot, feeling very sad. Especially those monks who are extremely far away from here. In order to come here, the sect has spent a lot of resources on void projection. But I didn't expect. Joyo Underground Palace made a joke to all races. Humans can no longer enter. Many monks were dissatisfied and cursed at Joyo Underground Palace. Aha! A burst of sharp light fell from the illusory palace of Joyo Underground Palace, and the monks were instantly blasted into a ball of blood mist. Everyone was silent, and no one dared to curse Joyo Underground Palace. Lord Grimm also sighed. He came here happily and wanted to have an experience. But something suddenly happened. This time, the Joyo Underground Palace did not welcome humans to enter. Well, Lord Grimm flew back dejectedly. People were leaving one after another. Not long after, the mountain gate of Joyo Underground Palace became empty. The changes in the Joyo Underground Palace spread throughout the Songnan continent through various channels. The entire demon clan was boiling. Countless monsters were ready to move and rushed towards the Jiuyou underground palace. There were also some demon cultivators and ghost cultivators who were extremely excited when they heard the news. They all geared up and rushed towards the Jiuyou underground palace as quickly as possible. Lord Grimm was on his way back when he was suddenly swallowed up by a powerful force of space, and the next moment he appeared in the carriage. Ancestor, humans are not allowed to enter this Jiuyou underground palace, Lord Grimm said frustratedly. If you're not allowed in, just go back and practice. It's not a big deal. Yi Yan smiled and sent Lord Grimm back. He looked in the direction of Jiuyou underground palace again, his eyes flickering a few times. This time, the sudden change in Jiuyou underground palace also caught him by surprise. After all, we have been following the rules for hundreds of thousands of years, but we didn't expect that this time, the rules would suddenly change. Could it be that he only took care of human monks in the past? Does the owner of Jiuyou underground palace also want to take care of demons and other races? Yi Yan thought about it and felt that it was understandable. After all, the monster clan is also very powerful on Sungnan continent, but they do not enjoy a variety of resources. It makes sense that the Jiuyou underground palace would benefit the demon race and other races other than the human race this time. There was silence for a few seconds. Yi Yan still wanted to enter the Jiuyou underground palace to have a look and satisfy his inner obsession. He looked at the big black horse and big black cat outside the carriage. The big dark horse has already reached the eternal realm, so it would be inappropriate to enter again. If there is something dangerous inside, maybe he will die. Why don't you let the big black cat go? Thinking of this, Yi Yan walked out. He looked at the big black cat and told it what he had just thought. What? To experience? The big black cat was shocked at that time. The master actually asked him to go to Jiuyou underground palace to experience and look for the immortal grass. Not only that, after it finds the immortal grass, it can take it immediately, without having to hand it over. This is simply a great thing. Thank you for taking care of me, master. The big black cat was extremely excited and quickly kowtowed to Yi Yan on the ground. The big black horse turned his head, grunted, and said angrily, "Kitten, if you find the immortality grass inside, don't forget to bring one to your uncle." Ma. The big black cat shuddered and immediately recovered from his ecstatic state. Uncle Ma, don't worry. If I only get one immortal grass, I will give it to you first. The big black cat smiled coquettishly. Hee hee. The big dark horse nodded with satisfaction. Looking at this pair of living treasures, Yi Yan was helpless. Although Yi Yan was also prepared to put a ray of soul into the big black cat's mind, in fact, he was not prepared to help the big black cat deal with unknown risks all the time. Yi Yan thought for a while and decided to give the big black cat a treasure to escape from, at least it wouldn't lose its life inside. Yi Yan fumbled around in the warehouse for a while, then took out a pair of red leather boots. Here's this for you, see if it fits. Yi Yan threw the pair of red leather boots to the big black cat. This is a pair of magic boots of imperial quality. Once the mana is injected, the escape speed is incredibly fast. The red leather on the Chen Xi boots is said to be made from the skin of an extremely powerful beast in a certain universe that has innate space powers. Thank you, sir, for the treasure. The big black cat was so happy that he immediately stood up and transformed into a young man in black robe. He put on those two red boots, which fit perfectly. Master, what kind of treasure is this? The big black cat said happily. These are magic boots, with emperor-level quality. Once mana is injected into it will have unimaginable speed. Yi Yun said with a smile. Wow, it turns out to be an imperial weapon. The big black cat's eyes widened, and he immediately squatted down and gently stroked the leather boots on his feet. It was injected with a trace of mana, and after feeling it carefully, a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. This is a magical imperial weapon. In the entire Shenlong continent, he has never heard of anyone having such a treasure. The big black cat is very happy. Unexpectedly, before entering the Jiuyou underground palace, the master rewarded him with such a powerful treasure. The harvest from this trip was really great. There are still a few days until the opening of the Jiuyou underground palace. You should seize the time to refine. Yi Yun gave instructions and then returned to the carriage. The big black horse looked at the pair of red magic boots on the big black cat's feet, with a look of envy and hatred in his eyes. Kitten, take it off and let your Uncle Ma wear it for 2 days. The big black horse chuckled and bared his white teeth. The big black cat suddenly jumped out of the car like a frightened rabbit. Then squatted down, covered the magic boots with his hands, and said sheepishly, Uncle Ma, this is to save my life. Guy. Looking at your virtue, why don't you lend it to me for 2 days? I won't not. Give it back to you. The big black horse grunted and said angrily. This is an imperial weapon. I have to refine it, otherwise it won't be able to exert its power. Uncle Ma, I'm going to leave first. You should practice. Well, and I won't bother you anymore. The big black cat laughed, turned around, and flew away immediately. What an unloyal guy. Come back and see how Uncle Ma deals with you. The big black horse cursed angrily, closed his eyes, and started practicing. Although it was a little jealous, after all, it knew that the master's instructions could not be careless, so it just made a joke with the big black cat. Seeing this pair of live treasures making trouble again, Yi Yun just smiled and said nothing. The big dark horse still has a sense of proportion, and Yi Yun believes in it very much. The big black cat ran all the way and soon arrived near the Jiuyou underground palace. Some demon monks have gathered here. Most of the monster monks are in the Divine Bridge realm, and a very small number are in the Nirvana realm and the Destiny realm. As for the big demons in the realm of life and death, the big black cat didn't see any of them. The higher your cultivation level, the more you cherish your life. The Jiuyou underground palace has powerful restrictions. It is easy to fall into death if you go here. Therefore, it is safer to send some juniors to look for the immortal grass. The big black cat chuckled and quickly found a place with few people to sit down. He is now at the 3rd level of the Destiny realm, and can be regarded as the top demon among the demon clan at the scene. So no one dares to mess with him. The big black cat was also happy to find that the pair of magic boots that the master gave him seemed to have been treated in some way, and no breath was leaked. In this way, he can refine in this place with peace of mind. A few hours passed. A big shot is here. I didn't expect that the Dragon Lord from Wanlong Ridge would come in person. He doesn't have any followers around him. Does he have to enter the Jiuyou underground palace himself? There was a commotion among the demon monks around. Everyone looked eagerly at a man wearing a yellow dragon robe flying over from a distance. I saw a pair of golden dragon horns on the man's head. He was tall and tall, with cold eyes, and his whole body exuded the aura of the Destiny realm. Many of the demon monks present were from the Tianqing dynasty, so they naturally recognized the Dragon Lord demon from Wanlong Ridge. Dragon Lord fell from the sky, and many little demons nearby immediately moved out of the way. Long Zun stood there calmly with his hands behind his back, as if standing out from the flock, looking at the mountain gate of Jiuyou underground palace in the distance. No one around him dared to speak. Entering the Jiuyou underground palace this time, there were not many demon monks in the Destiny realm. After all, the demons who could cultivate to the Destiny realm also cherished their lives. Although there is immortal grass in the Jiuyou underground palace, it is surrounded by dangers. If it falls, the gain will not be worth the loss. But there are some monks in the Destiny realm who don't care about this, such as this Dragon Lord. As time goes by, there are more and more monsters outside Jiuyou underground palace. There are countless demon clans in the Xinqiao realm. There are also extremely many demon clans in the Nirvana realm, and even the number of demon clans in the Destiny realm reaches hundreds. But there is no demon clan in the realm of life and death. As for the Eternal realm, there is no such thing. It is impossible for a great demon in the Eternal realm to enter the Jiuyou underground palace to face those unknown risks. The big black cat sat on the ground, like an old monk in meditation, quietly refining the magic boots. Although he noticed Long Zun's arrival, he didn't even open his eyes. This guy Long Zun has no hatred against him. As for the two saints' golden eyes and silver eyes who had hatred against him, they are already dead. 7 days later. The big black cat has already refined more than half of the divine walking boots. There was a roaring sound next to his ears. At this time, someone was heard shouting, "The Jiuyou underground palace is open." The big black cat opened its eyes. I saw silhouettes of people rushing crazily into the transparent water waves in the mountain gate. The big black cat stood up and walked forward calmly. Looking for the immortal grass depends on chance. There are dangers everywhere in the Jiuyou underground palace. If you enter early, you will die early. Now that he has the walking boots, even if he is the last to enter, he is still ahead of everyone. "Big brother, can I be with you?" The big black cat had just taken 2 steps when suddenly a charming voice came from behind. He looked back and saw a beautiful woman in red. She is 18 or 19 years old, her eyes are wandering, her appearance is charming, and she is charming. "Are you talking to me?" The big black cat was stunned for a moment. No one had called him big brother in so many years. Especially a beautiful member of the opposite sex. "Brother, I feel that you have a very familiar aura on you. Could it be that we are of the same race?" The beautiful and charming girl walked over with a swaying figure, her big, watery eyes filled with indescribable temptation. "What's happening here?" Rao, a big black cat who had experienced many battles, was also slightly startled. His pupils narrowed and he looked at the girl in front of him carefully. Although she is very beautiful, she exudes the aura of a demon clan. His cultivation level is not high, he is only at the 5th level of Xinqiao realm. He is in no way comparable to himself, a great demon of Destiny realm. What kind of monster is this? The big black cat frowned. Even if the opponent is in human form, he doesn't have any special magical powers to see his true form. The sky disillusionment he cultivated was not even considered a formal introduction. However, his nose worked well and the tip of his nose moved. On this beautiful girl, he smelled a scent that was unique to cats. Unexpectedly, "You are from the Celestial Cat clan." The big black cat licked his lips, his eyes lit up, and he was quite surprised. Like the nine-tailed civet, the sky civet is also an extremely rare cat clan. Although the celestial cat is less famous than the nine-tailed civet, when it comes to its potential for cultivation, the celestial cat clan cannot be underestimated. Unless one day, the nine-tailed civet can evolve 9 tails, it will be difficult to compare with the sky civet. Senior, you are also a celestial cat, right? The girl's charming eyes moved, and she said with a sweet smile. Her cultivation is still shallow and her Taoism is not deep. She cannot distinguish the true identity of this senior with her naked eyes or breath. I'm not a celestial cat. The big black cat shook his head but did not tell his origin. The girl flirtatiously smoothed the black hair on her forehead again, waved her other hand slightly, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and she said, with a smile, brother, stop pretending, I know you are a nine-tailed civet. Then you saw it wrong. The big black cat was shocked, but denied it with a straight face. This little girl movie. How capable are you? The celestial cat race is indeed smarter than foxes. In the world of monsters, the monster with a mind as smart as a nine-tailed fox is the celestial cat. The big black cat was very wary at first and had no intention of communicating in depth with this little girl. But I didn't expect it. But this little girl saw his background at a glance. I'm not wrong, brother. Although my cultivation is low, my ancestor gave me a treasure when I went out this time. I secretly inspired it just now, so I can identify your origin, brother. The charming girl smiled sweetly and held up a small mirror. Oh. The big black cat looked twice and seemed to recognize the origin of the mirror. He curled his lips helplessly. This is the heavenly spirit mirror. It is a treasure of the celestial cat clan and is well known among the demon clan. It can have many functions such as detection, void breaking, and attack. It would not be difficult to use this imperial treasure to see the true identity of his nine-tailed civet. Little sister, you have a good spiritual mirror today. If you lend it to me for 2 days, I will promise to go with you. The big black cat chuckled. He was not a person who would not suffer losses. He rolled his eyes and immediately came up with the idea of the Tianling mirror. Brother, I can lend you this mirror, but I can't. The charming girl smiled sweetly, and her delicate body, carrying a fragrant breeze, actually rubbed against the big black cat. The big black cat was immediately startled. Is this going to cost him his life insurance? He has been wandering on the Shenlong continent for so long and has always been clean and self-sufficient. He has never had any inappropriate thoughts about demon women. Unexpectedly, when I came out to practice today, I was actually targeted by a celestial cat. The big black cat was about to push the girl in front of him away when he suddenly noticed a jet of black light flying over quickly from a distance. Cat Bauer, you are so brave, you dare to hook up with other men. I'm really mad at you. The black light fell, revealing a big man in black armor. He has a tall build, a sinister face, and is full of demonic aura. Surprisingly, he is also a great demon in the Destiny realm. Brother. Sorry, it seems we can't work together. I'll go first. The sky spirit cat named Mao Bauer looked at the big black cat with an apologetic look, chuckled, turned around and turned into a ray of light and flew into the mountain gate. She passed through the ripples of the water and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's happening here? The big black cat blinked, feeling like he was being shot innocently. Today the civet cat is simply a pest, as bad as the nine-tailed fox. As soon as the Tianling cat left, the big man in black armor came over. He looked at the big black cat up and down, and said with a click of his tongue. It turns out that he is a pretty boy, and he dares to seduce my fiancée. Do you know what the consequences will be? Don't talk nonsense, I don't know her. She took the initiative to say hello to me. The big black cat sneered. He glanced at the big man in black armor. His cultivation level was at the 6th level of Destiny Realm, which was 3 levels higher than his. The big black cat's eyes rolled. He secretly speculated on the possible consequences of fighting with this guy. Later. He's not afraid of a fight. But the black-armored man in front of him should not be an ordinary monster. Anyone who dares to provoke the Celestial Cat Clan is definitely not a efficient person. The big black cat was afraid that fighting would delay his experience and affect the tasks assigned by his master. When he was considering the gains and losses, he suddenly heard the man in black armor laughing wildly, "No matter what, I will teach you a lesson." As he spoke, he laughed evilly, raised his thick fist, and smashed it towards the big black cat. The big black cat quickly backed away. But that fist was very fast, and he followed closely. The big black cat had no choice but to punch out, and the two people's fists suddenly collided in midair. Boom! The big black cat felt a powerful force coming over him. His body actually flew towards the mountain gate. Originally, he was only a few feet away from the mountain gate, but now he was smashed into the water ripples of the mountain gate. This guy has so much strength. The big black cat was shocked. If he really had a head-to-head fight with this guy, he might not be his opponent. Although he suffered a small loss, the big black cat was not forgiving. When he entered the ripples of the water, he sneered and taunted, "I'm going to go in and pick up your fiancé right now, and I'll piss you off like a bastard." As soon as he finished saying this, the big black cat's body disappeared. "You are too arrogant, sooner or later I will kill you." The big man in black armor watched helplessly as the little pretty face disappeared into the ripples of water in the space. He roared angrily and stamped his feet in anger. He turned around twice and looked at the mountain gate of the Joyo underground palace with a complicated look on his face. He is already a great demon at the 6th level of Destiny Realm. He has finally reached this point, but it is not easy. Although there was immortal grass in the Joyo underground palace that made people jealous, he was also afraid of falling into it after being suppressed. Think left and right. The big man in black armor had a growing anger in his heart that was difficult to vent. If you're not afraid of this guy at the 4th level of Destiny Realm, how can I be scared? Although the Joyo underground palace is dangerous, my fiancé is still inside, and I absolutely cannot ignore it. Especially that pretty boy, if he has any ill intentions towards my fiancé. I can still shoot him to death. After some thought, the big man in black armor finally made up his mind. He flew up, plunged into the ripples of water and disappeared. After he disappeared, one after another, demon clans entered the Joyo underground palace. The Joyo underground palace will be officially open for only one day, and then it will be closed. This has been the case for hundreds of thousands of years. It seems that the owner of the Joyo underground palace does not want too many people to enter. This is really interesting. Living in the mind of the big black cat, a wisp of Yi Yun's soul suddenly laughed. Yuan Shen witnessed the whole thing, and the person in the carriage saw with his own eyes. The black-armored man plunged into the mountain gate of Joyo underground palace. The celestial spirit cat was cunning and took advantage of the big black cat in order to escape from the marriage. However, the big man in black armor followed closely and entered the Joyo underground palace. This big man in black armor is just a little black tiger. It is the golden-patterned black tiger on the Shenlong continent. This monster clan is also famous among the monster clan, dominating one side. And its power is similar to that of the Supreme Sect. The reason why Yi Yun found it interesting. He knew the character of the big black cat. He was a person who never suffered any losses and even had some miraculous logic. He also wanted to see how the big black cat would behave when facing the celestial cat and the golden-striped black tiger. We finally came in. The big black guy probably didn't chase him, right? After a burst of space teleportation power disappeared. The big black cat appeared in the dark tunnel of Joyo underground palace. He looked back. I couldn't help but feel relieved when I found that the big man in black armor didn't chase me. The big black cat quickly felt his own cultivation and found that he was indeed restrained by a strange restraining force. His current cultivation level has been suppressed to the 7th level of Shen Xi realm. This power is really strong, but I can still survive in this place at the 7th level of Shen Xi realm. The big black cat laughed proudly. On his feet, he wears the magic boots given to him by the master, and the black shield given to him by Uncle Ma. He needs speed and defense. It would not be difficult for him to survive in this place. The restraining power of the 9 Nether underground palace has forced the big demon on the 3rd level of the Destiny realm to suppress it to the 7th level of the Divine Bridge realm. If it is the 6th level of the Destiny realm, what state will it be suppressed to? The big black cat walked forward slowly and said to himself, "This restraining power is very strange." It is difficult for the big black cat to imagine. If he comes to the 10th level of Destiny realm, what state will he be suppressed to? At this time, a wisp of Yi Yun's soul flashed slightly. He felt this taboo power and understood it instantly. This kind of suppression is similar to the one he used before, as if there is a big hand behind it, controlling it invisibly. As for how much to suppress, it all depends on the other party's wishes. It is possible that a great demon at the 10th level of the Destiny realm will be suppressed to the 1st level of the Divine Bridge realm. This extreme possibility also exists. What kind of existence is there in this place? It can live for hundreds of thousands of years, and I am afraid it will surpass the true God. Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. A meaningful smile suddenly appeared on his illusory face. There is indeed something strange in this Shenlong continent. It is called the place abandoned by God. There is also an inexplicable curse, and it is even said that this curse can actually block the realm of monks in the divine land. The message is astonishing. But Yi Yun, a native of Shenlong continent, had no idea at all. Including the characters in the Joyo underground palace, they have surpassed the realm of true gods, which Yi Yun never expected. He became more and more interested. There must be some kind of connection between the divine land and Shenlong continent. He will now uncover this mysterious connection step by step. Yi Yun had a premonition. The destruction of the Shenlong Sect may be inseparable from this connection. Yi Yun also knew that he had to eat his food one bite at a time, and the confusing Shenlong continent would slowly be unveiled by him. He doesn't need to be too anxious. So Yi Yun closed his eyes again, and this ray of soul began to practice. Quietly. Cultivate a great spiritual power. The big black cat walked alone in the tunnel of Joyo underground palace. He looked around and found no one. It seems that I have entered so many monster clans before, and now I don't know where they are going. Doesn't everyone come in from a different position? The big black cat guessed secretly. The tunnels in the Jiuyou underground palace are extremely tall and wide. Dozens of feet high and dozens of feet wide. The walls are made of black stones, and the stones are densely covered with tiny runes. He observed it for a moment, but didn't understand it. The light here is very dim, and it can be described as being invisible. However, this has little effect on the big black cat. In other words, the demon clan basically ignores this darkness. The tunnels in the Jiuyou underground palace are not a straight road, but winding and twisting to unknown directions, like a complex maze. The big black cat had just turned a corner when he suddenly discovered that there was thick black mist in the opposite passage. The black mist slowly surged towards him. Isn't it poisonous? The big black cat blinked, took out the black shield given by Uncle Ma, held it in front of him, and cautiously took a few steps forward. The mist rushed over slowly. Passing by him, the big black cat breathed a sigh of relief. The mist looks weird, but it's not poisonous. He held up the black shield, released his spiritual consciousness, and walked forward slowly. In the Jiuyou underground palace, the spiritual consciousness is only suppressed to a certain extent and has not completely disappeared. What is that? The big black cat suddenly stood there and saw a huge thing sitting in the mist. This behemoth is like a huge white flower, with huge buds blooming in the mist, constantly shaking, and a lot of mist is emitted from the buds. What the hell is this? The big black cat stared and did not move rashly. He used his spiritual consciousness to scan it, but he couldn't even see the realm of this giant flower. These should be those weird creatures in the Jiuyou underground palace, right? They don't have any cultivation realm, but their combat power cannot be underestimated. They can cause a fatal blow to the monks in the Xinqiao realm. The big black cat muttered to himself. He also heard this from his master. Although he has lived for thousands of years, the big black cat knows very little about the Jiuyou underground palace. After all, the Jiuyou underground palace only appears once every 10,000 years, and many people will not live to that age. Very slight footsteps were heard. The big black cat glanced into the fog. A slender figure in red slowly walked over from the mist in another passage. Cat Bauer? The big black cat's jewel-like eyes suddenly glowed red. Damn it. Your fiancé just punched me outside. I boasted about Haikao and wanted to soak you up. Now, hasn't this opportunity come? The big black cat has a vengeful temper. In front of the mountain gate of Jiuyou underground palace, he was set up by this unmarried couple, and the nameless anger in his heart had not dissipated. Suddenly seeing Cat Bauer appear, the big black cat naturally couldn't let her go. For this kind of woman, give her a good beating first. A cold smile appeared on the big black cat's face. He quietly moved towards Cat Bauer. Brother, why is it you? What a coincidence, we meet again. By the way, that Taihanhan didn't do anything to you, right? Mao Bauer said in surprise and joy. At this moment, she was still holding the heavenly spirit mirror in her hand. And the surrounding scene was revealed on the mirror. A young man in black robe was walking towards her direction. The distance was not far, so Mao Bauer shouted loudly. Discovered? The muscles on the big black cat's face jumped, and a look of resentment suddenly appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and rushed over. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Although the cultivation level of the big black cat's destiny realm has been suppressed, it is still the cultivation level of the 7th level of Xinqiao realm. Compared with Mao Bauer, it is 2 levels higher. Moreover, he has the walking boots, and once activated, his speed is incredibly fast. Brother, you. Mao Bauer was startled by the big black cat's movements. She suddenly turned the mirror in her hand and looked at the big black cat. Aha! A bright white light shot out like lightning. The big black cat suddenly bumped into it. Boom! The big black cat was knocked out by the spiritual mirror. You little bitch, you're going to kill me as soon as we meet. The big black cat was angry, holding a black shield in his hand, and rushed over again. Mao Bauer was stunned by the aura of the nine-tailed civet in front of him. Could it be that her fiancé really beat up this eldest brother? However, when she thought that her fiancé was at a higher level of cultivation than brother nine-tailed civet, she became even more convinced of this idea. Feeling a little afraid of Mao Bauer, he suddenly stared and turned the mirror in the direction of the big black cat. Aha! Another flash of light. Boom! The light emitted by the Tianling mirror fell on the black shield and was reflected out. Mao Bauer was suddenly shocked. What exactly is the shield on the nine-tailed civet's hand? The Tianling mirror's attacks actually failed. She hasn't reacted yet. A black shadow fell down, and the big black cat fiercely used its shield to smash Mao Bauer to the ground. There is no sympathy at all. Humph. The big black cat was not polite, sitting on Mao Bauer's body, and viciously smashed Mao Bauer's rear buttocks with his fists. Bang 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 bang. A burst of fists like exploding beans fell down, making Mao Bauer scream in agony. You little bitch, you are full of bad intentions. You tricked me outside the mountain gate once, and now you attack me again. Now you fall into my hands. Let's see what you do. The big black cat chuckled, with a proud look on his face, but the strength of his hands did not decrease at all, making Mao Bauer scream in agony. Seeing this scene, Yi Yun couldn't help but nodded and smiled. Although there was some misunderstanding in Mao Bauer's attack with the Tianling mirror just now, the big black cat can destroy flowers with his own hands, which even ordinary people cannot do. 100,000 years ago, when Yi Yun was a bully, if he saw a beautiful girl and dared to do this to him, Yi Yun would spank her without mercy. Sometimes spankings are light. As a time traveler, Yi Yun can always think of various ways to punish the other party. The feeling of pity does not exist in the heart of Yi Yun, the number one master in the eternal realm. Therefore, seeing the big black cat acting like this, Yi Yun still showed approval. Brother, please forgive me. I didn't mean to do it. In the mist just now, you suddenly rushed over and startled me. I was also reacting to stress. Mao Bauer felt huge pain in his buttocks, wailing and begging for mercy, with tears streaming down his face, which made me feel pity for him. You little bitch, your mind is like a demon, almost as smart as that nine-tailed fox, I don't believe you. The big black cat licked his lips, and the fists in his hands still fell like a rainstorm. Poor Mao Bauer, a big beauty, was beaten so hard by the big black cat that her buttocks were swollen. The giant flower next to it was still emitting mist, and the buds continued to open, with many filaments emerging from the center. These filaments were pale golden in color, and their surfaces were densely covered with sharp barbs. They were like long snakes, hidden in the mist, and rolled towards the two people. The big black cat was so energetic that he didn't notice this change. When he finds out, those golden snake-like filaments have rolled up in front of him. In a hurry, the big black cat had no choice but to put the black shield in front of him. The black shield was injected with mana and immediately became 3 feet in size, protecting him firmly. Bang bang. Dozens of golden filaments hit the shield and were immediately bounced back. Seeing this, the big black cat breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Uncle Ma gave him this powerful black shield, otherwise, he would have been hit just now. It would be such an injustice if he, a great demon at the 3rd level of the Destiny Realm, fell into the Jiuyou underground palace because of a woman. Call. A black shadow flashed. In another passage, a big man in black armor appeared. The location where the big black cat is located is surrounded by several passages. It extends in all directions. So it is possible that other demon clans will enter this place. Cat Bower, are you asking for help? The big man in black armor shouted loudly from a distance. He was far away, and his spiritual consciousness could not detect this place. In addition, he could not see the distance due to the thick black mist. However, he heard a familiar scream. That Taihanhan is here, brother, let me go quickly, let's run away. Mao Bauer immediately turned his head and endured the pain and said. The big black cat rolled his eyes and sneered, don't let me be fooled. I think you two bitches want to deal with me together, right? Brother. I'm telling the truth. I don't want to marry that Taihanhan at all. He forced me to marry him. That's why I ran to the Jiuyou underground palace. To look for opportunities. Mao Bauer said eagerly. When he said this, his eyes turned red and a few tears fell down. It's useless to cry. Uncle Cat has always been hard-hearted and has never been afraid of women crying. The big black cat smiled and didn't care, but stopped on his hand. He looked in a certain direction. But the distance of his spiritual consciousness is limited, and he can't see the other party. The fog rolled. The big man in black armor soon arrived nearby. He released his spiritual consciousness and soon saw a scene that made his blood boil and anger surge. The young man in black robe was actually sitting on his fiancée's back. Wow. How dare you bully my fiancé? I'll kill you if you don't. The big man in black armor roared angrily and rushed over immediately. Is that Taihanhan here to kill you? The big black cat was startled, grabbed the black shield, suddenly jumped down from Cat Bauer's body, and then grabbed Mao Bauer's neck. If you want to survive, don't move. The big black cat said in a low voice, looking into the mist with a fearless expression. I saw that unknown giant flower, with its white buds blooming, and suddenly stretched out hundreds of golden snake-like filaments, and swept towards the black-armored man. Hey, this weird big flower really attacks everyone. Seeing this, the big black cat curled his lips and smiled proudly. Hiss. Hundreds of golden filaments were like poisonous snakes coming out of their holes and attacking the big man in black armor. Covered by thick black mist, they are as difficult to spot as ghosts. Fortunately, his consciousness was not completely suppressed. The big man in black armor looked shocked and quickly discovered the sudden attack. Roll. He roared suddenly, and a thick layer of black light surged all over his body. At this time, a silver sword appeared in his hand. The back of the sword was thick, the blade was wide, and the length was extremely high. Following his shout, a fierce sword light swept out. This blade of light came fiercely, like a falling river, colliding with the golden filaments in the thick fog. Boom! The two met and there was a loud explosion. Almost all of the golden filaments were cut off at the waist, and the remaining parts were all retracted. This Taihanhan still has some abilities. The big black cat curled his lips and unknowingly changed his name. He felt that the name Taihanhan was very suitable for the big man in black armor. That guy was on the 6th level of the Destiny Realm. After entering the Jiuyo underground palace, he was suppressed to the 9th level of the divine bridge realm. It's actually 2 realms higher than him. This made the big black cat's desire to compete with this Taihanin immediately go out. He has a heavy responsibility, and his mission must not be affected in any way because of a little celestial cat and a Taihanin. At this time, Mao Bauer had a look of horror on his face and urged, "Brother, leave quickly. Once that guy goes crazy, no one will be his opponent." "Are you afraid of his balls?" The big black cat said angrily, "You are simply helping the enemy's prestige and destroying our evil spirit. I really want to throw you to that big flower to eat." Mao Bauer's face turned pale when she thought of the terrifying giant flower. She quickly explained, "Brother, that flower is a giant konjac flower. Once it is dragged into the bud, it will be corroded by the magic liquid inside and melt instantly. There won't even be any scum left. You must not do that." "Giant konjac flower?" The big black cat was slightly startled. He didn't expect that this cat Bauer knew a lot. But when he heard the name of the giant konjac flower, the big black cat also shivered. This is also one of the weird creatures. Just thinking of this. The big man in black armor actually rushed toward the giant konjac flower like crazy. The thick sword light suddenly flashed in midair and slashed at the giant konjac flower. "If you dare to attack me, you will die." The big man in black armor roared angrily. The black light on his body was like ink, but the light of the sword was as bright as silver, illuminating a thick black fog. The giant konjac flower also seems to know how powerful it is. In an instant, countless golden threads emerged from the bud, like countless long snakes flying out from it. Boom! The indestructible sword light fell on the golden thread, cutting off an unknown amount. Puff! Just when most of the thin thread was cut off, a thick liquid suddenly spurted out from the flower bud. The liquid was jet black and exuded a strong, nauseating smell. "Hey, this Taihanhan is probably in trouble." When Mao Bauer saw this, he clenched his fists and laughed. The big black cat squinted his eyes and asked coldly, "Would you be happy if your fiancé died here?" "That must be nice, but I don't want to marry him," Mao Bauer said with great certainty. In the dark environment, her eyes were as bright as sapphires. The big black cat's eyes are similar. The two are from the same cat species, and their eyes are very similar in color. After hearing Mao Bauer's ruthless words, the big black cat sneered twice and licked his lips. "Brother, why are you laughing?" Mao Bauer smiled sweetly, turned around and looked at the big black cat and asked. The big black cat raised his eyebrows. "I was laughing at you for being so ruthless. Can you look down on such a naive person with such strong strength? I don't like those who are powerful and powerful. I prefer those who are delicate, handsome, and smart," Mao Bauer said with a smile. "You're not talking about me, are you? How do I feel that I am the person you describe?" The big black cat scratched his head and said a little shamelessly. After finishing speaking, before Mao Bauer could speak, he laughed twice. Again. The big black cat was very proud. After living for so many years, it was rare for someone of the opposite sex to express his love so proactively. Unfortunately, he was careless and ruthless. Mao Bauer hasn't finished speaking yet. In the thick fog, the man in black armor who was suddenly attacked by the black liquid suddenly fled towards them. The black light as thick as ink on his body instantly dissolved when touched by the black liquid. The surface of his fist had even been burned by the black liquid, and the bones on the back of his hand were exposed. Okay, you two adulterers and adulterers are actually having sex here. I have to kill you. On the way to this side, the big man in black armor suddenly heard the conversation between the two people. He drew out his knife in anger and struck at them. Mao Bauer's face suddenly turned pale again. She knew this Taihanhan very well. Once he goes crazy, he will not recognize his relatives, and no one will be his opponent. You idiot, I just want to pick up your girl. I'm going to piss you off like a bastard. The big black cat laughed, grabbed Cat Bauer, and activated the magic boots. In an instant, it turned into a black light and penetrated into another passage. Aha! A ray of sword light passed through the void, but fell into nothing. The big man in black armor fell from mid-air and looked at the two disappeared people with extremely sinister eyes. This pair of bad guys and girls hooked up so quickly. Especially this young man in black robe, he is really shameless. He was going to kill him no matter what. As for the immortal grass, he was not interested at all. He looked back at the giant konjac flower and found that the thing was not chasing him again. There was a look of luck in his eyes. This thing is so evil. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, coupled with his extremely high level of cultivation, he might have been melted by the black liquid. When I think about it now, I still feel a lingering fear, as if I was walking in a circle before coming back. Everyone says that there are countless dangers in this Jiuyou underground palace. It seems to be true. I must be more careful and keep as far away from this weird creature as possible. I can't easily provoke it. The big man in black armor muttered to himself, and in a flash he chased in the direction of the big black cat. That guy ran so fast. What is his true form? Is he a member of the bird family? The big man in black armor chased and cursed, the anger in his heart bursting out like a volcano. His fiancée has always been shrewd and eccentric. If she really likes some kind of bird, it is really possible. As for their golden-patterned Black Tiger clan, although they possess certain speed powers, they are still slightly inferior to those of flying birds. After chasing for a few breaths, he completely lost his target. The Jiuyou underground palace extends in all directions and is winding. There are many passages at one entrance. Once you fail to follow it in time, it will be difficult to pursue it again. Snort. The big man in black armor snorted coldly, and was about to punch the black stone wall next to him when he suddenly found a weak golden light shining in an inconspicuous corner. What's this? The big man in black armor widened his eyes and flew over quickly. In the golden light, a palm-sized grass bloomed with a faint fairy light, swaying continuously in the golden light. This is the immortal grass. The big man in black armor stopped breathing, and under his thick black eyebrows, a pair of big leopard-like eyes revealed a scorching light. He never expected that he would accidentally discover an immortal grass here. Feeling anxious, the big man in black armor reached out his hand and picked the immortal grass without hesitation. He brought the immortal grass to his nose and smelled it gently. He immediately felt an indescribable breath that went straight from his nose into his chest, and his whole body felt relaxed. As expected of the immortal grass, the big man in black armor murmured to himself, with an excited look on his face. However, immortality grass also has different qualities. This one is smaller, so it should be of lower quality. The big man in black armor thought of something, laughed twice, opened his mouth, and swallowed the immortal grass. Buzz. An unimaginable surge of vitality seemed to explode from the chest, rolling towards the surroundings of the body. At this moment, his body seemed to have been retrained thousands of times. And every cell in his body had changed. The physical strength seems to be stronger than before. He could feel that the vitality of his physical body had been greatly enhanced, as if he had gained hundreds of years of life. Not bad. It is indeed the immortal grass of immortality. Hee hee. The big man in black armor raised his hand and couldn't help but grin when he saw that all the injuries on the back of his hand had healed. Cat Bauer, you have led me to a good place. When I further strengthen my strength, I will definitely snatch you over and kill that wretched guy. After letting out a cold laugh, the black-armored man immediately turned around and left. He now has a different target. Since the Nine Nether Underground Palace is as difficult to find as a maze, it is better to look for the immortal grass first. As for Cat Bauer, there is always a chance to meet him somewhere in the Joyo Underground Palace. Call. A swift black light fell from mid-air, revealing a young man in black robe and a girl in red. Both of them are extremely handsome and similar in age. They look like a well-matched couple. It's just that the two people have different expressions, and they look like enemies. That Taihanin should not be able to catch up. After looking back and feeling it, the big black cat let out a long breath. And his face became relaxed. He doesn't want to fight with that guy just yet. He has a mission assigned by his master, and he has not touched any immortal grass now. He must not get into a fight with others here, to avoid any accidents. The big black cat looked at the magic boots under his feet, his brows twitching. This imperial weapon consumes a lot of mana. Just in case, the big black cat immediately threw a pill into his mouth. This elixir was given to him by his master, and its quality was unimaginably high. Brother, what are you eating? Mel Bauer's little jade-like nose turned up, as if she smelled a certain smell. Take a pill to make up for your mana. The big black cat said casually. As he spoke, he released his consciousness and began to scan the surroundings. Thick black mist spread around, and the big black cat scanned it carefully, fearing that there might be that terrifying giant konjac flower nearby. To be honest, he was also a little afraid of the black liquid from the giant konjac flower. It was too corrosive, and the big black cat didn't want to use his black shield to fight head-on. If a black shield is damaged, it will be a huge loss. Brother, I have never smelled the scent of your elixir. Can you let me take a look? Mel Bauer rolled his eyes were bright, and he said sweetly. Her eyes were wandering, looking at her appearance, like a peerless beauty. The look is intoxicating. No grudges at all. It seemed that she had already forgotten all about the big black cat beating her butt. This is not okay, this is what the master gave me. The big black cat shook his head repeatedly. Who is the master? Brother, are there any elders in your family? Mel Bauer said with a chuckle. Of course it is, so don't ask. The big black cat turned around and said impatiently. He didn't believe anything Mel Bauer said. If you believe a word of it, you will probably be taken to the ditch. Brother, look, we are destined to meet together, so why not go together? Cat Bauer ate a soft nail, but he was not discouraged. He walked over with a smile and extended a jade hand to the big black cat. What is this for? Still holding hands? The big black cat stared and took a few steps back. I'm looking for the immortal grass, please don't delay my important event. The big black cat gritted his teeth and waved his hand, and issued an eviction order without any politeness. Brother, I have no interest in immortal grass at all. At the same time, I can help you search for it. Don't forget, I have a Tianling mirror. And the scope of the Tianling mirror can be explored further than the divine consciousness. Mao Bauer smiled charmingly and raised the Tianling mirror in his hand, with a proud smile on his face. The big black cat was suddenly speechless. This damn sky spirit cat was like a roundworm in his stomach. Knowing that he was looking for the immortal grass, he actually used the sky spirit mirror to bewitch himself. The big black cat wanted to use violence at this moment and directly take away the Tianling mirror. But as soon as the idea came up, he quickly suppressed it. The Tianling mirror is a treasure belonging to the Celestial Cat clan, and only the Celestial Cat clan can inspire its power. Even if he snatches it, it will be of no use at all. Brother, I just want to avoid that Taihanhan. In fact, I really have no interest in the immortal grass. Why don't we go together? Brother, you fly very fast. Even if you encounter any danger, you can quickly take him with you. I'm leaving, we are really a match made in heaven. Mao Bauer smiled sweetly and cast his eyes over me like a swoon. The big black cat sighed. The Tianling mirror is actually very attractive to him. Okay, then let's form a team temporarily. I need your heavenly spirit mirror. And you need mine. When the big black cat said this, he quickly closed his mouth. He almost revealed the magic boots. This imperial weapon was concealed by the master's methods. Most people would never imagine that this was an imperial weapon. He must not reveal anything. Otherwise, once word spreads, I'm afraid the demon clan here will take action against him. After all, the appeal of an imperial weapon far exceeds that of a mortal grass. Mao Bauer's pupils shrank slightly, and she sensed a certain meaning in the words of the nine-tailed civet cat. Her delicate eyes turned up and down twice, but she didn't find anything unusual. Brother, I remember that the speed of your nine-tailed civet clan is not innate magical power, right? Mao Bauer's heart moved, and he asked with a smile. Why not? You know what? Our nine-tailed civet cat has 9 tails in total, one of which has the power of speed. The big black cat's eyelids were lowered, and he was talking boastfully, with a beaming look. The words just fell. Kakik. In a certain dark passage, a woman's charming voice suddenly came out. Who? The big black cat frowned and immediately became alert. The woman could spot him from a long distance away, and it seemed that she also had a spiritual detection treasure. The majestic nine-tailed civet actually hugged the pink and white legs of the sky civet. It's really unexpected. The woman's voice sounded far and near, coming vaguely from the depths of the passage. Huh? The big black cat and Mao Bauer looked at each other, their faces changed colors in surprise. The big black cat didn't expect it. The woman who was invisible in the mist actually saw his true form at a glance. However, he actually felt that the woman's voice seemed familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The big black cat frowned. Mao Bauer next to her nervously held up the Tianling mirror to shine everywhere, but the woman was far away from here, and the Tianling mirror could not scan her. Cat Bauer, you don't need to take the photo, this girl is here. A white shadow flew over quickly from the depths of the deep passage. The white light fell on the ground and transformed into a beautiful and enchanting woman wearing a white dress. The woman was about the same age as Mao Bauer, with a plump figure and a pair of big white legs exposed, and she was full of youthfulness. In addition to her devilish figure, this woman's appearance is also extremely charming. It is not an exaggeration to describe her as charming. "Oh, it's you?" The big black cat looked at the sexy woman in white in front of him, with a look of shock on his face. "Brother, it turns out that you and this vixen still know each other?" Mao Bauer glanced at the Tianling mirror, and a sweet smile appeared on his beautiful little face. "I met you once." The big black cat snorted angrily. "The woman in white in front of me is the nine-tailed demon fox. Thousands of years ago, he and the nine-tailed demon fox once competed for a piece of fairy grass, and they both fought, but his cultivation level was a little weaker than that of the nine-tailed demon fox. In the end, the nine-tailed demon fox took the fairy grass away." The big black cat has always been worried about this matter. "Nine-tailed civet, your big white legs hold you well. This celestial civet is quite handsome. If I were a man, maybe I would marry her right away." The nine-tailed demon fox's eyes were vague and it chuckled. "Fuck you." The big black cat glared at her angrily. Thousands of years ago. His cultivation level was one level weaker than that of the nine-tailed demon fox. Thousands of years later, it is not known which level of the destiny realm the nine-tailed demon fox has reached. After entering the Jiuyou underground palace, the realm of this nine-tailed demon fox was suddenly a level higher than his. It has reached the 8th level of the divine bridge realm. This made the big black cat very depressed. Will he be suppressed by this nine-tailed demon fox forever in his life? However, when he thought about having these two treasures, the walking boots and the black shield, the big black cat suddenly felt confident again. He has the confidence to compete with this nine-tailed demon fox again. "This sister, this is the first time my eldest brother and I have met. We are just traveling together. You must not have any misunderstandings." Mao Bauer explained with a smile. The big black cat also quickly said, "That's right. Cat Bauer is also someone else's fiancé and has nothing to do with me. I take it you want to hook up with someone else's fiancé, right?" The nine-tailed demon fox said with a bright smile, a pair of watery peach blossom eyes that couldn't stop jumping back and forth between the two people. "That's nonsense. This Uncle Cat has always been independent. When did you hear that there were scandals about me?" The big black cat puffed up its chest, glared at the nine-tailed demon fox fiercely, and resisted the urge to take action. When he first entered the Jiuyou underground palace, he didn't even see a single fairy grass. The big black cat thought it would be better to take action. He had a mission, and it was not the right time to fight with this nine-tailed demon fox. The nine-tailed demon fox is famous on the Tsangnan continent. It is proficient in all kinds of eye skills and illusions, and it is also difficult to fight. "Okay, then I believe you. I'll take the first step. I hope we won't meet again in the future." The nine-tailed demon fox smiled, turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, bursts of rustling sounds came from the entire passage, like the sound of spring silkworms eating mulberry leaves late at night. The expressions of the three people suddenly changed slightly. This sound was extremely strange, as if it was coming from all directions. Mao Bauer held up the Tianling mirror and nervously looked at the picture. Reflected on the mirror, I saw countless black lice-like insects crawling under the mist in the distance of the passage. These bugs were covered in glowing carapace and looked ferocious. Each one was as big as a fingernail. They crawled quickly on the ground, making bursts of rustling sounds. What's this? The big black cat glanced at the Tianling mirror in Mao Bauer's hand, and his eyes suddenly changed color. This is definitely not a demon clan. If it's not a monster clan, then it's a strange creature in the Joyo underground palace. This is a ghost louse. Mao Bauer suddenly screamed, grabbed the big black cat's robe, and suddenly shouted out loud, "Let's run quickly, these ghost lice are extremely difficult to deal with. Once they get into the body, all the blood in the body will be wiped out. It'll be sucked dry, even the marrow will be eaten." The big black cat was startled. I never imagined that such a small insect could be so powerful. He suddenly felt numb all over. Suddenly grabbing Mao Bauer's arm, the big black cat turned into a black light and flew towards another passage. The pair of walking boots under his feet gave him unimaginable speed, and he disappeared in an instant. We haven't seen each other for 1,000 years, how come this nine-tailed civet can run so fast? The nine-tailed demon fox stared in a certain direction, staring blankly for a few seconds. Listening to the rustling sound getting closer and closer, her expression changed, and she turned around and flew quickly towards the passage where the big black cat escaped. Although she is also a great demon in the destiny realm, her cultivation has now been suppressed to the 8th level of the divine bridge realm. Facing so many ghost lice alone, she has no chance of survival. There are many strange creatures in the Joyo underground palace, so be careful. After escaping for a while, the big black cat appeared from mid-air. He took a look around and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that he was safe. "Brother, thanks to your company this time, if I were alone, I might be dead." Mao Bauer looked at the handsome face of the big black cat and said movedly, "The two of us are just using each other, no need to say it's so noble." The big black cat chuckled, looking like he couldn't get enough of it. He had no sympathy for her at all. Mao Bauer frowned resentfully. She inadvertently raised the heavenly spirit mirror in her hand and looked around. What is that? A golden light suddenly appeared on Mao Bauer's heavenly spirit mirror, which was particularly conspicuous in the passage of the ghost body. The big black cat took a look, and his face suddenly showed an excited look. This should be the immortal grass, right? The big black cat slapped Mao Bauer on the shoulder and asked loudly, "In which direction?" "That passage is about 200 feet away." Mao Bauer stretched out her jade finger and said softly, "You have done a great job this time, haha." The big black cat laughed a few times and flew in that direction. Immortality grass? From another direction, the voice of the nine-tailed demon fox came. Unexpectedly. The big black cat's heart tightened. This little bitch followed so closely and discovered the immortal grass. This time he had to get it first, no matter what. Thinking of this, the walking boots under his feet suddenly started to move rapidly. The distance of 200 feet was reached in an instant. The big black cat saw a golden grass growing in a ball of golden light, which exuded a faint fairy light. He stretched out his hand suddenly and pulled out the immortal grass. "You nine-tailed civet cat, how dare you steal my immortal grass?" A ray of white light came from a distance, and a stern sword light struck towards the big black cat. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The big black cat snorted angrily and raised the black shield in his hand. Boom! The white sword light was immediately bounced back. The nine-tailed civet cat was in midair, its watery eyes flashed, and a colorful dreamlike light suddenly floated out. At this moment, she launched an illusion attack. "No, it's an illusion." The big black cat was startled, and he immediately realized that it must be The nine-tailed demon fox opposite who had used her best illusion again. Thousands of years ago, he suffered a great loss from illusion. The big black cat's eyes flickered, and without hesitation, he activated the sky disillusionment eye that had not yet started. Use illusion to create illusion. With the operation of the magical power, a strange power suddenly shot out. From the depths of the big black cat's eyes, like a tide extinguishing a flame, the sky disillusioned the eyes, and instantly broke the illusion of the nine-tailed demon fox. Haha, it is indeed a great magical power, taught by the master. Seeing that the nine-tailed demon fox's illusion was shattered, the big black cat laughed in his heart and quickly activated his magic boots, turning into a black light and disappearing through the air. How can this be? The nine-tailed civet roared in mid-air, with an expression of disbelief. Although her cultivation was suppressed, she still had deep confidence in her magical power. But why did the nine-tailed civet break away so easily? The nine-tailed demon fox was unwilling to give in and quickly chased in the direction where the nine-tailed civet had escaped. Thousands of years ago, the nine-tailed civet was defeated by her. This time, she will still let the nine-tailed civet become her defeat. The big black cat swerved along the dark tunnel, flying continuously for about a stick of incense, before stopping. You should get rid of it now. The big black cat chuckled and raised the palm-sized piece of golden immortality grass in his hand. Brother! The cat bower next to him called out affectionately and looked at the immortal grass eagerly. What do you want to do? Is your butt itchy again? The big black cat suddenly raised the immortal grass high and stared at Mao Bower with a wary expression. Brother, don't get me wrong, I don't have any thoughts about immortal grass. Mao Bower quickly shrugged and explained. Then shut up. The big black cat said something extremely domineering, turned around and looked at this immortal grass. The immortal grass, which is only palm-high, has 4 leaves. Each leaf is pale golden and blooms with an indescribable fairy light. A vigorous breath of life emitted from the 4 leaves, and after just a slight sniff, I felt refreshed. This is the first immortal grass. I have to save it for Uncle Ma first. Who knows if there will be a chance to get it later? The big black cat rolled its eyes and said to himself. After finishing speaking, he quickly received the immortal grass into the storage ring. He had promised Uncle Ma a long time ago, so naturally he couldn't break his promise. Seeing this scene, Yi Yun also nodded secretly. The big black cat is affectionate and righteous, and the fact that the first immortal grass was able to stay was somewhat beyond Yi Yun's expectation. Mao Bower was also stunned for a moment when he saw the big black cat actually putting away the immortal grass. But she didn't say much. After all, she had already promised that she would not be contaminated with the immortal grass. Swish, swish, swish. The sounds of ghost lice were heard all around again. The big black cat's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed Cat Bower and flew into the air. It turned into a black light and penetrated into another deep passage. A golden humanoid figure suddenly emerged from the wall, stretched out its fist towards the black light, and slammed it. What is this? The big black cat was startled and hurriedly put the black shield in front of him. Boom! The golden fist hit the black shield, making a loud noise, and the big black cat was knocked back by a powerful force. And the golden figure disappeared in a flash, returned to the wall and disappeared. The big black cat didn't dare to stay. It suppressed the feeling of churning in its internal organs and quickly disappeared in this passage. He ran away for a while. After confirming that the surrounding area was safe, the big black cat fell from the air. Cat Bauer, that golden ghost thing attacked me just now. Did you see what it was? The big black cat asked with a frown. Mel Bauer's delicate body was trembling and her face was pale. You can see clearly, brother, I didn't expect that we encountered the most terrifying golden humanoid creature in the Joyo underground palace. Hearing Mel Bauer's words, the big black cat's heart skipped a beat and murmured to himself, the golden humanoid creature is the most terrifying and strange creature in the Joyo underground palace? Yes, brother, this kind of golden humanoid creature has a low chance of coming out, but it is very powerful. It is said that many monks will be destroyed by it with one punch. Mel Bauer said with fear. Yeah. The big black cat nodded gloomily. He recalled the power of the punch just now, and indeed felt the indescribable vast power coming from him. Fortunately, he had the black shield given to him by Uncle Ma. This shield had unimaginable defensive power and was able to block the strange attack of the golden humanoid creature. If there is no such shield, the golden humanoid could kill him with one punch. Thinking about it now, the big black cat felt a chill on his back, and an expression of lingering fear suddenly appeared on his face. This Joyo underground palace is really terrifying. No wonder the higher the strength of the monks, the less they want to enter this place. Those who can survive by chance are just lucky after 8 lifetimes. Cat Bauer looked at the black shield in the big black cat's hand and said, Brother, your black shield is a great treasure. Of course. The golden humanoid creature probably didn't feel well after eating my shield, so it didn't chase after me. The big black cat puffed up his chest triumphantly, glanced around, waved his hand, and said loudly, Let's go, let's continue looking for the immortal grass. Good. Mel Bauer hurriedly agreed, and the two of them continued on their way. This Joyo underground palace indeed contains some secrets. I didn't expect that the body of the golden humanoid creature actually contains a trace of the decayed breath of the true God. No wonder people with higher cultivation are less afraid to come in. In the mind of the big black cat, Yi Yun's eyes jumped, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Since this ray of soul has not gone out, Yi Yun, based on what he has observed so far, discovered that there really is a monk above the true God realm in the Joyo underground palace. However, monks in the true God realm generally cannot live for such a long time. The Joyo underground palace has a history of hundreds of thousands of years in Shenlong continent. Based on this calculation, there is at least one divine realm monk inside. When thinking of this, Yi Yun felt a little strange. Monks at the divine realm are majestic beings even in the divine land. Why would they come to a small place like Shenlong continent? Moreover, a Joyo underground palace was built. Could it be said that this monk in the realm of gods is already on the verge of death? Or should we say that this deity-level figure was already dead when he arrived at Shenlong continent? Yi Yun felt more and more curious. If this god-level monk is still conscious, then he wouldn't mind having a good chat with this god-level monk. One day passed quickly. As he kept walking through the Joyo underground palace, the big black cat did not find the second immortal grass. Instead, he encountered several waves of ghost lice, but he managed to avoid them without any danger. There's a giant konjac flower ahead. Mel Bauer held the Tianling mirror in his hand and suddenly pointed it in a certain direction. Then let's change the channel. The big black cat shook his head quickly and prepared to walk towards another passage. But Mel Bauer held him back. What? The big black cat raised his eyebrows. Brother, behind this giant konjac flower, there is an immortal grass. Melbauer smiled sweetly. Yeah? The big black cat suddenly became excited again, as if it had been given a shot of chicken blood. However, he still felt a little scared when he thought about the corrosive liquid sprayed by the giant konjac flower. However, under the temptation of the immortal grass, the big black cat decided to take the risk. You wait for me here. The big black cat gritted his teeth, gave an order to Cat Bauer, and quickly turned into a black light and flew in the direction of the giant konjac flower. Come on, be careful. Melbauer shouted loudly from behind. Now her life was tied to the nine-tailed civet cat. If anything happened to the nine-tailed civet cat, it would be difficult for her to escape from this place. Although the big black cat was very fast, when his whole body was plunged into the black mist, it still alarmed the giant konjac flower. It's as if these mist are the tentacles of the giant konjac flower. Hiss! Countless golden filaments were like spiritual snakes, catching the black light. But that black light was so fast that the thin golden line couldn't catch up. The big black cat was about to pass by the giant konjac flower when suddenly the flower buds opened and sprayed out an overwhelming black liquid. The big black cat has always been wary of this. He quickly adjusted his direction in midair, slammed against the ground, and quickly flew towards the hazy golden light group in the distance. The black liquid flew into the air and fell to the ground, making a sizzling and corrosive sound. Whoops! The countless golden filaments of the giant konjac flower were waving randomly in the air, seeming to express the anger in their hearts. Ha ha! The big black cat looked back in midair and found that the giant konjac flower was not chasing after him, so he couldn't help but laugh twice proudly. He saw it too. The giant konjac cannot move and can only attack in place. As long as it is out of range, the giant konjac flower has no way to attack. On the ground in the distance, there was a hazy golden light, with an immortal grass growing inside. This immortal grass has 6 leaves, and is twice as tall as before. When the big black cat saw this, he was immediately ecstatic. The quality of this immortal grass is even higher than the previous one. Haha, I found an immortal grass. At this time, 2 figures flew from the other direction of the passage and also pounced on the immortal grass. Want to steal my immortality grass? The big black cat was angry in his heart, and activated the magic boots with all his strength, turning into a ray of light and falling in front of the immortal grass. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the immortal grass, and put it into the storage ring. At this moment, 2 figures fell from the sky and landed in front of the big black cat. Hurry up and hand over the immortal grass of immortality, or I will take your life. Seeing that the immortal grass had been pulled out, one of the men said extremely arrogantly. The big black cat looked at the 2 people. One of them is at the 7th level of the Divine Bridge realm, which is the same as him, and the other is at the 8th level of the Divine Bridge realm. Are you looking for death? The big black cat said coldly. Although you are a monk in the Destiny realm outside, but here, you have also become a Divine Bridge realm. What is there to be so arrogant about? One of the men laughed. He naturally recognized the black-robed young man in front of him at a glance. Because they arrived earlier, when they were waiting outside the mountain gate, they saw the big demon sitting cross-legged on the ground at the 3rd level of the Destiny realm. Although outside, this big demon at the 3rd level of the Destiny realm is a huge existence to the little demons like them at the Divine Bridge realm, but In the Joyo underground palace, the realm is suppressed to the same divine bridge realm, and there is nothing to fear. Now it's 2 against 1, and they are even more confident. Seeing how arrogant these 2 little Shenxiao realm monster men were, the big black cat was so angry that he raised the black shield in his hand and immediately threw it at the 2 men. One of the men drew a sword and faced the black shield. Another man pulled out a silver knife and slashed the big black cat in the back. The 2 people attacked back and forth, and for a moment the light of swords and shadows filled the entire deep tunnel space. Bang! An astonishing murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the big black cat. The black shield in his hand suddenly accelerated and whizzed past, sending the long sword flying. Then he quickly turned around and smashed the black shield at the man with the knife. Boom! The black shield and the silver sword collided, making a loud noise. A huge force swept along the blade, and the silver sword in the man's hand was instantly released. Go to hell! The big black cat grinned ferociously, raised his black shield, and smashed it over. Puff! The demon man was immediately smashed into a ball of blood mist by the black shield. The other man saw that the situation was not good, turned around and ran away. The big black cat charged at extreme speed and killed the man directly under the black shield. Damn it, if I don't show off my power, you think I'm a sick cat. The big black cat smiled triumphantly, turned around and was about to go back to meet Cat Bauer. Suddenly, a white light fell from the sky. Nine-tailed civet, I haven't seen you for 1,000 years. You are really promising. This treasure in your hand is quite good. The white light dissipated, revealing the graceful figure of the nine-tailed demon fox. Nine-tailed demon fox, you are really haunting me. Why are you everywhere? The big black cat raised the black shield in his hand and said with a murderous look on his face, don't try to anger me, or I will make you walk around without food. Yeah? The nine-tailed demon fox's watery eyes fell on the big black cat, and a strange light danced in its eyes. Here we go again. The big black cat cursed out of anger. The nine-tailed demon fox unknowingly launched another illusion attack. Illusions came to the big black cat's eyes one after another. He knew something was wrong and immediately activated the sky disillusionment eye. Last time, he broke through the nine-tailed demon fox's illusion through the sky's disillusionment eyes. So, this time he's going to do it again. The shadows of runes as small as stars flashed past in his eyes, and a magical power suddenly emerged. Start to fight against the illusions shooting around. But what the big black cat didn't expect was that this time the nine-tailed demon fox seemed to be prepared. The illusion cast this time was actually more powerful than before. The power of his sky disillusionment eye was completely wiped out in an instant. The big black cat was about to fall into an illusion. Yi Yin smiled. This nine-tailed demon fox is really shameless. The big black cat has put up with her so many times. This little monster was still chasing after him, determined to snatch the immortal grass from the big black cat's hand. Yi Yan's eyes moved slightly. A rune as small as a star suddenly appeared in the big black cat's eyes. This rune showed a faint purple color, blooming with terrifying light, and an indescribable magical power swept out, shattering all the illusory scenes around it. How can this be? The nine-tailed demon fox was shocked. She had obviously gained the upper hand just now and successfully made the nine-tailed civet fall into an illusion. Why could the nine-tailed civet suddenly come back? The world was spinning before his eyes, layers of illusion swept over him. Like a tide, and the nine-tailed demon fox was immediately lost in the depths of the illusions. The big black cat woke up at this time. He shook his head and suddenly realized that he had broken away from the illusion of the nine-tailed demon fox. What's going on? Has my sky disillusionment already started? The big black cat blinked and suddenly discovered that there was a small lavender star-like rune deep in his left eye. The big black cat had a look of extreme shock on his face. He clearly remembered that he had been practicing the sky disillusionment eye for so long, and he had never seen such clear runes before. But now a clear rune appeared. Ha ha ha, it seems that I have really gotten started. A rune finally appeared. The big black cat kept laughing and looked extremely crazy. He was full of obsession with this sky's disillusionment eye. After all, he remembered that his master said that this magical power was enough to cultivate the God King mirror. Yian saw the smug look on the big black cat's face. He flicked it with his hand and saw that the purple rune immediately disappeared again. The big black cat suddenly discovered this change, and his expression suddenly changed from excitement to depression. Hey! My sky disillusionment eye is still unstable, and that rune disappeared again, he said frustratedly. Finished. The big black cat took another 2 steps forward and saw that the nine-tailed demon fox was still standing there without moving, its eyes staring straight at somewhere in the void, as if it was trapped in an illusion and couldn't extricate itself. The big black cat chuckled. Nine-tailed demon fox, I never thought you would end up like this. I will never let you go today. The big black cat remembered the old grudges, rushed over, raised the black shield, and knocked the nine-tailed demon fox to the ground. Bang! The blow was very hard. The beating made the nine-tailed demon fox's eyes flash with stars, its internal organs boiling, and the corners of its mouth bleeding. It broke free from the illusion in an instant. But at this time, the big black cat was sitting on her back, raising the black shield to her buttocks and slapping it hard. Snapped. A crisp sound resounded through the dark passage. Ah! Then there was a shrill female voice, like the howl of a fox in the middle of the night, extremely miserable, and the sound was earth-shattering. Melbauer heard this voice from another place, and his face suddenly became confused. Isn't this the nine-tailed demon fox? She raised the heavenly spirit mirror and put in the magic power, but she didn't see the picture she wanted to see. It seems that the distance is still a bit far. She cautiously tried to move in the direction of the giant konjac flower, and after walking about 10 feet away, a picture appeared on the Tianling mirror. On the screen, a young man in black robe is sitting on a woman in white, holding up the black shield in his hand, slapping the woman in white on the back again and again. Every slap made a crisp sound, accompanied by a sharp howl. Brother, you are too fierce, you actually took care of the nine-tailed demon fox. Seeing this familiar scene, Melbauer couldn't help but touch her buttocks. There is still a burning pain in the plump buttocks. It seems that you really can't offend this big brother in the future. Otherwise, your butt will suffer. Melbauer's face was a little pale, and he thought with lingering fear. Cat Bauer, I didn't expect you to be here. It's really easy for me to find you. Just when Melbauer was a little distracted, a rich man's voice suddenly came from behind. There was huge surprise in this voice. Melbauer looked back and saw a big man wearing black armor standing not far away. It was her fiancé Taihanhan. Why are you chasing me again? You are really haunted. Melbauer frowned, but his body was slowly retreating, getting closer and closer to the giant konjac flower. You are my fiancé, and I am your fiancé. How can you go back on something that our two parents have already agreed to? The big man in black armor walked over with a smile, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Let me think about this matter again, and I'll give you an answer in a year, Mao Bauer said calmly. Her body was still retreating slowly, getting closer and closer to the giant konjac flower. Cat Bao Bao, don't retreat anymore, that giant konjac flower will kill you. The big man in black armor immediately stretched out his hand to catch Cat Bauer. Cat Bauer suddenly flew up and flew in the direction of the giant konjac flower. Are you really seeking death? The big man in black armor stamped his feet fiercely and immediately chased after him. At this time, countless golden filaments suddenly stretched out from the buds of the giant konjac flower, flying out like spiritual snakes. Some of them entangled themselves towards Mao Bauer, and the other part entangled towards the black-armored man. Mao Bauer used the heavenly spirit mirror to look at it, and a ray of light flew out. Immediately, a part of the golden filaments was fixed in midair. She didn't dare to stop for a moment and quickly flew towards the big black cat. The big man in black armor drew out his sword and slashed it hard, immediately cutting off countless golden threads. Cat Bauer, come back quickly. Do you really want to die? The big man in black armor watched Mao Bauer's body passing by the giant konjac flower. Thinking of the terrifying black liquid, he quickly reminded loudly, call. The white buds of the giant konjac flower suddenly bloomed, and a black liquid spurted out from inside. The overwhelming sky and the earth were like a big black net covering Mao Bauer. In desperation, Mao Bauer raised the heavenly spirit mirror in his hand and poured all the mana into it. Suddenly, a huge dazzling light rose into the sky and faced the black, corrosive liquid. This ray of light actually blocked the corrosive black liquid. Cat Bauer took advantage of this critical opportunity and fled in the direction of the big black cat. Damn it! The big man in black armor stamped his feet fiercely, drew out his knife and chased in the direction of Mao Bauer. After finally encountering his fiancée who is alone, he must catch her back. The Joyo underground palace was so weird and full of dangers that he really didn't want to stay here anymore. Nine-tailed civet, you dare to hit me today. Sooner or later, I will pay you back 10 times or 100 times. The nine-tailed demon fox turned her head, and after letting out another scream, her almond-shaped eyes widened, she glared at the big black cat fiercely, and uttered a threatening word. Uncle Cat is never afraid of threats. Hee hee, the meat on your little girls but is quite soft. After being beaten for so long, it has not swelled into a hill. The big black cat smiled evilly. He raised the black shield again, ready to smash it down. Brother, run quickly, Taihanin is here. Just when the big black cat was about to raise his black shield and give the nine-tailed demon fox another hit on its rear, he suddenly heard Cat Bauer's exclamation from behind him. He turned around and looked. I saw Mao Bauer flying over quickly, followed by a big man in black armor, with a black light all over his body, chasing after him with a knife. This damn Taihanhan is here again. The big black cat cursed, but dropped the black shield in his hand, and the nine-tailed demon fox let out another scream. Suddenly, he jumped up, grabbed Mao Bauer, and immediately disappeared into a black light. Owning the magic boots gives the big black cat the capital to save his life. Once again he escaped. Anyway, he had already obtained this immortal grass and beat the nine-tailed demon fox severely, and the bad breath in his heart was almost gone. Call. The big man in black armor fell from midair. He saw a beautiful woman lying on the ground with her sexy white legs exposed. She turned over and looked at him with a resentful look on her face. This girl is so beautiful. The eyes of the big man in black armor suddenly straightened, and he stared blankly at the girl in white in front of him, almost drooling. No, this is a charm technique. He suddenly shook his head and drove out the desire in his heart. This little brother, I was beaten up by that nasty nine-tailed civet cat. Can you come and help me? The nine-tailed demon fox felt pain in its hip and supported its upper body with its elbows. It looked at the big man in black armor with watery peach blossom eyes and said sweetly. He was originally a vixen. He is also the nine-tailed demon fox with the highest bloodline among foxes. He is born with a charming body. Every word, every action, and every move carries a huge sense of charm. The average man has a hard time resisting. Only a freak like the big black cat, who has no woman in his heart, would ignore her charm. The reason why the big black cat is like this is because he and the nine-tailed demon fox have the same origin. After cultivating to the highest level, he will grow 9 tails, so the charm of the nine-tailed demon fox is not very effective for him. The big man in black armor had a look of obsession in his eyes. At this moment, he was attracted by the charm of the nine-tailed demon fox. Again. He walked over quickly and was about to help the nine-tailed demon fox. Suddenly, a jade pendant hanging on his chest lit up. In the void behind him, a huge shadow of a black tiger's head appeared. The black tiger roared suddenly, waking him up in an instant. It was so dangerous, I almost got hit again. The big man in black armor held up the knife in his hand and said solemnly, If you dare to use charm on me again, don't blame me for being rude. The nine-tailed demon fox was slightly startled when he saw the illusory tiger head behind the black-armored man. At this time, she stood up suddenly and swallowed a pill in her mouth. He clapped his hands lightly as if nothing had happened. The nine-tailed demon fox's eyes jumped and he said slowly, So you are from the golden-patterned Black Tiger clan. I think back then, our nine-tailed fox clan also had great kindness to your golden-patterned Black Tiger clan. You won't forget, will you? Are you actually a nine-tailed demon fox? Damn it, I should have thought of that. The big man in black armor hit his forehead with his hand and said with some annoyance. His expression immediately changed. Of course I remember. The big man in black armor nodded heavily and his expression became solemn. The nine-tailed demon fox clan is very powerful on the Shenlong continent, even more powerful than the golden-striped tiger clan. 3,000 years ago, he gave great help to the golden-patterned tiger clan. I heard that there are 7 princesses in the nine-tailed fox clan. I wonder which one you are. The big man in black armor said respectfully. I am the 7th princess. The nine-tailed demon fox's jade-white face showed a proud look. I've met the 7th princess. The big man in black armor had a look of shock on his face. According to the information he had, the 7th princess's real cultivation level should have reached the 7th level of Destiny Realm. The real strength is stronger than him. But what she didn't expect was that after entering the Jiuyou underground palace, she was suppressed to the 8th floor of the Xinqiao realm. A little lower than myself. It's really fate that makes people happy. The guy in the black robe is a nine-tailed civet. Come with me and we'll kill him together. The nine-tailed civet cat's white jade-like face suddenly showed a strong, murderous aura. In all her life, she had never been spanked. It can be said that today was the biggest humiliation in her life. She must kill the nine-tailed civet. Okay. Seventh princess, this nine-tailed civet also did the same thing to my fiancé, and I am just about to kill him. The golden black tiger said through gritted teeth. Walk. The nine-tailed demon fox had a tense face, waved its little hand, turned into a ray of white light, and chased after him. The golden-patterned black tiger turned into black light and followed closely behind. These two great demons who were once in the destiny realm joined hands at this moment, preparing to deal with the nine-tailed civet together. The deep tunnel is winding like a maze and seems to have no end. The big black cat couldn't figure out the direction and flew for a while. On the way, it saw some monsters and some strange creatures. For example, giant konjac flowers, ghost lice, Joyo ground python. This Joyo ground python can reach a length of 40 or 50 feet. It is extremely huge. It makes a terrifying roar when it moves through the tunnel. According to Maubauer, it can spit out black light, which is highly poisonous. Once contaminated, it will cause serious damage to the physical body. The big black cat only saw the Joyo ground python from a distance. At that time, the giant python was chasing a demon clan and did not find the big black cat and cat Bauer. As for the terrifying golden humanoid creature, the big black cat never encountered it again. This time, in order to get rid of the nine-tailed demon fox and the golden striped black tiger, he flew for a full hour. When he was about to stop, the big black cat suddenly discovered that this passage had an end. At the end of the passage stands an extremely huge bronze gate. This bronze gate is 100 feet high and is simple and ancient. There are many strange textures densely covered on the bronze gate. Why is there a bronze gate in this Joyo underground palace? The big black cat frowned and looked at the cat Bauer next to him. Never heard of that before. Bauer shook his head, looked at the bronze gate in shock, and said in a deep voice, in the past, the Joyo underground palace was always looking for immortal grass in the tunnels. No one has ever seen the bronze gate. Could it be that something new has happened this time? Variety? Let's go over and take a look. The big black cat flew over quickly, followed closely by Bauer. Standing under the bronze gate, the big black cat suddenly felt as small as an ant. The texture on the bronze door exudes a cyan luster. This luster exudes a magical power, which seems to attract people to push open the bronze door. At this time, Bauer's eyes changed. She stretched out her white and tender palms and gently pushed on the bronze door. Squeak! The extremely huge bronze door was slowly pushed open by her at this moment. The big black cat was startled. He had a strange feeling at this time, that is, the bronze door was not pushed open by Bauer, but opened automatically. What's behind the gate? The big black cat was very curious, and immediately stuck out his head and looked into the depths. Wherever he looked, there was a dark starry sky. The stars all over the sky are dotted in the night sky like countless gems, constantly shining with light. With the faint starlight, looking into the distance, you can see a black mountain like a giant dragon, standing on the boundless land. That majestic mountain range stretches for countless miles. It is winding and winding, with ups and downs. In the deep valleys of the mountains, clusters of golden light can be seen everywhere, illuminating the small, dark world around them. Among the golden light clusters, immortal grass emitting fairy light grows. Some have 6 leaves, some have 7 leaves, and some have 9 leaves. These golden light groups are hidden in the winding mountains and cannot be seen standing in front of the bronze gate. After all, in the Joyo underground palace, spiritual consciousness is also compressed to a limited range. Same moment. Not only was there a giant bronze door where the big black cat was, but also a giant bronze door appeared at the exits of the countless tunnels in the Joyo underground palace. Many monks pushed open the giant bronze door, intentionally or unintentionally, and saw the endless black mountains under the vast starry sky. Everyone was extremely shocked. The scene in front of them was completely beyond everyone's expectations. What, exactly is this place? The big black cat looked straight at the black mountains in the distance, and an indescribable feeling of fear arose in his heart. In his mind, the black mountain range was like a black dragon. It is very similar to the black dragon I saw in Shenlong Sect. No, how can there be such a big black dragon? The big black cat shook his head and quickly denied the idea in his mind. This Cat Bauer also poked his head out from the side, looking at the newly appeared starry sky world, with a look of shock on his face. The giant bronze door suddenly appeared. Could it be that it reminds us to enter a new world and search for the immortal grass? Mel Bauer said tremblingly. It's very possible. The big black cat raised his eyebrows and replied with a gloomy expression. The words just fell. He saw silhouettes flying out of nowhere, flying quickly towards the black mountains in the distance. Seeing this scene, the big black cat woke up instantly. Not only did he encounter the giant bronze door, there should be many people who encountered the end that appeared in the tunnels of the Joyo underground palace. Some people were curious and took the lead in going to the Black Mountains to find opportunities. Let's go, let's not fall behind. The big black cat gritted his teeth, pulled Mel Bauer and rushed over. One step first, every step first. At this moment, the big black cat launched the walking boots without hesitation. Fortunately, he had the god-level elixir given by his master to maintain his magic power. Otherwise, the big black cat's current cultivation level would not be able to bear the continuous use of this flying imperial weapon. After flying some distance into the Black Mountains, the two stopped in mid-air. The big black cat looked at the majestic rolling mountains in the distance. Mel Bauer also took out the Tianling mirror and started looking around. The more the mountains look, the more they look like a dragon, but there is no such a big dragon in the world. The big black cat sighed softly. He looked at Mel Bauer and urged, "Did you find anything?" Mel Bauer continued to inject mana, turned on the heavenly spirit mirror to detect magical powers, and shone it towards the depths of the mountains. After a few seconds, I saw a golden light group under a huge rock in a valley. I discovered the immortal grass. Mel Bauer shouted out in surprise. Haha, let's go quickly. The big black cat quickly grabbed Cat Bauer, and under her guidance, immediately flew towards the golden light ball. This time he did not use the walking boots. After flying over from the bronze gate, the big black cat was already ahead of many people. He needs to take it easy now. After all, in order to avoid the nine-tailed civet and that Taihanhan, he had flown for a full hour and consumed a huge amount of mana. Just when the big black cat flew towards the immortal grass, Yi Yun in his mind suddenly opened his eyes. There was a look of surprise in a pair of illusory eyes at this moment. This mountain stretching for thousands of miles turned out to be the body of a dead dragon. To have such a huge body, this dragon must be at least the divine dragon level. Yi Yun's eyes flickered, and the tiny runes were changing like stars. He carefully observed the huge corpse of the black dragon, looking for clues. This black dragon has a strange appearance. Its tail is located in the direction of the giant bronze door, the closest, and its entire body stretches deep into the horizon. In the deepest place, the huge dragon head looked up at the sky, its eyes wide open, as if it would not rest in peace. Yi Yan carefully observed the appearance of the black dragon, not even missing the texture on the scales. Slowly, the name of a divine dragon appeared in his mind. The evil beetle dragon. How come there is an evil beetle dragon in the Joyo underground palace? This is obviously one of the dragons in ancient mythology. Yi Yan whispered to himself softly, with a look of disbelief on his face. As the 13th generation leader of the Shenlong Sect, Yi Yan knew a lot about the Shenlong that once appeared on the Tsongnan continent. After all, Shenlong Sect has many secret books, which record some secrets from ancient times, and ancient times. Yi Yan read through them one by one. That's why he was able to identify the calendar, based on the shape of this black dragon. The evil demon dragon belongs to an extremely rare race among the divine dragons. It is evil in nature and has always been rejected by the divine dragon clan. A secret book of the Shenlong Sect once described that there was an evil beetle dragon that made trouble, killed many dragons, and was imprisoned in the 10 Directions Dragon Prison. The Shifeng Dragon Prison is a prison specially used to punish those dragons who have committed heinous crimes. Whether it is the evil demon dragon or the 10 Directions Dragon Prison, these are extremely secretive secrets. Now that 100,000 years have passed, I am afraid that no one in the world who knows these two names exists anymore. Yi Yan recalled the golden humanoid creature again. There is decayed divinity left in that creature, and this divinity does not come from this evil dragon. This place is interesting. Yi Yan whispered to himself, with a look of interest on his face. This trip to Joyo Underground Palace was not in vain. I believe that after a while, the truth of the matter will surface. The big black cat flew over the valley and looked at the hazy golden light below with a fanatical look on its face. Mao Bauer held the Tianling mirror and kept looking around. Brother, this place is a bit weird. Look, there is a deep cave entrance on the other side of the valley. Mao Bauer pointed to a place and said. The big black cat looked over and discovered that there was a black cave at the bottom of the valley to the southwest away from the golden light group. Cold air was constantly coming out of the dark hole. This cave is very tall and huge, and there are some kind of winding traces outside the cave. It all shows. In this cave, there is also a snake-like creature alive. I understand. Is it the 9 nether earth python in this cave? The big black cat said with a stern expression. If he wanted to seize the immortal grass, he would have to pass through the entrance of the cave. God knows if a 9 nether earth python would suddenly come out and attack. When he was hesitating, suddenly, a golden light shot from a distance and fell directly in front of the immortal grass. This is a man wearing a dragon robe with a pair of dragon horns on his head. He is tall, has a majestic look, and has a powerful aura. Dragon Lord? Seeing this person, the big black cat also widened his eyes. He had seen this Dragon Lord from Wanlong Ridge when he was outside Joyo Underground Palace. This guy is famous in Tianqing Dynasty and is also a ruthless character. The big black cat didn't expect that Dragon Lord would appear at this time and even want to seize the immortal grass he discovered first. He immediately became angry. Wait for me here, I'll go get the immortal grass. The big black cat turned around and gave instructions to Cat Bauer with a gloomy expression. Brother, Dragon Lord has already reached the 10th level of the Divine Bridge. Realm. You have to be more careful. Mao Bauer said with a horrified look. The big black cat nodded. How could he not know that Long Zun's cultivation level was far better than his own? Whether in the Destiny realm or the Divine Bridge realm, Long Zun is far superior to him. If you want to seize the immortal grass from Long Zun's hands, this is simply grabbing food from the tiger's mouth. At this time, the big black cat very much hoped that a 9-Netherland python would suddenly emerge from the deep cave and attack Long Zun. In this case, he might be able to fish in troubled waters. The big black cat activated the magic boots without hesitation, turned into a black light, and flew in the direction of the Dragon Lord at an incredible speed. Long Zun looked at the immortal grass in front of him with a look of surprise in his eyes. This immortal grass in the golden light has 7 leaves. This is the best quality immortal grass that he has ever seen in the Joyo underground palace. Long Zun was about to take action to pluck this immortal grass. Suddenly, I felt a strong wind raging next to me, and a huge black snake head suddenly popped out of the cave. The head of the black snake was as big as a hill, and it looked terrifying. A pair of blood-red snake eyes were like 2 huge lanterns, lighting up the dark space. Call. The Joyo earth python opened its mouth and spit out a stream of black light that swept towards Long Zun. Long Zun also knew that this black light was powerful, but he could not avoid it, otherwise the immortal grass might be destroyed. 9 Nether Earth Python, let me see how strong you are. Dragon Lord hesitated for a moment, then a golden light flashed in his hand. And a golden long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He held the golden sword in his hand and struck out with a single blow. Aha! A shocking sword light roared over. It hit the huge black light in midair. Boom! The sword light split the black light forcefully and fell towards the Joyo earth python. The Joyo earth python was not afraid, and actually hit it hard with its huge snake head. Boom! The Joyo earth python smashed the sword light into pieces, and a deep crack appeared on its head. After this crack appeared, it aroused the ferocity of the Joyo earth python. It immediately flew out of the cave and rushed towards Long Zun. God is really helping me. The big black cat happened to fly close, and was extremely surprised to see the 9 Nether Earth Python attacking Long Zun. He fell towards the immortal grass. If you don't take the immortal grass at this time, when will you wait? Long Zun frowned. He also noticed a black light that suddenly flew over and slashed it with his sword without hesitation. Facing the attack of Joyo Earth Python, he stretched out his left hand fiercely, and golden light bloomed on his arm. At this moment, half of his arm turned into a dragon claw, and he grabbed the Joyo Earth Python forcefully. It can be said that at this time, Long Zun was 1 against 2, showing his demeanor as a supreme demon. The big black cat saw that the sword light was so sharp that he felt a chill on his scalp even from a distance away, and was secretly surprised. This Dragon Lord is indeed the master of Wanlong Ridge. His strength is much more powerful than that of the 2 holy lords, Golden Eyes and Silver Eyes. He did not hesitate to pour mana into the black shield in his hand and hit the sword light. The black shield suddenly grew in size and became 3 feet in size, completely blocking the big black cat. Boom! The golden sword light struck the black shield heavily, making loud noises. And the powerful repulsive force caused the sword light to shatter. Immediately, the big black cat rolled continuously in midair, and he was shaken back by the powerful force. At this time a red light flew over from a distance, and Mao Bauer quickly flew towards the golden light. This guy wants to steal too? The big black cat was immediately furious, and his magic power surged out, all injected into the walking boots. The rolling body rushed forward quickly and turned into a black light, falling in front of the immortal grass. In just a short moment, he landed in front of the immortal grass. Mao Bauer suddenly turned the Tianling mirror around and looked in the direction of the big black cat. The Tianling mirror flickered with light. You dare? The big black cat was furious. Unexpectedly, Mao Bauer had been hiding evil intentions and wanted to attack him with the Tianling mirror. Thanks to him for taking her so far along the way. Brother, get out of the way. Mao Bauer looked in the direction of the big black cat in horror and shouted. At the same time, the big black cat suddenly felt something was wrong. When he looked back, he found that Long Zun was already standing behind him, stretching out a golden dragon claw to grab him. This guy is so insidious. It actually sneaked up behind him lifelessly. Call. The heavenly spirit mirror in Mao Bauer's hand emitted a bright light, and a beam of light shot toward Long Zun. The big black cat quickly dodged and avoided the attack angle of the Tianling mirror. Don't overestimate your capabilities. The Dragon Lord sneered, and the golden dragon claws fiercely grabbed the light pillar, and with a bang, it was broken into pieces. The big black cat gasped when he saw this scene. This Long Zun is a physically strong pervert. As expected of a dragon, this physical strength is really too strong. If it were a head-on confrontation, Long Zun might kill him with just one move. Seeing the Dragon Lord getting closer and closer, the big black cat activated the Sky Disillusionment Eye without hesitation. Deep in his eyes, a small lavender rune shone again, emitting unimaginable, mysterious power. This mysterious power came to Long Zun instantly. Long Zun lost his mind at that time. He kept walking and stood still in place. Good chance. When the big black cat saw this, he immediately grabbed the immortal grass and put it into the storage ring. Then he grabbed Cat Bauer, activated the magic boots, and disappeared into a black light. The big black cat didn't expect that at the critical moment, his half-hearted Sky Disillusionment I would actually save his life again. As expected of the supreme magical power practiced by a god, this Sky Disillusionment I is really too powerful. The big black cat sighed in his heart while escaping quickly in the air. It can be said. This time, the Sky's Disillusionment Eyes saved the big black cat's life. Again. Last time, when facing the nine-tailed demon fox, the Sky's Disillusionment I performed a remarkable feat. Otherwise, how would the big black cat have the chance to spank the nine-tailed demon fox? He was beaten countless times until he vented all the anger from thousands of years ago. This time, facing the powerful Dragon Lord, the big black cat still relied on the Sky's Disillusionment Eye to grab the immortal grass and escape to heaven. Call. Seeing Long Zun in a daze, the 9 nether earth python's tail swept towards him fiercely. The thick tail, covered with black scales, hit Long Zun hard. Boom! Long Zun was unconscious, and was swept aside by the tail in an instant, and his whole body crashed into the cliff like a cannonball. Such a collision made Long Zun wake up from the illusion. He shook his body, and the surrounding rocks fell rustlingly. Then he broke free with force and flew out from the depression in the cliff. When the Joyo Earth Python saw that Long Zun was not dead yet, he was furious and opened his mouth to shoot out another black light. Huh? Long Zun narrowed his eyelids and looked in the direction of the immortal grass, and found that the immortal grass was gone. The shameless young man in black robe and the girl in red were also missing. A nameless anger suddenly burned from his chest. Someone dared to snatch the immortal grass under his nose, and at the same time plotted against him, using weird illusions to make him fall into a hallucination. Then he was attacked by the 9 Netherland python. Fortunately, his body was extremely strong, even if he was swept by the Joyo Earth python, he was still not seriously injured. Dragon Lord has the bloodline of the golden dragon in his body. Although it is extremely thin, this bloodline makes his physical defense extremely powerful. It's not that easy to run away? Long Zun smiled coldly, with a cruel smile on his face. Call. His whole body suddenly glowed with golden light, making him look like a golden god of war. His body moved slightly and disappeared in an instant. A ray of golden light suddenly fell on Joyo Earth Python like a meteor. Long Zun punched the Joyo Earth Python on the head. Boom! The entire head of the 9 Nether Earth Python was immediately smashed deep into the ground. The snake's head, which was covered with black phosphorus armor, had large cracks and gurgling blood flowed out. The body of the Joyo Earth Python kept struggling. The harder it struggled, the weaker its strength became. After a while, it stopped moving. After taking care of the 9 Nether Earth Python, the golden flame-like light on Long Zun's body disappeared in an instant. He breathed softly. Just now, in order to make a quick decision, he used the power of his blood to directly kill this abominable Joyo ground python. He looked in a certain direction and disappeared in a flash. It didn't take long. Long Zun's body suddenly stopped. He found a golden light deep in the valley ahead, and several demon clans were fighting nearby. His face suddenly showed joy. Unexpectedly, in this black mountain range, immortal grass is everywhere. The thought of chasing those 2 people suddenly faded away, and he flew towards the direction of the immortal grass. After all, his main purpose in entering the Joyo underground palace was to obtain the immortal grass. Dragon Lord descended in front of the golden light, and his stern face turned golden as reflected by the faint fairy light. Several demon clansmen who were fighting saw someone suddenly falling in front of the immortal grass. They stopped fighting at the same time and immediately rushed towards Long Zun. Roll! Long Zun turned around, his eyes were cold and ruthless, and he snorted coldly. It's Dragon Lord. Those monsters also knew Long Zun, and their expressions changed drastically. And they turned around and ran away. Together, they are no match for Long Zun. This immortal grass can only be given up reluctantly. When Long Zun saw these people running away, a cold and proud smile appeared on his face. In the entire Tianqing dynasty, who dares to disrespect Wanlong Ridge? Long Zun grabbed the immortal grass with his big hand, and then he stuffed it into his mouth and drank it. A surging vitality suddenly flowed in his body like a big river, constantly washing every part of his body. After being baptized by the immortal grass, Long Zun's body began to become more terrifying. This feels so good. Long Zun grinned and couldn't help but raise his head to the sky and let out a long roar. In the Joyo underground palace, he obtained 5 or 6 immortal grasses. However, those immortal grasses are of lower quality. After devouring some immortal grass in this way, Long Zun's lifespan was increased by 1,000 years, and his physical body became stronger than before. This time Long Zun entered the Joyo underground palace, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart, fearing that he would perish here. But what he didn't expect was that his luck was so good that his realm was suppressed to the 10th level of the Shenxiao realm. His physical body is already very powerful, and with his realm reaching the 10th level of Shenxiao realm, ordinary monsters are no match for him. Even those weird creatures were helpless against him. Especially after devouring several immortal grasses, his physical body became stronger, which greatly increased Long Zun's confidence. He is even more confident about the competition for the immortal grass later on. But Long Zun also knew that there were too many monsters coming in this time. And there were thousands of people in the Destiny realm alone. They might also be lucky enough to be suppressed to the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm. These people will all be his competitors. Long Zun's body flashed and disappeared in an instant. He will continue to search for the immortal grass. As for the matter of revenge, he has temporarily forgotten it. Under the starry sky, this black mountain range is extremely vast, both vertically and horizontally. Therefore, once someone escapes, it is extremely difficult to catch up. Another direction. The big black cat landed on a hilltop and looked back for a few times. He found that Long Zun was not chasing after him, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Good guy, Uncle Cat, I just escaped from the nine-tailed demon fox, but I ended up messing with the Dragon Lord again. The big black cat felt that his courage was getting fatter and fatter. However, he snatched food from the tiger's mouth twice and obtained 2 immortal grasses, which made the big black cat extremely happy. He put the 7-leaf immortal grass in the storage ring. Leave this to Uncle Ma. The big black cat smiled, then took out the smallest immortal grass and swallowed it on the spot. An indescribable surge of vitality suddenly swept through his entire body. The big black cat couldn't help but stare. At this moment, his body felt so comfortable. A powerful force boiled inside his body, making him want to roar. Mao Bauer watched all this blankly from the side, with a look of envy in his eyes. She also didn't expect that the immortal grass would be so magical. It's a pity that she has already said her word and is no longer contaminated by the immortal grass. Now she can only stare. This place is full of dangers, and now she relies on the help of the 9-tailed civet cat to escape. After a while, the big black cat stretched out comfortably, with an intoxicated look on his face. This immortal grass is indeed a good thing. Not only can it increase lifespan, but it can also temper the physical body. It is really a rare fairy grass. This kind of fairy grass is extremely rare in Songnan continent. Every time one appears, all the major forces will fight for it. Brother, your magic power is really strong. I never thought that the 9-tailed civets would be so talented. How many tails do you have? Mao Bauer suddenly smiled sweetly and looked at the back of the big black cat's butt, glancing around with his eyes. The big black cat suddenly felt a tightness in his anus and quickly covered it with his hands. Don't look around. Men and women can't be intimate with each other. What does it have to do with how many tails I have? Don't ask about such personal matters in the future. The big black cat said with a tigerish face. Mao Bauer's face suddenly showed a look of grievance. Brother, can't you just ask me? Are you too cruel? Curiosity will kill the cat, I think you understand this, right? The big black cat chuckled. Then, he stopped paying attention to Mao Bauer and began to look around, constantly trying to find new immortal grass. He now has 2 immortal grasses in his storage ring. The big black cat prepared one plant for Uncle Ma and another for one of the bosses, Luo Li. As a monster of the Shenlong Sect, the big black cat naturally knows how to have a good relationship with the leader. So he had prepared the immortal grass. Of course. If the big black cat finds the immortal grass behind it, it will naturally be left to the other two little masters. As for the master, the big black cat has no intention of staying, because he knew that the master's background was profound and unfathomable. And he was about to break through from the divine king realm to the divine realm, and he didn't care about this little immortal grass at all. According to his understanding, once you reach the realm of gods, your lifespan may be unimaginably long. If you reach the divine realm or the divine king realm, I will probably live forever, right? Hee hee. Yi Yun felt the big black cat's thoughts and couldn't help but smile knowingly. This kitten is really full of ideas. However, it is understandable for the big black cat to think so. It is enough to prepare a plant of immortality grass for each of the three juniors of the Shenlong Sect. Yi Yun's eyes flashed, and he thought of the Dragon Lord just now. What surprised him was that the little guy actually had the blood of the golden dragon in his body. The golden divine dragon is one of the divine dragons from ancient times. The bloodline passed down is extremely rare and rare to see. When the dragon clan was rampant in Shenlong continent, there were not many members of the golden dragon clan. The golden dragon clan possesses unimaginable physical defenses and are extremely powerful. They are fighting dragons. The bloodline of the golden divine dragon in the Dragon Lord's body is extremely thin. However, in today's Shenlong continent, dragons with this kind of bloodline are already very rare. Yi Yun changed his mind. The Shenlong Sect will be rebuilt in the future, and he will unify all the dragon clans in Shenlong continent and place them under the Shenlong Sect. It can be regarded as giving the Shenlong clan a better continuation. Otherwise, this 100,000 years, the dragon clan is declining more and more, and there are fewer and fewer human and dragon clans with the blood of the dragon on the entire Shenlong continent. In this mountain range, there are no giant konjac flowers, nor any black mist. The big black cat muttered to himself, scanned twice, and found no trace of the immortal grass, so he took cat bower away again. The god-level elixir he had taken in his body before was still providing him with a steady stream of mana. However, it also requires a process of absorption to make up for the complete mana in the big black cat's dantian. So this time, the big black cat took Maobower and flew at a normal speed. Cat Bower behaved very well along the way, but the big black cat was also wary. The black shield never left my hand. Although Cat Bower also contributed to the battle with Dragon Lord just now, the big black cat still felt that it was better to be careful. While Maobower was flying, he used the Tianling mirror to search for the whereabouts of the immortal grass. A stick of incense passes. The two men also discovered an immortal grass growing in a mountain called not far ahead. And this immortal grass also has 7 leaves, and is of very high quality. The big black cat's eyes showed a fiery gaze, and flew over with Cat Bower. This time I was extremely lucky. There were no monsters around to fight for it, and there were no weird creatures, so the big black cat easily received the immortal grass into the storage ring. There are 3 immortal grasses in total. The big black cat is in high spirits. He needs to find 2 more immortal grasses before he can complete his mission of entering the Jiuyou underground palace. After reaching 5 immortal grasses, he was going to swallow more immortal grass to temper his body. The body of the 9-tailed civet is not very strong and cannot be compared with some demons with powerful talents. After collecting this immortal grass, the big black cat and Maobower continued on their way. Gradually, they discovered that there were suddenly more monsters. If you fly for a while, you can see many monsters searching for immortality. Grass in the mountains. The big black cat was secretly surprised. He roughly counted, and it seemed that there were not too many monsters killed or injured in the Joyo underground palace. If we were to take the bigger picture, the number of casualties would be about 1/10 at most. The competition is fierce. The big black cat sighed. Although his walking boots could save his life, it would be difficult for him to escape if there were too many enemies. The two people flew forward for a while. The big black cat did not find the whereabouts of the immortal grass. Nor did he see the dragon lord, the nine-tailed demon fox and the Taihanhan. This immediately made him feel more relaxed. The day passed quickly. The big black cat harvested another immortal grass, but this immortal grass was snatched after he fought with a group of monsters. Those demon clans were also very strong, but not as fast as him. With the cooperation of Mao Bauer, the big black cat successfully grabbed this immortal grass. Brother, there are fights everywhere in this mountain range now. The fight for the immortal grass is very fierce. Fortunately, I followed you, otherwise I would have died. Flying in midair, Mao Bauer sighed while looking at the Tianling mirror. Don't worry, you won't die as long as I'm here. The big black cat said proudly. The master gave him this pair of magic boots, which can be said to have saved him from many dangers. Once it starts, no one can catch up. This is only half of the process. If they were all refined, the flying speed would be even more terrifying. Brother, there's immortal grass in front of you, there are a lot of people, and there are ghost lice. Cat Bauer suddenly screamed. The big black cat quickly looked at the Tianling mirror. I saw hundreds of monsters gathered in a wide valley. In the valley, there were countless densely packed ghost lice, crawling on the ground, seemingly protecting the immortal grass in the golden light. Oh my God! This immortal grass is actually 9 leaves. The big black cat also exclaimed after seeing the immortal grass wrapped in the golden light. The most leaves of the immortal grass he has seen so far is 7. I haven't seen the 8 leaves one before. And this immortal grass actually has 9 leaves. The quality is unimaginable. Let's go grab it. The big black cat said fiercely. He immediately took Cat Bauer and flew towards the valley. Although he said it harshly. However, when the big black cat and Bauer landed on a huge rock near the valley, they did not act rashly. Hundreds of monsters gathered around. The demons looked at the 9-leaf immortal grass in the valley with burning faces, their eyes filled with indescribable fanaticism. No one has ever seen the immortal grass with 9 leaves. Everyone has seen a lot of 5-leaf and 6-leaf immortal grass. But everyone knows that the improvement of the immortal grass in the Joyo underground palace is unimaginable with every additional leaf. The valley was covered with ghost lice, densely packed on the ground, firmly guarding the immortal grass. For a moment, no one dared to move. Everyone just stared at the immortal grass with burning eyes and drooled. Secretly, the ghost louse is an extremely terrifying creature in the Joyo underground palace. Along the way, many people died under the sharp mouth of the ghost louse. There are too many lice here. The big black cat stood on the rock, looking at the black lice, and its fair face turned black in an instant. Although he has magic boots, he can fly in and seize the immortal grass at lightning speed, and can even use a black shield to block the attacks of ghost lice. But there are too many ghost lice. Once a ghost louse takes advantage of a certain direction and lands on him, he will be sucked into a mummy instantly. Whizzing! Rays of light fell from a distance and landed on the high places around the valley. More and more monsters gathered. Everyone took a wait-and-see approach, and no one acted rashly. The number of ghost lice in the valley far exceeds the number of ghost lice in the tunnels of the Jiuyou underground palace. Are there any senior demons out there who are going to take a front line? A demon man suddenly shouted loudly. I want you to go. There are so many ghost lice down there guarding the immortal grass. Anyone who dares to rush up first will definitely die. A man with a dark face replied angrily. Everyone was deeply impressed. Now they seem to have a large number of people, but no big demon that can really charge into battle has appeared yet. The so-called great demons are those who are in the destiny realm. After entering the Jiuyou underground palace, their realm is suppressed to the 10th level of the Xinqiao realm. This kind of big monster is not only high level, but also physically strong. Only those who rush to the front line can withstand the crazy impact of these ghost lice. The demons said different things to each other, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Fortunately, ghost lice has been firmly guarding the immortal grass and has not taken the initiative to attack these people on the top of the mountain. The big black cat was calm, he was also waiting for the opportunity. He already has 4 immortal grasses. As long as he obtains 1 more, he has completed the most basic task. In the future, if he gets the immortal grass of immortality, he can swallow it at will and temper his body to increase his lifespan. Brother, do you think that Dragon Lord will also come to this place? Mao Bauer looked around and asked in a low voice. Don't be so clumsy. The big black cat frowned and glared at her angrily. That guy Long Zun is insanely strong. If he comes, he will have a biggest competitor if he wants to grab the immortal grass. Although he was lucky enough to use the Sky Eye of Disillusionment last time, who knows whether it will be so effective next time. Moreover, Long Zun has suffered a loss once, and the big black cat does not believe that he will be fooled next time. At this time, 2 more figures quickly landed on the edge of the valley. When Mao Bauer saw these 2 people, he panicked and his eyes suddenly widened. Brother, what's wrong? That Taihanhan and the 9-tailed demon fox got mixed up. Mao Bauer immediately hid behind the big black cat and said in a panic. The big black cat's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned his head and looked over, looking across the shoulders of the hundreds of monsters, and saw 2 figures standing there. It was the 9-tailed demon fox and Taihanhan. It's not that enemies don't get together, these 2 guys are really lingering. The big black cat gritted his teeth, his face gloomy. He was really unwilling to let him leave like this. However, if the 9-tailed demon fox and Taihanhan join forces, apart from having some advantages in escaping, he is really no match for these 2 guys. For a moment, the big black cat felt a little depressed. At this time, the 9-tailed demon fox also saw the immortal grass, with a fiery look in its beautiful eyes. The same is true for the gold-patterned black tiger. The 2 big demons were attracted by the 9-leaf immortal grass, and they haven't found the big black cat and Cat Bauer yet. The big black cat grabbed Mao Bauer's arm, immediately jumped off the bluestone, and blended into the middle of the crowd. He needs to keep a low profile now, and hide it for as long as possible. Who knows what will happen soon? Maybe someone can't help but rush down the valley first and light the fuse of the fight for the immortal grass. Whizzing. One after another figures came through the sky from a distance and landed around the valley. Monsters keep coming. Many of these monsters are great monsters in the Destiny realm, and their realm has been suppressed to the 10th level of the Xinqiao realm. After these Destiny Realm demons arrived here, their eyes turned red when they saw the 9-leaf immortal grass. 9 is the ultimate. 9-leaf immortality grass should be the best immortality grass, right? These big demons in the Destiny Realm also want to fight for it. At this time, the 9-tailed demon fox withdrew its gaze from the 9-leaf immortal grass, and then its beautiful eyes began to scan the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, her pupils shrank suddenly. Among the crowd in the distance, she actually saw the 9-tailed civet cat and the sky civet cat. What a couple, I didn't expect them to be hiding here. As soon as the 9-tailed demon fox saw the 9-tailed civet cat, he immediately remembered the hot feeling coming from his butt. The injury on her butt had actually healed long ago. The 9-tailed demon fox also obtained 2 or 3 immortal grasses. After taking one, her injuries disappeared. Whoozy, look who is over there. The 9-tailed demon fox snorted softly and said angrily. Huh? The golden-patterned black tiger glanced somewhere, and his eyes almost bulged out. There were 2 familiar figures standing over there. One is his fiancée, and the other is the shameless, smelly 9-tailed civet that kidnapped his fiancée. The anger in his heart was suddenly ignited, and the golden-patterned black tiger fiercely drew out his knife and prepared to kill him. But the 9-tailed demon fox grabbed him. The top priority now is this 9-leaf immortal grass. As for those 2 guys, there is no need to worry. The 9-tailed demon fox said softly. The golden black tiger was stunned for a moment, and then he nodded quickly. The 9-tailed demon fox has great kindness to their golden-striped black tiger clan. Moreover, the status and cultivation level of the 9-tailed demon fox were higher than his, so he was very willing to listen to the 9-tailed demon fox's words from the bottom of his heart. Seeing that the anger of the golden black tiger disappeared, the 9-tailed demon fox patted the big black man on the shoulder with satisfaction. Don't worry, I will help you get revenge. Can we 2 great demons in the Destiny Realm be afraid of those 2 guys? The 9-tailed demon fox said with a chuckle. The 7th princess is right. The golden-patterned black tiger opened his mouth and laughed innocently. Another figure descended from the sky, the light disappeared, revealing a man wearing a golden robe. After the man landed on the top of the mountain, many monsters immediately retreated and made way for a clearing. Dragon Lord is here. Many people from the demon clan cheered excitedly. The Dragon Lord of Wanlong Ridge has the blood of a divine dragon, and his strength is earth-shattering. He may be the leader. Long Zun's face was expressionless and very cold. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the 9-leaf immortal grass in the valley with a burning look in his eyes. It was also the first time that he saw the 9-leaf immortal grass. So at this moment, Long Zun had the intention to take this immortal grass as his own. He quickly scanned the surroundings, and found that there were also some great demons in the Destiny Realm among the crowd. However, there are not many great demons close to his cultivation level, only a dozen or so. Seeing so many monsters gathered around the top of the mountain without moving, Long Zun suddenly showed a look of surprise on his face. It seems everyone is waiting for the strong person to break the ice. After all, there were so many ghost lice in the valley that no one dared to be the first to rush over. There was a sneer on Long Zun's face. The risk of being the first to rush is extremely high, but in fact it also has the greatest chance. At this moment, his mind moved. However, when his eyes glanced somewhere, Long Zun's eyes suddenly froze. He actually saw the young man in black robe who plotted against him. There were 2 balls of anger in Long Zun's eyes. That hateful guy, he must catch him later and cut him into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. That's bad, the old guy Long Zun is here too. The big black cat had a frustrated look on his face, always ready to activate his walking boots and escape from here. This guy Long Zun is too strong. The big black cat is confident that he is no match for him. As for his sky disillusionment it worked sometimes, and sometimes not, so he couldn't place all his hopes on it. Mao Bao'er's face was also very pale at this time. The nine-tailed demon fox, Tai Henin, and Long Zun, the three major enemies, are here. I really don't know how it will end soon. However, after seeing that Long Zun just glared and then looked at the 9-leaf immortal grass in the valley, Mao Bao'er felt a little more relaxed. Now everyone's eyes are focused on the immortal grass. As for personal grudges, it seems that they have been put aside for now. Brother, why don't we leave here first? There are immortal grasses in other places, and maybe there are also 9-leaf immortal grasses. Mao Bao'er pulled the big black cat's sleeve and said, "How can there be so many 9-leaf immortal grass?" The big black cat frowned and gritted his teeth and said, "Since they haven't come to attack, we don't have to rush to escape. Let's take a look at the situation first. Anyway, I don't want to give up this immortal grass, no matter what." All right. Seeing that the 9-tailed civet was so determined, Mao Bao'er nodded helplessly. After all, her life hangs on the 9-tailed civet cat. Although in Mao Bao'er's eyes, the 9-tailed civet cat's fighting power is not strong, its ability to escape is unparalleled in the world. To escape from the hands of Tai Henin, the 9-tailed demon fox, and Long Zun successively is not something that ordinary demon clan can do. The big black cat's expression kept changing. His eyes kept jumping back and forth on the immortal grass, dragon, master, 9-tailed demon fox, and Tai Henin, with complex emotions in his eyes. This time, he really wanted to seize the food from the tiger's mouth. In a demon army with thousands of people, it is too difficult to defeat those big demons in the destiny realm and avoid those terrifying ghost lice. But when I think about it, if it succeeds, the rewards will be extremely amazing. The big black cat is still very excited when he thinks of this. Right or wrong, success or failure, is all decided in one fell swoop. Boom! Suddenly there was a muffled thunder-like sound from below the valley. All the monsters had surprised looks on their faces. What is that? Why are there so many flowers growing in the valley again? That's not a flower, that's a giant konjac flower, a strange creature in the 9 Nether underground palace. Everyone was talking, looking at the many white plants that suddenly appeared below the valley, with extremely shocked expressions on their faces. Those white plants broke out of the ground and grew rapidly, forming a very huge flower. It is the giant konjac flower. In the vast valley, hundreds of giant konjac flowers suddenly grew. Call! Call! The giant konjac flower bloomed, and black mist floated from the flowers. Exit, covering the entire valley in the blink of an eye. Everyone gasped. Originally those terrifying ghost lice were extremely difficult to deal with. Now hundreds of giant konjac flowers have grown. These terrifying flowers sprayed out black mist, completely blocking the valley. This makes it increasingly difficult to capture the immortal grass. Fog will block the view. The giant konjac also has extremely strong fighting power. Those filamentous tentacles and corrosive liquid are the nightmare of many monsters. This place is getting more and more scary. The golden-striped black tiger looked in the direction of the valley, with a solemn expression on his face. These weird creatures are guarding the immortal grass. To a certain extent, The 9-leaf immortal grass is indeed worth taking risks. The 9-tailed demon fox stretched out its pink tongue and lightly licked the sexy red lips, but the light in its eyes became even hotter. The 9-leaf immortal grass is definitely extraordinary. Long Zun, who had always been strong, now looked as gloomy as water. He stared in the direction of the valley, thinking secretly in his mind. He regretted it now. If he had taken action earlier, these giant konjac flowers would not have been encountered. But now it's too late. The giant konjac flower suddenly appeared and blocked the valley, making it more difficult for him to seize the immortal grass. What is that? Dragon Lord's pupils shrank slightly, and he suddenly saw a golden figure flashing away in the mist. Long Zun's face suddenly became serious. After entering the Jiuyou underground palace, he encountered several strange creatures, but he did not encounter the most terrifying golden humanoid strange creature in the legend. Unexpectedly, there is also a strange golden humanoid creature in this mist. Not only Long Zun saw it, but almost most of the demon clan saw it. Everyone's breathing quickened when they thought that the most terrifying golden humanoid creature in the Jiuyou underground palace was also hiding in the valley. The golden humanoid terrifying creature is so famous that in terms of its ferocity, it can be ranked among the top 3 in the Jiuyou underground palace. In addition to ghost lice, giant konjac flowers, Jiuyou underground pythons, and golden humanoid terrifying creatures, there are also several extremely rare and terrifying and strange creatures in the Jiuyou underground palace. It's just that few people know it. All around, people's breathing quickened. Everyone looked straight at the valley and made quick calculations in their minds. Some monsters with lower strength have already retreated in their hearts at this moment. This valley is too scary. My cultivation is too low. I am only on the 3rd level of Xinqiao realm. I'd better try my luck elsewhere. A demon youth looked a little pale, sighed, turned around and left. I'm only at the 5th level of the Xinqiao realm. I don't have the strength to grab the immortal grass. I'd better leave as soon as possible. Another demon man also turned and left. Although I am at the 8th level of the Divine Bridge realm, I am still too weak compared to those big demons. I will not participate in this muddy water. Trip. Another demon tribe left. In this way, many demon clans left one after another around the top of the mountain. In the end, the number of demon clan remaining was about 200. These monsters have a relatively high level of cultivation and strong strength, so they are ready to fish in troubled waters for a while. After all, no one can predict such things as chance. Once those big monsters fight each other, maybe one of them has some kind of magical power and secretly steals the immortal grass. There are fewer people. The big black cat and Mao Bauer stand out in the crowd and look very eye-catching. Long Zun looked at the big black cat coldly and said with a smile, "Aren't you leaving?" The big black cat was stunned for a moment, then he gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Why should I leave? Everyone has a share in this immortal grass, and it is not unique to you, Dragon Lord. Do you think so?" After saying that, the big black cat looked around. The other big demons in the Destiny realm all had gloomy faces and didn't speak, but they didn't object to the big black cat either. When Long Zun saw this, he just licked his lips and smiled meaningfully. If he takes action against the big black cat now, I'm afraid someone will rush into the valley first to fight for the immortal grass. So now he has to stand still and look for the most suitable opportunity to take action. The 9-tailed demon fox also looked at the big black cat at this time, with a charming smile on his face, and said sweetly, "Nine-tailed civet cat, you shameless bastard, why don't you hurry up and leave? Why are you staying here? Watch out for me. Your ass." Hearing what the nine-tailed civet said, the sullen Destiny Realm monsters around them couldn't help but burst out laughing. Isn't it clear who spanks whom? The big black cat didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he puffed out his chest and said with a sneer, "Taihanhan, please prove it to me quickly. Have you spanked the nine-tailed demon fox?" The golden-striped black tiger's face suddenly turned red. He pointed the big knife in his hand at the big black cat and said viciously, "Don't talk nonsense here, or I'll cut off your tongue." Seeing Taihanhan dare to threaten him, the big black cat's heart surged with anger. He raised a hand and said with a bright smile, "Taihanhan, your conscience is really eaten by a dog. You even forgot about me spanking the nine-tailed demon fox. Well, since you forgot, if so, then I will let you have a long memory." Jin Wenheihu was stunned for a moment, and a layer of black light immediately appeared on his body. He was always on guard against the attack of the nine-tailed civet cat, but unexpectedly, the hand of the nine-tailed civet cat opposite him suddenly fell down. Snapped. He gently slapped the cat bower next to him on the butt. This slap was not very strong, but the sound was extremely clear, and all the surrounding demon clan heard it. Everyone looked at each other, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Is this nine-tailed civet too arrogant? He actually spanked his fiancée in front of the golden-patterned black tiger. "Brother, how could you do this?" Mao Bauer said softly. Her face turned red at this time, reaching the roots of her ears. She also didn't expect the nine-tailed civet to slap her butt again. How will she see anyone in the future? Ha ha. In the big black cat's mind, Yi Yan's soul finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, because of the restraining power, the big black cat did not hear it. Yi Yan didn't expect the big black cat to be so shameless and even spanked Mao Bauer in public. Although this slap was light, it was extremely domineering and majestic. Yi Yan's eyes showed approval. The big black cat was becoming more and more like the demeanor of Songnan's #1 bully back then. It's just that the big black cat's cultivation level is too low. Without his support in the background, the big black cat would not have survived for 3 seconds. "You are looking for death." Seeing his fiancée being humiliated, the golden black tiger was furious and rushed towards the big black cat. He just couldn't stand it anymore. In full view of everyone, this shameless guy actually slapped his fiancée on the butt. Although the force is small, the damage is too high. It's now. Long Zun, who had always had a gloomy face, was very calm. He saw the golden striped black tiger rushing towards the nine-tailed civet, and everyone's eyes shifted at this moment. He flew towards the valley in an instant. "How dare you, Dragon Lord, fight for the immortal grass?" A big demon in the Destiny Realm immediately realized something was wrong, and suddenly turned around and rushed into the valley. The two people disappeared into the mist one after another. This incident shocked everyone. But everyone reacted quickly. Everyone stood up from the ground almost at the same time and turned into a ray of light and rushed into the valley. Now it's time to take advantage of the troubled waters. "Huzi, come back." The nine-tailed demon fox stomped its feet in anger and launched an illusion directly on the golden-patterned black tiger. In mid-air, the body of the black tiger with golden stripes suddenly stopped. His eyes were dull, and he turned around and flew back. The nine-tailed demon fox waved its hand and flew into the mist of the valley. with the golden patterned black tiger. The golden patterned black tiger is very powerful, has high physical defense, and is extremely powerful. If two people cooperate, the chance of seizing the immortal grass will be very high. The reason why the golden patterned black tiger was immediately controlled by her illusion was, it was because the nine-tailed demon fox had already planted a seed of illusion in the heart of the golden black tiger. Because the golden patterned black tiger trusted her very much, the nine-tailed demon fox quietly kept a hand in advance, just for fear that some unknown situations would arise, and she would not be able to control the golden patterned black tiger. "Sister, come with me." The big black cat didn't feel ugly on his face. He grabbed Cat Bauer's hand and immediately rushed towards the valley. At this moment, he activated his walking boots at an extremely fast speed. He quickly surpassed most people and got into the black mist first. He was holding Cat Bauer with one hand, and holding the black shield tightly with the other hand. Mao Bauer's Tianling mirror can not only help him block attacks from other directions, but also help him observe the surrounding situation. She is now also the right-hand man of the big black cat. As soon as it entered the mist, the big black cat's consciousness was fully activated to prevent sudden attacks. In the mist, there is now incomparable chaos. Those big demons in the Destiny realm fought with each other and interfered with each other. No one would let anyone get close to the immortal grass. At the same time, beware of attacks from the golden thin thread tentacles and corrosive liquids emitted by the giant konjac flowers. But there are also some big demons who rely on their strength to break through the immortal grass while fighting. As soon as many monsters entered the mist, they were immediately attacked by the filaments of the giant konjac flower, causing chaos for a while. The ghost lice on the ground also jumped up and joined the battle at this moment. The scene was chaotic and indescribable. The big black cat doesn't dare to fight. Whenever there is an attack from a giant konjac flower or a ghost louse, it will run away as fast as possible. He pulled Mao Bauer and rushed left and right, but it was still difficult to get past the big net set up by the demon clan and various strange creatures. This is how to do? The big black cat was also extremely anxious. Relying on the magic boots, he was safe now, but he couldn't get close to the nine-leaf immortal grass. The fog continued to roll, and there was a loud rumbling sound. Nearly 200 demon clansmen fought in the mist. The sound was earth-shattering, and strong shock waves continued to fly around. Even some ghost lice that jumped up were rolled back by these shock waves. However, the ghost lice's defense was extremely high. This shock wave could not kill them. Instead, they became ferocious and pounced on them again. Some monsters don't have strong protection, so ghost lice stick to their bodies. In an instant, he was sucked into a mummy and fell from the air. Immediately, more ghost lice bit his body, got in, and began to suck his bone marrow. The entire valley is like purgatory on earth. At this moment, a golden light flashed, and a strange humanoid creature suddenly appeared from the mist. The golden humanoid attacked from the front, punching the big black cat hard. The big black cat was very upset. Why was this guy always staring at him hauntingly? As a last resort, the big black cat raised the black shield in his hand and poured in mana desperately. Boom! The golden fist hit the black shield with a loud bang and was bounced out again. The golden terrifying humanoid creature disappeared into the mist. A scream was heard in the distance. At this time, a demon youth was beaten to death by this golden terrifying humanoid creature. Mao Bauer saw this scene from the Tianling mirror, his face was pale and his whole body was trembling. This golden humanoid creature is really terrifying. The big black cat grabbed the black shield and felt his internal organs surge. Hiss! Countless golden threads of giant konjac flowers were entangled. Mao Bauer used the heavenly spirit mirror to send out a beam of light, fixing the thin lines in midair. The big black cat took a breath and flew in the other direction. Rustle! Hundreds of ghost lice suddenly rose from the ground and rushed towards the two people. It's these damn things again. The big black cat cursed in anger and quickly put the shield in his hand in front of his chest. He channeled his mana crazily into the shield, and the shield emitted a black light, attacking back at the ghost lice. With a loud banging sound, these ghost lice were all repelled. The attack power of the magic weapon given by Uncle Ma is quite powerful. The big black cat was pleasantly surprised. He also activated the black shield's own attack power for the first time. Unexpectedly, the effect was not bad. Just like the divine walking boots, it consumes too much of his mana. The big black cat didn't dare to use it continuously. After all, the god-level elixir in his body couldn't quickly replenish all of his mana. Kitten's cultivation is still weak. Yi Yin sighed slightly when he saw the big black cat dashing left and right in the mist, facing many difficulties. He gently used his hand, and part of the power restricted in the big black cat's body was instantly dissolved by Yi Yin. The big black cat's cultivation level increased rapidly at this moment. The 8th level of Xinqiao realm. The 9th level of Xinqiao realm. The 10th level of Xinqiao realm. In just one breath, the big black cat's cultivation level rose from the 7th level of the Divine Bridge realm to the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm. After doing all this, Yi Yin closed his eyes again and continued to practice his spiritual power. The big black cat, who was rushing left and right, was in an extremely nervous state and had not yet discovered that his cultivation level had broken through to the 10th level of the Xinqiao realm. On the contrary, Mao Bauer felt the aura surge and was startled. Brother, how did your cultivation level break through to the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm? Mao Bauer said in surprise. Really? Don't lie to me. The big black cat was suddenly startled, and quickly felt it, and found that his cultivation had indeed improved from the 7th level of the Divine Realm to the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm. This huge improvement was unbelievable to him. God is really helping me. The restrictive power of Jiuyo Underground Palace actually weakened at this moment. Haha, my cultivation level is also at the 10th level of Xinqiao realm, so I have confidence. The big black cat laughed. After being promoted to the 10th level of the Xinqiao realm, his mana increased hundreds of times compared to before, and his combat power also increased dozens of times. Now that he can control the walking boots and black shield, he doesn't have to worry about not having enough mana as before. The big black cat glanced at the Tianling mirror, and after confirming the location of the immortal grass, he turned towards the mist deep in the valley. The sound of breaking through the air came. A ray of sword light flew over fiercely, slashing towards the big black cat in an extremely sinister manner. The big black cat was furious. He immediately raised the black shield in his hand and smashed it hard. Boom! The sword light was instantly shattered, and the big black cat simply ignored the person who sneak attacked him, because he couldn't care less now. The battle scene is very chaotic now, and someone might take the opportunity to grab the immortal grass at any time. He must race against time, overcome obstacles along the way, and leave all opponents behind. Call. Several more monsters flew over and attacked the big black cat. The big black cat unceremoniously poured mana into the black shield and activated its magical attack power. A ray of black light swept over and shook all the monsters back. Some demon youths were caught by the thin golden thread tentacles of the giant konjac flower and violently took the flower bud back, which was melted by the corrosive liquid at that time. Some monsters lost control in midair and were devoured by ghost lice. The big black cat suddenly felt an illusion melting in front of his eyes, and the whole space became strange. There were countless women's voices laughing at him. "Nine-tailed civet, give up the immortal grass, you don't have the strength at all. Get away." The big black cat roared angrily and quickly activated the sky eye of disillusionment. In one of his pupils, the purple rune appeared again, and a mysterious power instantly reversed. Not only did he break the illusion in front of him, the nine-tailed demon fox in the distance also snorted and then became silent. After dealing with the nine-tailed demon fox, the big black cat did not stop and continued flying in the direction of the immortal grass. A golden light flew out of the mist. The golden humanoid creature attacked the big black cat again. This time, the golden humanoid creature actually had a golden sword in its hand. "Why is this ghost targeting me again?" The big black cat looked at the golden humanoid creature holding a shining golden sword and rushing towards him, and he cursed angrily. His pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, the big black cat activated the sky disillusionment eye again. But this time, the sky's disillusionment eye was not very bright. The golden humanoid creature paused slightly in midair for a moment, then rushed over again. It held a sharp golden sword and struck it with a single blow. Just as the golden humanoid creature moved in the mist, the ghost lice that originally attacked the big black cat and the thin golden thread tentacles of the giant konjac flower retracted at the same time. "Fuck. This guy can actually scare away other weird creatures?" The big black cat was amazed in his heart. At this time, he couldn't dodge and could only desperately inject mana into the black shield. Buzz. The black shield emits a black light and attacks the golden humanoid creature. First, the golden sword light flashed past. Boom. The black light was immediately split into pieces. The golden humanoid creature's facial features were blurred, and it was holding a golden sword. Like a golden devil, it struck at him again. The cat bower next to her was so scared that she bit her lips and didn't dare to breathe. A pair of big eyes stared blankly at the golden humanoid creature striking at it, and she didn't know if the nine-tailed civet could stop it. Call. The black shield suddenly swelled to a size of 3 feet, tightly protecting the big black cat and Maud Bower. Boom. The golden sword struck the black shield, making a loud bang. The big black cat and Maud Bower were immediately shaken by this powerful force and flew upside down in midair. Although Maud Bower was busy beside him, he still did not forget to use the Tianling mirror to continuously disperse some scattered ghost lice. The big black cat was shocked to the point where his internal organs were boiling, his blood was boiling all over his body, and he felt an indescribable feeling of weakness in his body. On the other hand, the golden humanoid creature also flew backwards and disappeared into the mist. The big black cat ignored his own body and quickly looked at the black shield in his hand. At this moment, the black shield had returned to its normal size, and a thin sword mark appeared on the shield's appearance. The big black cat suddenly felt distressed. This is a treasure given to him by Uncle Ma. Unexpectedly, it was so slightly damaged in the Joyo underground palace. The ghost louse is coming. Mel Bauer's voice rang in his ears. The big black cat knew in his heart that he couldn't be distracted at this time, so he quickly activated his walking boots and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He continued to rush towards the 9-leaf immortal grass. Now he has fought twice with the golden humanoid creature in the mist, and the big black cat is also willing to fight, and will not give up until he gets the immortal grass. Deep in the mist, with the help of the big black cat in the Tianling mirror, he saw the dragon lord and a dozen big demons from the 10th level of Xinqiao realm having a big melee. The battle was extremely fierce, and the fighting was earth-shattering, with sand and stones flying. And there are ghost lice constantly wandering around, launching attacks at any time. Although these big monsters are not afraid of ghost lice, they cannot let ghost lice get on them casually. The big black cat saw the opportunity and passed by these big monsters. A black light flashed at an incredible speed. More than a dozen big demons were fighting when they discovered that someone had taken the lead. They all stopped immediately and directed all their attacks at the big black cat. Damn it, this is killing Uncle Cat. The big black cat quickly put the black shield behind him and poured in mana. Desperately, the shield suddenly swelled, blocking everything behind it. Boom! Boom! There were bursts of violent noises. More than a dozen big demons attacked at the same time, causing the black shield to sway in the mist, and the big black cat was shaken by the powerful force and drew a mouthful of blood. The whole person and Mel Bauer quickly fell in the direction of the immortal grass. At this time, Mel Bauer's situation was not much better. Just now, she drove the Tianling mirror to project an attack to help the big black cat relieve the pressure. At the same time, she was also shocked by the huge force. At this moment, she spurted out blood, her internal organs boiled, and she was seriously injured. The two people fell in the direction of the immortal grass like meteors. And next to the immortal grass, there are countless ghost lice. Looking at it, there were 4 giant konjac flowers surrounding the immortal grass. Seeing the two people approaching quickly, they spurted black corrosive liquid from the flower buds without hesitation. The black liquid was overwhelming, like 4 large overlapping nets, covering it from all directions. Ruined. The big black cat roared in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to put the black shield in front of him. It was useless to feel distressed at this time. He could only rely on the black shield to save his life. He poured his mana into the black shield again. The size of the black shield suddenly increased, protecting the two people behind it and above. The dozen or so big demons, including Long Zun, chased this way. They absolutely cannot tolerate anyone beating them to the punch. Seeing that the black liquid was about to fall on the black shield, suddenly, a golden light quickly broke through the fog, surpassed the big black cat, and landed directly in the sky above the immortal grass. In this ray of golden light, a golden claw suddenly poked out and grabbed the immortal grass. Because everyone's attention is on the big black cat. The big black cat is avoiding the black corrosive liquid sprayed by the giant konjac flower. No one expected that this golden light would suddenly rush in at such an unimaginable speed. The golden claws grabbed hold of the immortal grass, and it immediately jumped into the air. Poof! The black liquid splashed onto the shield, and a layer of white smoke rose up. Someone stole the immortal grass. It's the golden-winged Dapeng. Mel Bauer's voice sounded shrill. Someone stole the immortal grass? The big black cat was furious. Along the way, he tried his best to avoid many attacks before finally getting close to the immortal grass. What I didn't expect was that the crane and the clam fought, and the fisherman benefited. He suddenly put away his shield, tried his best, activated his magic boots, transformed into a black light, and chased after the golden light that the golden-winged roc transformed into. The golden-winged roc that stole the immortal grass was also a great demon in the Destiny realm. After entering the Jiuyou underground palace, its realm was compressed to the 10th level of the Divine Bridge realm. Therefore, once it unfolds the flying talent of the golden-winged roc, few monsters can catch up. But the big black cat has the Emperor's magic boots. After he madly injected mana, the big black cat locked the golden-winged roc tightly. A ray of black light chased a ray of golden light, and a fierce chase began over the Black Mountains. The big black cat took out another divine elixir and swallowed it with one grit of teeth. The previous one has been consumed a lot. He added another. Now the two elixirs released mana at the same time, and the surging mana was injected into the Shenxi boots. Mao Bauer's face was tense, looking at the golden-winged roc flying rapidly in front of him, and cursed angrily, "How shameless, you actually stole our immortal grass." The big black cat said nothing, with a stern expression on his face, desperately trying to inject mana into the walking boots. He was a little annoyed now. If he had allowed him to refine the divine walking boots a little more, he might have caught up with the golden-winged roc long ago. But now, he can only bite it tightly. Now, the competition is endurance. Puff. At this time, the big black cat suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured when he was jointly attacked by more than a dozen big monsters. As if he was infected, Mao Bauer spurted a mouthful of blood from his mouth at this moment. The big black cat looked at Mao Bauer with a look of apology in his eyes. At the critical moment, Mao Bauer also played a defensive role. And now, Cat Bauer is also seriously injured like him. The two of them really have the same destiny. We are now several hundred feet away from the golden-winged Dapeng. Can I use the Sky Eye of Disillusionment to slightly affect the speed of the golden-winged Apoc? The big black cat thought secretly in his heart. This distance is somewhat far. He has never used the Sky of Disillusionment Eye from such a distance before. And he doesn't know if his half-baked Sky of Disillusionment Eye will be able to show its effect this time. The sky is spirited, the earth is spirited, Lord bless me, I must be able to use the Sky Disillusionment Eye this time. The big black cat muttered something in his heart, suddenly drew out part of the mana and injected it into his pupils, and used the Sky Eye of Disillusionment. In mind. Yi Yin suddenly smiled when he heard the big black cat's thoughts. His eyes moved slightly. The purple rune in the big black horse's pupils appeared again, and a mysterious power was projected from the big black cat's eyes. In an instant, it landed on the golden-winged roc that was escaping quickly. The golden-winged roc was instantly frozen in mid-air, its golden pupils glazed over, and there was no vitality at all. Haha, it works. The big black cat laughed wildly, and the distance of several hundred feet flashed by for him, and he caught up with the golden-winged roc in a blink of an eye. With one stroke, he grabbed the 9-leaf immortal grass from the claws of the golden-winged roc. Fuck you. The big black cat became very angry when he saw the golden-winged roc. He was about to take out his black shield and hit it, but suddenly it stopped in mid-air. This guy may not be able to be beaten to death, but it will definitely wake up from the illusion at once. The big black cat shook his head. He can't do this. The best way is to secretly take the immortal grass from the golden-winged Dapeng so that it cannot confirm whether it was done by itself. Thinking of this, the big black cat put away his black shield and flew away in another direction. The golden-winged rock was frozen in the air and was confused for a few seconds before he woke up. What happened just now? The golden-winged rock shook its head. It suddenly felt something abnormal in its claws. When it lowered its head, it found that the immortal grass held in its claws was missing. Ah! Ah! Did you steal my immortal herb? The golden-winged rock looked up to the sky and roared, wishing to poke a hole in the sky. He worked hard to seize such a good opportunity and steal the immortal grass from such a dangerous melee. But I didn't expect it. I didn't know what kind of magical power I had just now, and I suddenly became stunned. After waking up, the immortal grass disappeared. Is it that nine-tailed civet cat? In the void, the golden-winged rock had a gloomy face, and its golden pupils exuded waves of murderous intent. What he had just been hit was a mental attack. According to the information he has, the nine-tailed civet clan should not have this kind of spiritual attack innate magical power. If so, at that time in the valley, the nine-tailed civet would not let him get the immortal grass. Could it be the nine-tailed demon fox? Golden-winged Dapeng placed the object of suspicion on the nine-tailed demon fox again, but after thinking about it, he eliminated the nine-tailed demon fox. The nine-tailed demon fox was also in the valley at that time. She couldn't compete with him in terms of speed, nor could she follow him that far. Who is that? After thinking about it, golden-winged Dapeng couldn't figure out who plotted against him. But the nine-tailed civet cat and the heavenly civet cat had been following him just now, but now they have disappeared. They must have seen who stole the immortal grass. Just go find them too. The golden-winged rock raised its head, flapped its wings slightly, and prepared to look for the nine-tailed civet cat. Suddenly, his pupils shrank slightly. I saw a ball of golden light in the valley a few miles away, and in the middle grew an immortal grass emitting a faint fairy light. What is lost is what is gained in the east. A hint of joy appeared in the eyes of the golden-winged rock. At this moment, he changed his mind about looking for the nine-tailed civet. Now, since there are immortal grasses everywhere in this mountain, you should collect immortality grass first. After clarifying my thoughts, the golden-winged rock spread its wings and flew over, landed above the valley, and grabbed the 5-leaf immortal grass with one claw. After Chen Xi Dapeng swallowed this immortal grass, he flapped his wings and flew to other places deep in the mountains. The big black cat pulled Cat Bower down from midair and landed in a safe valley. Puff! As soon as it hit the ground, the big black cat swayed and spurted out another mouthful of blood. The same was true for Mau Bower, who also spat out a mouthful of blood. Both men were seriously injured. In particular, the big black cat chased the golden-winged rock all the way, which made his injuries even worse. The big black cat's face was pale, with no blood left at all. It was difficult to breathe, and there was severe pain in his internal organs. "Brother, are you okay? I have some healing elixirs here, why don't you take them first?" Mau Bower took out a white porcelain bottle, poured out 2 pills, took one herself, and then handed the other over. The big black cat shook his head and refused. What if this pill is poison? He has finally managed to grab G's immortal grass, but he must not capsize again with Mau Bower. Although Mau Bower and he could live and die together, fighting in and out, he still couldn't believe Mao Bauer. The big black cat struggled and sat on a rock to take a few breaths. At this time, a few strands of blood spilled from the corner of its mouth. It's a pity that I don't have any healing pills, but the big black cat said to himself. He suddenly remembered that the immortal grass had the ability to heal wounds, and he immediately became interested. Now that he has 5 immortal grasses, the task of training in the Joyo underground palace has been initially completed, and he will continue to search for them later. However, he is now seriously injured. If he wants to find other immortal grasses, he must first heal his injuries. Thinking of this, the big black cat took out an immortal grass from the storage ring. This is a 6-leaf immortal grass. Haha. Yiyan smiled casually when he saw the big black cat taking out a plant of immortality. When did this happen? Are you still picking up the worst immortality grass and taking it? Nowadays, there are many crises, and the big black cat has offended many people. If you want to take it, you have to take the 9-leaf immortality grass. Yi Yun's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately sent out an undetectable thought. After this idea entered the big black cat's mind, it began to affect his thinking. The big black cat was in a trance for a moment. He shook his head, held up the immortal grass in his hand, and said to himself, "This immortal grass seems to be less effective, should I change it to another one?" Mao Bauer's eyes lit up at the side and he quickly advised, "The 9-leaf immortal grass is the most effective. Brother, why don't you take it on the spot? What do you know? The 9-leaf immortal grass is rare. If I take it myself, wouldn't it be a waste? This best one should be given to the leader." The big black cat shook his head and said. As he spoke, there was a look of struggle in his eyes. It seemed that his subconscious mind asked him to take the 9-leaf immortality grass, but his reason made him refuse to take it. "Head? Brother, have you joined the sect yet?" Mao Bauer asked with a curious smile. "Of course it is, but don't ask any more, this question ends here." The big black cat raised his eyebrows and said. Yiyan saw that the big black cat was still resisting, his eyes flashed slightly, and another thought fell into his mind. The big black cat's eyes changed. Now that the crisis is looming, I should take better immortality grass. Well, that's what I should do. This is the best choice at the moment. The big black cat muttered to himself. As he spoke, he put the original immortal grass back into the storage ring and took out the 9-leaf immortal grass. The 9 leaves of this immortal grass exude a faint fairy light, illuminating the dark surroundings. Mao Bauer stared at the immortal grass in a daze, his eyes were hot. And his breathing was a little difficult. It is impossible to say that you are not moved. But Mao Bauer also knew that she couldn't add insult to injury at this time. The big black cat looked at the 9-leaf immortal grass, struggled vaguely in his eyes, and finally put the immortal grass into his mouth. He closed his eyes and began to refine this immortal grass. As soon as the immortal grass entered the body, it burst out with unimaginable vitality and power. Whoops! The big black cat's body actually swelled, and it was about to burst. The cat Bauer next to him was startled. She quickly stepped back a few feet and stared at the ball-like 9-tailed civet in front of her in fear. This 9-leaf immortal grass is very powerful. Yi Yun smiled lightly. The star-like runes in his eyes flickered, and a shadow of the runes suddenly flew out and landed in the big black cat's dantian. In an instant, the violent power of the immortal grass was tamed. All these powers are concentrated into the dantian by this rune, and then flow from the dantian to all parts of the body, continuously washing away the physical body. How thrilling! Looking at the ball-like body of the nine-tailed civet cat, it suddenly returned to normal, and Mao Bauer had a look of lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, she didn't snatch the 9-leaf immortal grass. Otherwise, even if she took it, the blow just now would have made her burst. After all, she is only in the Xinqiao realm. The physical body is simply not strong enough to control the medicinal properties of the 9-leaf immortal grass. At this time, the big black cat's body gradually became crystal clear, exuding a layer of sacred brilliance and being extremely solemn. This? Mao Bauer stared blankly at the young man in black robes in the sacred light. At this moment, she seemed to see a god. In the 9-leaf immortal grass, I didn't expect there to be a trace of divinity. Yi Yin smiled. This trace of divinity is used to temper the physical body, and the benefits to the big black cat are huge and indescribable. This trace of divinity in the 9-leaf immortal grass comes from an extremely strange place. Yi Yin did not find any divine presence in the soil of that valley. But this 9-leaf immortal grass has divine properties. This shows that this ray of divinity was added intentionally. It seems that existence is not dead. Everything he is doing now is planned. I want to take a look and see what he wants to get in the end. Yi Yin said with a smile. Unlike the red dust fairyland, there are not too many fallen monsters in this Jiuyo underground palace. It doesn't seem that the demon clan's fall is used to feed back the Jiuyo underground palace. It seems to have a deeper meaning. Yi Yin was very interested. He wanted to slowly appreciate this good show and see what kind of backhand the guy behind the scenes had. And now the big black cat should have successfully attracted the attention of the mastermind behind the scenes. Presumably, there will be a series of layouts and designs later. Yi Yin will wait and see. An hour passed. Mao Bauer was frightened for a long time and finally waited until the 9-tailed civet cat opened its eyes. Puff. She let out a long breath and spurted out another mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured, and he was frightened to protect the 9-tailed civet cat. He was afraid that someone would approach. Under the dual physical and mental pressure, Mao Bauer almost collapsed. Her body was shaky, and she suddenly fell to the ground. When the big black cat saw this, he immediately flew over and hugged Mao Bauer. In an instant. Your injuries are very serious. The big black cat glanced at Mao Bauer's face. His face was ashen, with no blood left at all. Thinking that Mao Bauer had protected him for so long, the big black cat gritted his teeth and took out a 6-leaf immortal grass. Hurry up and take this. The big black cat handed the immortal grass to Cat Bauer's mouth. This is too precious, I can't take it. Mao Bauer struggled to refuse. Stop nagging, just take it if you are told, there is so much nonsense. The big black cat stared with a fierce look. Mao Bauer shuddered and quickly opened his mouth to take the immortality grass. The big black cat put her on the ground and asked her to sit there and refine the immortal grass. He also sat aside, his eyes half closed, feeling the condition of his body. When he saw the condition inside his body, the big black cat was startled. With a look of surprise on his face. That 9-leaf immortal grass actually increased his physical strength dozens of times. The big black cat's tail also reached the 7th level. This discovery can give the big black cat an unusual surprise. As a member of the 9-tailed civet family, every time a tail grows, its strength will be greatly enhanced. Alas! After the big black cat was surprised, he suddenly opened his eyes. With an annoyed look on his face again. What a beast I am, I actually took the 9-leaf immortal grass, which I originally planned to give to the leader. The big black cat blamed himself very much, stretched out his hand and slapped himself twice. Bang bang. After 2 slaps, it seemed that it was not enough, so he slapped him on the face continuously. Who makes you greedy? This 9-leaf immortal grass is of the best quality. It should be given to the leader first. The big black cat blamed himself. After a while, Melbauer opened his eyes. After she refined the immortal grass, all her injuries were healed, and her physical body became much stronger than before. Brother, you don't have to blame yourself. Maybe there is 9-leaf immortal grass here. Let's go look for it now. Melbauer couldn't bear it and quickly advised him. All right. The big black cat nodded, and he also felt that what Melbauer said made sense. He was in a bit of a dead end just now. It seems that there is only one 9-leaf immortal grass in the entire Joyo underground palace. Then, the two of them were on the road again. Just after flying not far away, they discovered a ball of golden light in a nearby valley. In the golden light was a 6-leaf immortal grass. Our luck is too bad. Looking at the golden light on the Tianling mirror, the big black cat laughed and immediately flew over. After flying over the valley, the big black cat stopped, and he found that there was another golden humanoid creature near the golden light. The big black cat and Melbauer looked at each other with shocked looks in their eyes. The golden humanoid creature came to them again. What on earth is this for? Again and again, this is already the 3rd time. The big black cat was condescending and asked with a cold face, You guy, why? Do you always want to cause trouble for me? The facial features of the golden humanoid creature were blurred and could not be seen clearly at all, but it stretched out a finger and pointed at the immortal grass, and then pointed at the big black cat. It turns out he's deaf. The big black cat squinted and sneered, You mean, I can only get the immortal grass after defeating you? The golden humanoid nodded. The big black cat was speechless. This guy competed with himself over and over again, and each time he didn't tell the difference between life and death. What was it trying to do? The golden humanoid creature waved its palm, and a golden long sword suddenly appeared. It jumped up and slashed at the big black cat. The big black cat gritted its teeth, poured mana into the black shield, and faced it fiercely. Boom! The golden sword struck the shield, making a loud noise. The golden humanoid creature was knocked away again. It did not attack again, but used this force to retreat a certain distance in the air and hide in the Black Mountains. Running away again? The big black cat was really speechless. This guy hit and ran away, what is his plan? The big black cat shook the black shield in his hand and felt really distressed when he saw another sword mark on it. But there is no way. He only had this one decent weapon in his hand. Previously in the valley, he used a black shield to block the black corrosive liquid sprayed by the giant konjac flower. The big black cat was worried about whether it would be corroded. But later he found that his worries were unnecessary. The liquid from the troll arum flower did not cause any damage to the surface of the black shield shell. Instead, the golden sword of the golden humanoid creature does the most damage. Brother, is it trying to destroy your magic shield? Melbauer said next to him. It's possible. The big black cat's heart suddenly jumped, and his face became cold. This golden humanoid creature fought with him once, and I'm afraid he also suffered some injuries and went somewhere to heal himself. It's possible that the golden sword in its hand will also be affected. When they appeared again, the golden humanoid creature and the golden sword had recovered. How despicable! The big black cat spat. If this happened dozens or hundreds of times, the black shield that Uncle Ma gave him would definitely be destroyed. Boom! Boom! There was a sudden violent sound in the distant mountains ahead. The big black cat was suddenly shocked. The noise and movement were quite large, comparable to the scale of the previous battle between the dozens of big monsters in the valley. Can you see clearly in the Tianling mirror? The big black cat quickly looked at Cat Bauer and asked. Can't see clearly. Mao Bauer injected mana into the Tianling mirror, but he didn't see the picture he wanted. Come on, let's go take a look at the front. The big black cat suddenly grabbed Cat Bauer and turned into a black light. And flew away. A battle of this scale could only be triggered by the 8-leaf immortal grass. If possible. Maybe another 9-leaf immortal grass appears.